Welcome to heaven.exe. Our training simulator will help prepare you for your inevitable yet incredibly special transition into the afterlife. Please sit back, relax, close your eyes. You are drifting into the light.
I'm here now. Sorry. Oh, forgot I can't touch that right now. Yes. Bam. Okay, I will have to adjust this a little bit. So, good morning, everybody. Sorry, it took me a second. I forgot I had to, I put milk out of the freezer to thaw overnight. I wanted to make sure I put it in the fridge before I started streaming. Don't want it to go bad. Let me just move. Let me move my... There we go. Just my feet are over the game. Hey, Nintendo Mail. Sorry, I didn't say hi sooner. I was Kristen Ark was like streaming, so like I woke up like, oh, I'll watch a little bit of him, and then I'll get to my stream. I did. Hopefully, we can get through this this video because I had like technical issues last stream, and then I had to push off another stream. So, we're gonna be finishing up, I guess I'll turn the music off for now. We're gonna be finishing up the creepshowart, and then, was it the Fall of Kai for, the Cecil McFly video, and then we're gonna go into the Right Opinions, the, coverage of the creepshowart thing, cause like, I kind of want like a more third-party view of it, because I feel like this section right here is super short. We have like everything with the Peaches drama, and then we have like this huge thing with the Tobi drama, but like I'm told like the creepshowart drama is like really important to know, but I'm like there's such a small section, and I'm gonna be playing much like everybody else, Oblivion. Because I too want to relive my my childhood. A funny thing, I don't think I can show it. Actually, no, I can show it. Give me a second. Move my controller out of the way. I still have the OG bam gamer guides for Oblivion and for Shivering Isles. Yeah. I guess it's lucky I didn't sell them on eBay, because I was planning to sell them on eBay last year when I was broke. But I'm like, it's good I kept them. Let me see. Was there any other preamble? I was debating what I wanted to do during stream today. I was like, either like do a bit of gaming, because I don't get to do gaming as much, or do some art stuff. I'm like, okay, gaming now, maybe if I'm feeling up to it, not up to it, but like if I feel frisky, I'll do something in Blender. So I still have to finish some D&D stuff for our the Ops D&D campaign. And we got kitties. We got kitties over here. They'll stay as much as they want. Oh, and I've had to introduce my little PNG tuber thing in Kitty Pippi, or PNG Pippi. These were drawn by Lynn, and Lynn gave me a little Kitty Pippi as like a gift for my big PNG request. Oh no, I didn't move my stream decky thing closer, because I made sure it's like I can quickly hit these. So I'm gonna be like annoyed, or annoyed through most of this video probably. Okay, so let's start this nightmare show, much like every ACC thing. I'm actually kind of like, I think what I'm probably gonna do is try to catch up as best I can with ACC stuff, like the most important stuff, and then like I'm gonna try delving into H ACC, which is like the has been, like the Vizzy Pop anti stuff. Because apparently that's like up and coming, like with the just weirdos in that circle, and I kind of want to peek into that. So we're gonna, where is, okay. So I'm gonna start this video, and then I'm gonna start up Oblivion. Woo. Oh, I will make sure to pause if I have to read any screenshots or anything. Make sure the audio is okay.
You see, criticism of Shannon, aka creepshowart, began to ramp up. She deleted her Twitter some while back, and Lolcow had a very active thread on her. People were beginning to criticize her participation in the
Okay, so let's see this. Often believes to be a teenager or in her early 20s, dates her mannerisms and star skills, but is actually a 20-year-old married woman. Goes back and forth between calling herself an idiot, human, uwu, who should have no responsibilities, and acting like an uppity bitch from her high horse of moral superiority. Got into art to cope with trauma, post shit, tier art on YouTube with storytime narrations that totally 100% happened. Had her art featured on r/delusional artists, made a video about it. Announced a video about lolcows, proclaimed herself a supporter and adopted a hater makes me famous. No, haters make me famous and help me improve cope stance. Stop using her own art in some of her videos. Begs fans to send in footage of their art progress for the exposure. Refuses to pay royalties. Despite having 200k subscribers and doing giveaways like tablets and $300 cash out of her own pocket and self-promote. Love bombs content creators to clout chase, befriends noted flake ready to glare, ex-Onisan Patreon turned anti-O, fellow lolcow powered drama tuber, unstable druggie, and joined the Goon Squad, a group of circle jerk tween YouTubers. Excuse me. I'm kind of like hunching forward to read this, so I'm like, move my mic a little bit. I'm gonna squint. Caps lock scam other creators begging to be acknowledged, thirst over men and women alike while tagging them. Okay, deflects any criticism by ranting about the time she was homeless. Called out by Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions. What the H3H3 called out creepshowart? What? Apologies. I did not know that. That's crazy. Called out by got her channel demonetized after accusing drag queen Ariel something of distributing CP. What? Keemstar knows her tweets. To tell her she will reach 1 million subs by 2021 and offers her a job if she doesn't get remonetized. Oh no, Keemstar, why would you do that? Ethan. Can't read that word. Something, an attempt to. Okay, I can't read that last part. It's too crunchy. Recently announced she is beginning to stream herself playing video games with her friends. Okay. This is. Oh boy, that's a lot of reading.
Tobi and Hopeless Peach's drama. And in May, during all of this criticism, creepshowart pretended her YouTube channel was hacked. I say she pretended to do this because all that was changed from this hacker was her profile pic and banner.
So you sweet little doodles are aware. I also don't know what's going on with my YouTube channel, so you're not alone. Didn't change the profile picture, but apparently it appears as nothing, and so does the banner. So, I don't know.
You see, if a hacker had actually gotten a huge YouTuber's account, they'd do more damage than just changing the avatar and channel banner. Nobody was buying this, and all eyes were turned towards Shannon. Something was going down. Not only that, she had been love bombing her YouTuber friends all leading up to this massive bomb that was about to be dropped. On the evening of June 2nd, 2021, this was posted in her Lolcow thread. As many users in this thread are aware, Shannon's posts on Lolcow haven't exactly been subtle. We've decided to compile her post history after she escalated her behavior by sharing her sister's social media in order to deflect criticism towards herself. Beyond that, she has been anonymously promoting her videos and Patreon/YouTube membership to farmers, and making posts about herself to either white knight or insult herself. For many years, we've had a policy to reveal post histories of users who go to great lengths to use lolcow.farm to propel their own online presence. You can read the full post history here, and linked were hundreds of catty posts by creepshowart. That's right. creepshowart, who started a hate mob on Peaches for allegedly saying things behind her back, had been outed for posting a huge—
Ma'am. Can we... Okay. I really wish this was a bit clearer so I can fucking read it.
Online presence. You can read the full post history here, and link.
Okay. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Shannon said a couple times online that she doesn't. I should probably pause my game so I don't get attacked. Okay, let's move this to the center screen so I can read it. Okay. Shannon said a couple times online that she doesn't drink, and neither does her husband. I only remember because she used it as "I'm not like the other girl's weird flex." This is something so genuinely funny about a girl getting his avatar tattooed under her boobs. She'd be unfuckable at that point. The key to finding new account. I'm gonna make this. I was trying to avoid like not stretching this thing too big, just so it doesn't get covered. But I have to. I cannot read this shit. Please, for the love of God, make it easier to read the text in your YouTube video. I swear to God. The key to find new accounts is the crystal person on Twitter. For some reason, KT will follow them on every account she has, and her icons are always purple. I didn't save it, but the gist was Shannon's sister is in the hospital for something. We don't know what, and she put her as her emerging contact. However, when Shannon reached out to her to try to figure out what was going on, her sister blocked her and said she was invading her privacy. She also said something along the lines that her family was neglecting her, even though Shannon has reached out, ? It's really weird. A couple years ago, I found her sister's Twitter because she talked about it in a story time. She's definitely insane. Oh, okay. Just is this person Shannon pretending not to be Shannon? Is this what we're saying? This is all. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am fairly confident that she received a cease and desist from Nick Robles and co. for her actions. She was causing some real harm to their public image just from her nonstop spamming and her constant saying he was a predator. That they contacted an attorney. My guess is she's going to go rebrand her account and pretend to be someone else, but continue to do the same thing. Why do you have post notice on? Anyone else find it weird that whenever these people are called out, they say they are going to kill themselves? Okay.
Were hundreds of catty posts by creepshowart. That's
okay. Arcane, this is Toby. No one gives a shit about this, and none of our friends are that unaware to do this. I watched that video and I paused at the part where he threw an email from Creepshow on the screen. He tried to say she did a bad job with researching because she didn't know that Peaches had apologized to Camilla. But if you read the email, Creepshow said that Peaches continued to do what she apologized for, that it didn't matter. This guy is so blatantly dishonest. Advertising for her channel, yes. I am sure Shannon is advertising herself on a channel with less than 100k subs. 1 second. God. I don't know, my voice is just not having it today with me. I'm sorry. Let's drink some water. I think, at least what I understand what Cecil said, this is all Creepshow. I believe this is referring to it all being Creepshow, but I don't know specifically. Because it's anonymous. This is gonna be like a dark id situation where he's just like she's talking to herself with her sock puppets. I don't know, maybe it'll get clarified after I finish reading these. So I'm not gonna read all of these because there's like, I don't think Cecil goes through all of them. She said she doesn't rely on YouTube, but I think she makes a considerable amount on it. I've talked to YouTuber her size and they make it at least 20k per month. That's mixed with her real life job. She's probably loaded pretending to be poor. Yeah, they all say anonymous, but it's saying it's Creepshow Arts posts. Shan never says she's poly, just pansexual, which is woke bisexual. No, it's wow, okay. It's the whole there are more than two genders thing, but she definitely isn't poly. She won't be able to get more than one person to want her. Wow. Some catty shit right there. She's talking about Emily. Emily has 2 kids and made one of the biggest videos on Holly. She'd handle it fine, seeing as she praised other videos that was positive towards her that used the same image. So an unknown YouTuber posted this video about Shan, and within minutes it's on lolcow, even though it barely has views. This is such an obvious self-post. It's sad you're trying to defend it. Okay. So I assume green text is Shannon. This text is other people making comments, I assume.
Right. Creepshowart, who started a hate mob on Peaches.
Okay, obvious self-post is obvious. Creepshow is apparently available now for members only, and she's going to be talking a lot about Lily Jane's racism. That's a frightening image. So, is to women are predators to guys, as Blair White is to these trans people are weird. Okay. When did they say she was doing that? She definitely lurks in any thread, even remotely related to the Grumps. I used to be in her Twitter bio, and she referenced it a couple of times outside of that. In one of her latest posts with her shitty Dropbox audio, she talked about how she had spoken with both Holly and Heidi, and how she thinks they are both definitely cows. Wow, that's fucking rude. I also remember Creepshow posted that she has never talked to any member of the Game Grumps except for Holly and Heidi, and that caused KT to freak out. So, Saikun, excuse me. So, Saikuna uses those filters that beauty YouTubers use in order to appear younger and more attractive. That's so weird. He literally has the most fucked up skin I have ever seen on an Asian man. Wow, what the fuck? The fact that the difference is that bad is insane. That's so fucking rude.
For allegedly saying things behind her back.
Okay. So I can tell I'm on streaming service that you have to upgrade to. I've seen Repsion and Jaden Glenn say as much as well. So it's just Shannon spreading that around. Rachel deserves a thread on her own for all the cow stuff she gets into. There was the time when she was criticized by a small commentator. In response, uploaded a video of her cutting herself. That was the time she pretended to be black, out drunk, and have a mental breakdown because her friends didn't like her Gabby Hannon videos, and now this. Okay. Def News and her are friends. They tweet at each other multiple times. This is a reach. I doubt she's gonna because she knew that a month afterwards this would happen. You guys seriously give her too much credit. IMO. I'm trying to watch it, but her voice and teeth are pissing me off. She was recently on a live stream with Edwin's Generation. Wait, Edwin? That Edwin? The one that Aiko what Cuckoo Banana Pants with? And said she would never use Twitter again. She was super dramatic and talked about how it was so hard for her and her Twitter is so toxic. But she said she would never go back to it ever. No one cares if I give you visual pleasure. Yeah, it's a quote. You literally are only fangirls who used to be a titty streamer. What the fuck is she on about?
Had been outed for posting a
Oh, no. Dang it. 1 second.
mob on Peaches for allegedly saying things behind her back.
Okay. I have to read this because it jumps. Come from K-Thread. The dox wasn't a dox. It was about a guy that Shannon brought up in her video about Katie. The Katie stated she knew personally and went on to tweet about it. Katie's just looking for attention. I looked into this, and the docs Katie is talking about is one of the guys Creepshow stated she knew in middle school. It's just her talking about some guy. It's not a docs, and it's in her OG tweets about Shannon's video that she says the same thing. Okay.
Had been outed for posting a huge amount of
Okay. Can't put the screenshot in her video about Katie. It's 100% not private information. It's Katie telling Shannon that she is under the impression that they both went to school with the same person, which isn't possible given the age difference. Katie's untended. She thinks that's doxing. Which live stream was it? With some more people coming forward. It doesn't seem like a Creepshow only thing. Who is Katie? Is there another like schizo person I didn't know about? I feel like Shannon is probably grateful to be off of Twitter so she doesn't have to talk about this and pick sides. She has to be laughing right now. I used to like this thread, but at this point it's just the one guy posting repeatedly trying to get people to think his R word Twitter rants are cool. I try to watch this video accusing other YouTubers who I have never heard of, Beast Boy, of being a predator and had to click off it. If we're talking about Shannon falsely accusing people, this guy called this other YouTuber predator for being interviewed by a minor fan and him having a low voice. How fucking arsler do you have to be? The self-posting bullshit here is annoying, especially from the Vic Blanco arsler. I mean, she talked about how she didn't have control of the server and left before, and how she only used it for Among Us. I'm not surprised that someone else was modding people for her. She's an idiot.
times anonymously on lockout.
Okay, so we got Peaches here. Prismate Luke talked about it and showed some damning screenshots. Oh, you see, I don't believe it's simply because more creators have come forward with their experiences with Peaches in the comments. And it seems like they have all had similar things happen. Also, with how badly Peaches is defending herself on Twitter, you should think she would have leaked screenshots showing her conversation. All she had to say is, Shannon didn't yell at me. We have never been in VC.
Saying things
Wasn't a huge point in Toby's video how there was another commentary YouTuber who tried to talk to Shannon about how Tribe was being, and Toby said Shannon got extremely defensive, yelled at them, making them cry, and then she said it was going to be a collab. Makes sense that was Peaches. Okay. Drink some water. So many text to read. Okay. It was easy for Toby to get and attack smaller creators. She probably asked them to make their original videos and comments to defend her. But I think all of them lost subscribers from doing that. Know that she's in shit with bigger people. They know better. She has literally ruined her own friendship army. The best part is the incels don't even want her. Maybe they would like her for a moment because she will force herself into their circles. But the moment she starts sparking about being a bad sex worker and does her shitty ooh voice, they will hate her. Cringy did a live stream thanking Shannon and has made content defending her from criticism from Toby before. I don't think Shannon is simping. She clearly using this girl for content and trying to look like the nice big channel helping the smaller channel out. She's not suspended. She took her account down because of WOACB. I'm unfamiliar with that. Fans sending her address to her. She posted about it on her community page. I never seen a more obvious self-post.
She had tried to cancel others for.
She said she was so inept. She said he was so inept that when they were showering together, he peed on her. What? Okay, if you're learning that she had tried to dump him multiple times. She even talked about how she thought Chris Gregor seemed like a better boyfriend. Is that about Shannon's husband? I've seen them tweet at each other before, and Smokey has always been kind to Shannon, so I doubt it has been anything to do with her. That wasn't Shannon. That was on Edwin's Generation livestream with D. Hold up, what the fuck? Yeah, there's like, she said he was so inept that when they showered, he peed on her leg. I'm like, what? Is that about the husband? What? So, live stream with Deed Izzy. Sorry, I was trying to like wrap my mind around that name. But Shannon wasn't the one who said that. I only remember because she made a big deal about never meeting anyone from YouTube except RTG. I don't think Corpse even knows who she is, much less would care about her enough to find her locale. Confirmation that Shannon's own friends don't even like her.
All that broke the camel's back for the moderators.
No.
Saying things she had tried to cancel others for. The straw that broke the camel's back.
Okay. After thirst tweeting him all week, she streamed with Corpse husband and other million channel YouTubers. Man, it'd be nice if you zoomed in on that screenshot so I can see who else is there. I am surprised that they play with Corpse husband. I haven't heard about him a lot recently.
Back for the moderators.
Okay. It's an interview she did a while ago with another homeless channel. It's not new. I hate how all the comments are praising her and saying she's being so adult about this when she said that the Omnia and said that the Omnia and Kai were predators. How do you know she read it? I feel like eventually someone is going to make a video about how uncomfortable she made them feel. I guess is the guy she always posting screenshot of. She also talked a lot about how her husband doesn't have an internet presence, so I wonder if he knows how much she hits on other people. Oh man. Oh, I misread them.
To out Shannon.
Let me see. I misread them, but she also only tweeted once about it, so I thought that there would be more. She annoyed about everything else, so I thought this would be more thirst tweets. Her obvious clout chasing with Looney Lane kills me. Or has she thirsted after him? I named searched a Twitter and she just said she watched his gameplay. Did I miss something? I don't have a screenshot, but I remember a while ago Dan from Bastille actually replied to her and said she was insane. It's why she abandoned the drops of Violet Twitter, because all the replies were attacking her more than the Game Grumps fans ever did. Oh man. I'm pretty sure plenty of the art commentators have it saved. I doubt anyone is going to re-upload it. This is fucking hilarious. She made the one successful video that actually made Creepshow take accountability for some of the bullshit she's done, only be worse, and then have to take it down. I'm shocked at how stupid this is. I assume that's Toby they're talking about. This all feels like it's dragging on for way longer than it has to be. I'm glad she's calling out Peaches now. Or is it Peaches? Okay. Peaches seems like such a leech. Ooh. I know a couple of commentary channels had made videos defending her, so I'm pretty sure they wrote some of this for her. Namely Edwin Generations, since he always not simps for terrible people.
It was when she decided to reveal her sister's private social media account.
Going to her computer to do a Leafy on Toby. I think it says me, and then fair enough. Or no, fair enough. Okay. Knockoff Creepshow, but worse in every way. When she made her video on Shannon lost 1K subs, but immediately bounced back in less than a month. She is losing more than Shannon and has a worse reputation.
Results of this.
Shan being aware of her means D'Angelo is also aware of her. They are friendly, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's getting her friends involved. Edwin went off on Toby on stream before. I'm trying to find it because she definitely deleted it, but it said something like she knows about what's going on, but it isn't making a video because she doesn't want people to think she's deflecting. It came out as if I don't like Toby either, but if I talk about it, I'll look bad. I think Shan tweeted the other day that she wasn't going to talk about this and delete it. I still watch her and her tweet no fix on. She definitely mentioned Toby. Okay, Demi, those images, the live streams, and everything he said about Selena Gomez is fake. 2 days later, you couldn't even write the title of her video correctly. Why would anyone buy from her? Didn't she do the same thing to Creepshow though? She's full uncalled out Creepshow of calling people out with no evidence, but now it's doing this. I thought she was going to be better than Creepshow, but Creep isn't even milky enough for her own thread. What the fuck? Okay, Toby, you really are Shan 2.0.
Were insane. People defended her at first, including
In RTG's video on her side of the whole thing, she mentioned just a few days before the whole thing blew up, Shannon had flower stuff for her house.
Ready to Glare. Ready to Glare was one of Shannon's.
Okay, please go and give Shannon Creepshow art some love on Instagram and YouTube. She deserves it. Reposting what she put on YouTube. I'm not reading all that.
Friends, and Shannon had actually insulted.
She is to women are predators, to guys as black white is to the. Okay, so I assume this they're saying this person Shannon.
Ready to Glare anonymously on lolcow. Creepshow art at first claimed a stalker that she had
Come on, woman. Can you at least like zoom in on this? Oh my god,
talked about previously on her channel, had spoofed her IP address and faked all these posts spanning over 2 years. She posted to her community tab an essay detailing her ridiculous story that this stalker named Amy had spoofed her IP address to pretend to be her while trashing her friends on lolcow. From what I understand from IT professionals who looked at the situation, that's not how it works. And it only made Shannon look like she was making up a story to get out of all the shit she had caused. It was all too funny. Everything I detailed throughout this video, all of this tedious drama, Shannon was behind the scenes, anonymously causing most of it to spiral to the ridiculous proportions it went to. Omnia, who was at least pretty friendly and supportive of Creep.
Like, this would be cool and all to read if like they weren't like blurring it out halfway through. Just like, it's okay. Shannon, I really want to believe you about this. I really do. But this story generally doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. But unless you have definitely proof this is indeed your stalker, I can't support this.
Creepshowart responded to her bogus story, writing,
Shannon, I really want to believe you about
Oh,
this.
now you
I
read a
really do.
screenshot?
But this story genuinely doesn't make
Don't leave.
any sense. I'm sorry, but unless you have definitive proof that this is indeed your stalker, I cannot support this.
and Peaches responded to the drama, showing how much she had grown, tweeting out,
I saw some drama around creepshowart. I just want to say that denying she ever had a stalker is upsetting. Stalkers can traumatize you in ways you can't comprehend. Whether this drama is based on fact or fiction, please don't deny a person's past experiences. Thank you.
Just a note, for those uninformed, Shannon, for years, had claimed to have a stalker named Amy. Because of this recent drama, people began to believe Shannon lied about this stalker. Peaches looked through the evidence a bit later and tweeted out,
I don't really know where to stand on the creepshowart thing. I always justified in my head that the drama that tore me apart for months was just a mistake, a cluster of emotions getting too heated. To see potential proof from her this was some kind of long game really hurts.
So many videos came out going over all of this, mocking Shannon. It seemed like the community had been waiting for her downfall for a long time. I know I laughed pretty hard when she was outed, because I couldn't stand her. She had treated a lot of other creators brashly and love-bombed other creators to the point nearly everyone in the relevant YouTube community had an experience with her in some way. LolCow exploded as all of the catty posters there cackled in unison at their new cow queen, and Creepshow even got her own dedicated Kiwi Farms thread. So
Oh,
it was like
man.
the Peaches drama all over again, except what Creepshow did had actual evidence of her being a nasty bitch behind people's backs and saying ableist and transphobic. Now, I personally don't think anything she said was that bad. She was just a friend and used language common on the image board, but it was the fact that she made the standard for herself and would cancel someone doing the same thing she did. That is why this hit her so bad. Omnia even made a multi-part series on Creepshow that hit 1 million views, and it was a pretty good summary of the whole event, and Peaches released a video on June 11th speaking up. Eventually, everyone who was friends with or had bad experiences with Shannon came out, including Ready to Glare and drama YouTuber Tamimi, as well as Creepshowart's editor, to give their side. When the drama dropped, Creepshowart told her friends not to defend her, which made people suspicious. Creepshow was rapidly losing subscribers, but then the second bomb dropped on Shannon 6 days after the LolCow post got outed. A large art YouTuber by the name of Emily Artful tweeted out,
This just needs to be said. This woman has tormented me for years and years. I know her because my ex-boyfriend dated her after me. I moved on, but they continued to harass and stalk me.
and attached was some writing about the situation, which read,
I am currently shaking and crying because Creepshowart is finally being exposed for the absolute terrible person that she is. I have known Shannon for many years, even years before she started her YouTube channel. She has copied, stalked, harassed, and threatened me and my children's lives. She has used revenge against me, tried to take my drug addiction against me. She has literally gotten me fired from multiple jobs, causing me to be homeless. This person has pushed me to the brink of suicide multiple times,
Oh my
and then
God.
tried to blame it on my mutual friend when I finally caught her red-handed by tracing her IP. Shannon, you are Amy. All the things that you claim that Amy did to you are the things that you did to me. Receipts to come. I've got years worth of them.
she continued,
The fact that she is saying her quote-unquote stalker did all of this to frame her is hilarious, because she has literally been making fake Emily Artful accounts all over the internet for years to try to cancel me over the most random shit. What's even more up is she'd fabricate this drama and then make sock puppet accounts posing as a viewer concerned, and then she would send me screenshots that she took. When she first started out doing YouTube, she would deliberately copy my thumbnails or titles, then message me under sock puppet accounts saying, oh my god, Creepshowart is copying you, egging me on to attack her. But guess what? I never did. I very politely asked her to maybe change her title, but also said it's her channel and she can do whatever she wants with it. She was very nice in response, and I agreed to change it. Mind you, I still had no idea who she was at this point. Then I guess she went to LolCow to claim that Emily Artful is bullying small creators with zero proof, because as I said, I was very polite. Then Then she screenshot that post and sent it to me under another sock puppet. I didn't put two and two together for a long time.
A day later, Emily continued tweeting out,
Does anyone know if Creepshow posted anything or mentioned Amy before October 2018? I'm starting to suspect that Creepshow may have made Amy up when I confronted her privately about the stalking. Then I suspect she just ran with it after our conversation. Hey guys, I'm gonna try to get my receipts together after I put my boys to bed tonight. In the time that Shannon and her boyfriend has stalked me, I've gone through roughly 3 phones and 3 laptops. So I've got to go through old technology. Thankfully, I know I have the most important stuff saved.
Then, on June 11th, Peaches posted her video on the Creepshowart situation, directly showing evidence on how behind the scenes, Shannon directly conspired to cause the drama with Peaches to happen.
Continuing on with a theme of backhandedness, I would like to just rip off the bandage and now just look directly at the alleged comments she made about me. The 18th of September 2019, she sucks Creepshow's dick. Like every video she makes, Creepshow would make the same video, but with more swearing a day earlier. What is funny though, funny relatively speaking, is I've already seen this message. I saw this comment on this lolcow forum a while back when I was googling my own art on Google Images. Yes, I do forget to save my art sometimes. And the comment she was referring to was kind of linked there through one of the images. That comment about sucking Creepshow's dick was kind of a catalyst for me wanting to rebrand in the first place. So
Okay.
I do find it weird to see it now being speculated to be Shannon, especially since later she'll take offense to me not wanting to be like her. Moving on.
And also shows an exchange between Shannon and Peaches at the beginning of 2021, showing how manipulative Shannon is.
Something to note. Finally, she then states how I was supporting someone who wished her to have COVID. She states I was supporting somebody who wished her to die. This person, mind you, said this on a server I don't own, wasn't moderating at the time, and I was not even present for when it was said. If she brought it up to my attention, that's fine. That's fine. But the way she swears blind at 100%, I 100% support this. Support this death wish. It started to give me like a panic attack. I was terrified that she would then start telling everyone that I wished death on her when I didn't. And I don't think I can emphasize enough how distressing it was that Shannon was accusing me of supporting a death wish on her with literally no evidence.
Theories began to come out
Oh
that
my
Creepshowart
God.
wanted badly to cancel Peaches and had manipulated
oh my God,
Omnia,
please,
Kai, and prison mate
Peaches.
Luke to do her bidding. I'm not sure if that's true. I think Omnia had their own reasons to not like Peaches, but I do believe Shannon heavily influenced all involved, especially Luke. She had been making this whole show go since before the Tobi drama even happened. Okay, and then the situation went nuclear. On June 12th, Emily Artful posted a 2-hour-long video titled, Creepshowart Has Always Been This Way. The video lacks a lot of evidence, but it goes through Emily Artful describing constant harassment she has received over the years.
This story is long, so I recommend you watch it at 1.5 speed if you can. It's long because this stalking campaign has lasted the better part of a decade. And while I didn't know who my stalker was before, now I know who my stalker is. My stalker is Shannon, better known as Creepshowart, and what I believe to be her current husband, Anthony Parker, who is also my abusive ex-partner. This has been my life. This has been the
Okay,
thing
that's
that
some
has
drama right there.
terrified me, that has kept me up at night. It was incredibly difficult, but also incredibly cathartic. And Shannon, Anthony, if you're watching this, you have no idea what you guys have done to me. You think it's funny. You think it's something you can laugh about behind the scenes. You think it's retribution because I was a drug addict. You have made my life so much more difficult than it ever needed to be when I was in an incredibly vulnerable place. And what you have done is sick and twisted and cruel. And I hope that you never have the chance to do that to anyone else ever again. I also want to say I originally censored Anthony's name in this video. I called him Andrew, just kind of out of a habit. But I decided I'm not going to do that anymore. His handle online is Anthony Parker, and he raped raped me, and he emotionally abused me and manipulated me when I was most vulnerable. And for the better part of the decade, he tried to make my life a living hell.
And how weird Creepshow was when Emily confronted her about it.
I said, I'm sorry. I know I sound insane if you really have nothing to do with this, but I just have to go with my gut. Again, if it's really not you guys, then that will prove itself. Shannon said, do what you need to do, but it isn't me. It isn't Andrew. That's all I can vouch for. If anything, he's more confused as to why you think it's him when he had you in a video while you were being harassed, and he got shit from it, you know? So this is the second time she brings up me working with Andrew while I was being harassed, and she uses it as a way to kind of clear their name. What I find odd is that she remembers those two things were happening simultaneously, because if I'm really just like, yeah, just my boyfriend's ex, like whatever, I don't think that would be something that would be in the forefront of her memory. I just think it's weird that she was able to recall it so easily and use it as a way to like clear their name. And also this kind of just confirms that Andrew got sick pleasure, or both of them got sick pleasure from me coming over and working with him while they secretly harass me online, because she remembers it so readily. Just some food for thought. Then I said I thought it was maybe Andrew and Brandon for a time, especially because Brandon is so intense and that can be contagious. And then when I brought up Brandon, it was like she saw an out and pounced on it. Shannon said, I think it's Brandon. Last year, Brandon tried to get me fired because Andrew essentially...
It's just, it's nuts, like... Shannon's husband's also a giant piece of shit. Holy cow.
He chose me over him. Also, he tried to have an art YouTube, and it hasn't been going well. We all moved to location together, lived in cars together, and he essentially tried to drive Andrew and I apart. I wouldn't be surprised if it was him.
I did mention it lacked evidence, but there was some evidence, including Emily using an IP tracker, which located one of the stalkers being around where creepshowart allegedly was.
I want to backtrack a little bit and talk about how I said I had undeniable proof that Andrew was the person stalking me, that he clicked a link and I was able to trace his IP, because this was the first time that I had done that. Now, after the Twitter incident where Andrew accused me of supposedly buying subs, I was very suspicious that my stalker up until that point had been Andrew. So I laid out a trap where I sent one of these profiles a link pretending to be...
Okay, so I go over these IP receipts in a very careful and very specific way at the end of the vid. I just want to quickly explain what I did so you all can understand what I mean by 100% undeniable proof in my message to Anthony.
Another like separate hater of mine, and on that link I attached an IP tracker, and because we had mutual friends, I knew exactly where Andrew and Shannon lived. So I sent over the bait, he clicked on the link, and wouldn't you know it, the IP address took me directly to where they were living. What's interesting is back when my Facebook account was hacked, I wasn't aware that Andrew was doing any of this, right? But Facebook had sent me an email basically saying, here is where the unknown login came from. The IP address pointed to the city where Andrew was from and where he resided in at the time. And I didn't think anything of it because it was 2013. I was 21. My world was small, and like all my friends came from this specific area. So it could have been anyone, really. But when everything started falling into place, it was like an anvil hit me. Of course it was Andrew.
And Emily also had a history with creepshowart off the internet that gave credibility to her claims. To sum it up, Emily Artful's ex-boyfriend, named Anthony, had allegedly raped her.
When we were, Andrew and I were kind of still in a flirtatious place, at one point he had come over. I was at my dad's house. I had been using, he crawled through my window. I've discussed this before. That is how I got people in and out of my room secretly. He climbed in through my window, and he had sex with me while I was incredibly and obviously intoxicated by way of heroin. I was nodding off. I was incoherent. And I only, whether it be from being on drugs or it being a trauma, I only remember bits and pieces of it. I don't know if he was with Shannon at that point. I do think she is aware of the encounter, as I have received, again, YouTube comments. I believe it was just one comment.
I know I glazed over this very quickly talking about it, let alone even thinking about it. It is very difficult for me, and I'm still working through the trauma personally. I have no idea if she was in a relationship with Shannon at the time the assault occurred, but it seems it is a possibility.
Basically saying that I forced another girl's boyfriend to cheat on her.
And after they broke up, he behaved in certain ways towards Emily that made her believe he was linked to many accounts anonymously harassing her.
So I posted, my video just went a little viral, or my video went viral, I think is the first thing that I posted. And then when I thought about it, I'm like, no, it's more like mini viral. So I came in and made like a second tweet saying it went mini viral. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, Andrew started following me and then responded to me and one of my viewers congratulating me. And he said, buying 100,000 views for a few $100s isn't viral, Judd. Just FYI. And then I'm not sure. I blocked Andrew somewhere. And so he was able to make another tweet at me, replying just to me this time. He says, also, why do you keep blocking me? Hey everyone, she's a blocker and a meanie. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Because I guess he thought that was funny. And then all of a sudden, moments later, I get a DM on Twitter from an account literally named notviral_Emily. And in this DM, it has my Social Blade stats, basically circling and insinuating that I had paid for these views, because I guess at this point Andrew had no idea how the YouTube algorithm works, and sometimes a video is just heavily promoted.
Anthony ended up marrying Shannon, and due to the online activity of these accounts, mixed with Shannon's lockout posts, Emily believed Shannon joined Anthony in the harassment. Again, the video had screenshots, but not a lot of evidence that could convince someone outside the situation to know for certain it was Creepshow doing this behavior. But because Shannon was bottom tier right now, people were willing to believe anything about her, and eventually this led to CreepshowArt to drop subscribers like crazy. Creepshow lost the highest percentage of subscribers than anyone else in cancellation history. It was nuts.
Okay, now I don't really care that they lost subscribers. Can we just get on to like the important parts, please?
Make a video saying CreepshowArt like
funny, like haha, fuck her, she lost her subscribers. But I'm like, come on, can we get to the juice, please?
your tweet once, my experience, and you're guaranteed at least 1,000 views. And this is all because animosity on the internet towards Shannon had been growing, and this leak happened at the perfect time. The Lolka leak and Emily combined worked together like crazy. And behind the scenes, Shannon began gathering her information to reply to Emily. And for once, the attention turned from Peaches versus Omnia in the art community to everyone versus Creepshow, including Omnia and Peaches. It was pretty nice. Peaches and Omnia never were friends again, but at least they weren't at each other's throats. Not only did Emily Artful come out against Shannon, but an ex-friend of hers did as well, who tweeted out,
I never thought I'd find myself related to a situation like this, but I am absolutely in the business of holding people accountable for their actions. So I'd like to share what I know about the situation between creepshowart and Emily Artful.
He continued,
I met Shannon my freshman year of college in 2011. We shared an English class and worked on a group project together. Outside of that, at the time, we didn't have much contact. I ended up leaving that school and attending a community college that was close to my hometown. At that school, I ended up meeting my abuser. She ended up completely separating me from my entire support group, and I lost nearly all of my friends. There was a period of a few months where my abuser and I broke up, and this is when I reconnected with Shannon. Shannon ended up at the same community college, saw me on campus, and stopped me to say hi. I was desperate to make new friends, so this seemed like a blessing. She was fine at the beginning, we just hang out and share music, and she became concerning very quickly. It started with her introducing me to Anthony's music. She told me that he was her ex. They were still in a sexual relationship. The way he treated her seemed very unhealthy, and I told her as such. But Shannon was insistent that he was good for her. Eventually, she shared one of Anthony's music videos that featured Emily and told me that Emily was also Anthony's ex. Shannon told me that Emily was crazy and Anthony only kept her around because she was a good singer, among other things. For the next while, every time Shannon and I would hang out, she would fixate entirely on Emily. She would point out all of what she perceived as Emily's flaws, would talk about how all of her
That's
tattoos
odd.
were related to Anthony somehow.
Dude, that's a big red flag. Like, oh, hey, we're gonna hang out. Here, let me tell you about, like, my personal grudge against this other person. Okay.
Everything she could to put her down. I thought it was strange to fixate so much on an ex's ex, but I was desperate for anyone to help me out of the situation I was in, so I ignored a lot of the red flags. I haven't really been able to forgive myself for that, especially considering what came next. Shannon began to cyberstalk Emily, first starting by finding her YouTube page. She shared videos with me, and I naively thought that was harmless and it would go no further. But Shannon started looking for her home address, her phone number, or any other info she could find. Shannon told me how she had plans to harass Emily, either by sending her letters or prank calling her home. How she planned to leave hate messages on her videos or DM her from burner accounts to spread hate. This is when I began to
Plot twist. Shannon was the stalker the whole time.
distance myself from Shannon. The distance led me back to my abuser, which is a different story, but one of my last interactions with Shannon was her proudly showing me that Emily had posted a video about closing her YouTube channel because of the harassment she was receiving. Emily talked about how much it hurt to lose something that was important to her, but she was so anxious and in pain from the targeted harassment that she couldn't continue. It was at that point that I began to cut Shannon off. I felt guilty since that day that I didn't do anything sooner, that I didn't go to the police with what I knew or at least attempt to talk with Shannon to tell her what she was doing wasn't okay. But I was battling my own demons and none of that seemed like an option. Over the years, I would occasionally receive cryptic messages from Shannon at weird hours of the night, usually just a single emoji or a strangely written greeting. This caused me to block her on most of my social media. Since then, I've deleted or rebranded my online presence to avoid my abuser. But about a year ago, Shannon found all of my new accounts and added me with no contact. I used this as an opportunity to confront her for what she did. Screenshots of that in the next tweet. I made it a habit to screenshot my actions because my abuser had recently begun to spread incredibly harmful rumors about me. I don't have screenshots of her response because her account has been deleted, but I requested my data from Twitter today to see if I can get it.
And attached was a screenshot of this person talking to Shannon about their behavior.
Oh.
Victoria,
No.
referenced in that
We're
screenshot,
not gonna
is
go over
my
that
abuser.
screenshot.
I use
It's too
language
small
that
for me to
includes
fucking
myself
read.
in the
God
past
damn it.
actions because I was afraid of her targeting me if she hadn't changed, and I just came out completely confronting her. Shannon's response was to brush off accountability, saying, "We were just dumb kids." She also insisted that she found me naturally, which didn't make sense as we had no similar circles and I had an even smaller following back then. She immediately said she would block me so I didn't have to be concerned about her, which didn't seem like an action a guiltless person would take. I thought it was over. I didn't know how much she was doing to hurt other people. But it seems like she never really changed from when I knew her. My heart goes out to everyone she hurt and everyone who thought they could trust her. This is such a terrible situation, and if anyone needs an ear, please feel free to reach out. If it becomes necessary, I can reopen my Facebook and try to download the data there, as I believe I have further evidence of Shannon's behavior. But I hope this chapter can close and people can find some way to heal from the damage she's caused.
To my knowledge, this person did not give further evidence. Creepshowart was officially cancelled. Like I said, behind the scenes, she was working on a response to Emily, which we will talk about later. But in August 2021, I personally actually received a link to her Google Drive of her rough script, where she made claims, but we'll get to that in a second. Now there was something going on besides the cancellation of Creepshow. While that was in full swing, Kai and Omnia kept tweeting about Hopeless Peaches for months, especially after the dust had settled with the Creepshowart stuff that happened in June. Sometime around September or October, it seemed they were full swing back in the anti-Peaches narrative. And Kai began to have public fights with many other YouTubers, including a guy named Mr. Sen. But then he got into a fight with someone named Akumu, who made a video criticizing him, to which Kai falsely copyright claimed the video.
This is kind of maybe about controversies in the art community that interest him, as well as figures in the art community such as Tobi, Just a Robot, and Species. However, he was criticizing YouTubers like Pokemon, Leafy's Here, and Belle Delphine, as well as celebrities like Brenda Uri, Mr. Sen. I'm not familiar. Who's Mr. Sen? Or is this like a nickname for somebody? He's an artist and has OC named Aura, Xeon, Saki, and Felt. He is known for his collaboration with ex-partner Omnia, who he has worked with on many videos. However, in 2021, the couple had broken up. He rose to fame due to the controversy of Tobi and Hopeless Peaches. He also rivals with Just a Robot and became the center of attention, and when he copyright striked Akumu.
In early November 2021,
but a 300 sub YouTube account was enough to really kind of kick this whole thing off and actually offend Kai so badly that this situation spiraled out of control. Obviously, people in the commentary community, we don't generally use copyright claims even when they're actually justified. Kumu did what most commentary channels would do and responded with a video about Kai, and then Kai got fucking butthurt about it and decided to weaponize the copyright features of YouTube after making a video and all.
Akumu had been allegedly harassing Kai for months, according to Kai, though the evidence Kai gave of this was nonsensical.
Because I've had to deal with months and months of harassment from Akumu, one of the most high instances of this thing happening being in this clip.
So we're just gonna have some tea?
Don't do this to me! Oh my god!
Oh, and sometime in November, Omnia made another video about Peaches, from what I've heard. I can't confirm this because it's now gone to time, but can someone just move on, please? Back to Kai. Kai began to get heat for false flagging the video when on November 2nd, 2021, YouTuber John Swan tweeted out screenshots of Kai horrendously responding to the drama and added the comment, "I love how this guy pretty much admitted that his strike was illegal, LMAO." 3 days later, John Swan and Kai ended up debating on stream, completely embarrassing Kai.
What other channels commented on this drama?
You have Scrimzox who came and commented on it.
Yeah, but he supported me. Like he's who else was it?
Sister Geo talked about it.
Yeah, but those people were all right. Those people were correct. So I'm criticizing the people that are wrong.
To you.
Yeah. Yeah.
To you. They're correct to you.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm criticizing the people that I believe should be criticized.
Okay,
Why would I talk about the people that are right? What?
Hold on. Relax. Stop quacking, bro. You cannot say that what I did was objectively illegal, and all you are doing is arguing an opinion.
I never said that. I never said it was objectively. When did I say it was objectively illegal? When did I say that?
Is what I did objectively illegal?
I already told you it can't be illegal unless it goes to court.
Okay.
I said that in this stream. I've said this all. I've said this all on stream.
John, you cannot prove that what I did was illegal at all.
I can't prove it because it has to go to court.
Okay, then, bro, then why are you talking?
Because I believe that you've abused the copyright system. That's what I said.
No, look. So John, you were live for an entire hour.
Yeah.
And all you did was tell people why you think what I did was illegal.
Kai,
you were
yeah.
People ask why you think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's objectively illegal because you can't prove that, and you don't.
No, I said that I can't prove it.
It's illegal.
Yeah.
And I rest.
Still remember.
What do you mean you rest your case? What are you on about?
And Omnia, who was defending Kai's false flagging, was upset that they were included in the thumbnail for John Swan's stream.
My first thing is why is Omnia in the thumbnail and description?
I already addressed this on Twitter. Omnia made some takes, and her some of her tweets were integral to understanding some parts of the story, so that's why she's in there.
But why? That doesn't answer.
Because I can.
Okay, but that still doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, it does, because I can, and she's interested in, she's part of the story, so I added to the title and description.
Is she a part of the story if you feel the need to put her in the title and description? How important?
But she's made takes on the situation, so I think she
yeah, it feels like very much a W for him. He's just dancing on Kai's grave right now.
Yeah, but she's a notable channel. She's a notable channel.
Just
so
because she's a notable channel doesn't mean anything. Plenty of
yeah, it does.
notable channels
when people listen to her takes, people use that with they view that with a lot more credibility as if it was someone else.
Because it was okay for them to criticize Peaches for tweeting about drama, but when they tweet about drama, they aren't actually getting themselves involved. it was bad, and showed how Kai was unable to handle the criticism he dished out to others. When I say it was bad, it was embarrassing.
You are the most disingenuous individual I've ever talked to. You know that? Wow. This is insane. I cannot believe how disingenuous you are. Constantly, you don't respond to a single point I've made. You try and discredit everything I've said. You're the most disingenuous person I've ever had the displeasure of talking to. And I hope that everybody in commentary looks back at this moment and sees how incredibly disingenuous you are. And I hope that no one gives you the time of day ever again. This is the worst conversation I've ever. Completely unproductive. You've said nothing of substance this entire time. Like, there is nothing here. You've said nothing to even combat my points whatsoever. I ask you, why did you use 4 minutes unedited of Peach's video? Oh, it was part of a longer video. Why did you use 8 minutes and 20 seconds of Sen's 8 minutes and 40-second video? I don't know. Here's another thing that you didn't do. Like, can you respond to a single point I've made?
I would love to do that if you would let me speak.
All right, go ahead. Why did you use? You have not given a proper response to this. Why did you use 8 minutes and 20 seconds of Sen's 8 minutes and 40-second video?
I can't even speak. I can't even speak.
You've been interrupting me this whole time, man. Makes no difference.
I've been trying to speak.
Go for it.
Letting me do it.
Go for it.
I'm letting you shoot. Please let me have this.
Go for it. You can have it. Please answer my question.
What you are asking me is a question to look for a specific answer. I'm not giving you that specific answer.
So you're not going to answer the question?
Just give me a yes or no. Do you want me to answer the question? Yeah, I want you to answer this question. Was he in a mental hospital in 1990, as you allege, or was he not? Let me answer the question. Go ahead. Look, you're not fooling anybody. You're trying to stop me from giving the answer. So let me give you the answer. This is a little nutty. I gotta be honest. Let me speak!
It showed that Kai completely had no understanding of copyright use and was abusing the system because his feelings were hurt.
A lot of claims have come around, like, with people saying that I did this out of malintent. I didn't do this out of malintent. I just don't like Akumu. I'm not going to be nice about it when I say that I struck down his video. And I thought not only... I don't know why people think that, like, I can't...
But my question is this not like of Akumu, like, actual not like, or is it like the FCK, like, gay op? Just like, this is really fucking sad. Not like in a sad way, but in like a haha funny, kind of soy funny.
Write down a video to like show somebody that you can't fuck with people by infringing their copyright.
This is one of the biggest YouTube no-nos and completely destroyed the careers of many, and Kai was the latest person to add to the list. After Kai embarrassed himself, he tweeted out,
"Nah, this. I'm good. Clearly what I say does not matter. Don't even worry about my channel. It'll be gone before you know it. I'm done."
Oh, did Kai say that he's done? Is that suicide baiting? I mean, Peaches tweeted out, "I'm done," and then you dragged her for 4 months over it. Kai couldn't stop though. He kept tweeting. He then tweeted out,
"It's gone. This is not worth the mental strain. I cannot do a damn thing on this platform without it turning into a problem. Whether it be race, mental health, striking a POS, or defending my name. I cannot exist in a space as shit as this."
He continued,
"You'll be back tomorrow. Haha, sympathy baiting, victim complex. Actually, f off. The channel is deleted. Y'all are fucking embarrassing."
A day later, he seemed to have calmed down and tweeted out,
"I just want to leave this Twitter up to let it be known I'm sorry. While I feel justified in the strike, I feel there are many other ways I could have handled it. I'm not trying to run from the situation, but the harassment has gotten to be a lot, and it kind of opened my eyes."
People then began to look into...
Please, people, just... if you're upset... Don't post on Twitter. Holy shit.
As the new art lolcow, and people found a clip from an old video saying if white people tan, it's like cultural appropriation or some shit.
So first you say you thought he was hella tan. Toby, even as a child, I knew that Shane was not someone who had melanin, let alone tan skin. I guess it must be because I have melanin. Who knows? I also have a
Okay.
huge gripe with white people tanning their skin for the aesthetic.
Oh my god, I have a bottle of Jergens Natural Glow in my bathroom. Someone call the ADL. I don't know, the dude is insane. How did nobody realize this before? Meanwhile, Omnia was vague tweeting about Peaches while this was all going on. And oh no, if it was the other way around and Peaches was vague tweeting about Omnia, we'd have 12 more hours of Peaches exposed videos. Omnia tweeted out,
No, because this is actually a problem. I've had so many ex-friends cut me off simply because they never communicated to me how they felt and then wondered why I never changed or realized they're upset. You can't hold a grudge and expect people to read your mind. At that point, that's on you.
it seems like that was about Peaches. But let's actually give Omnia the benefit of the doubt. Even though I just think you can fake tweet about people, like who cares? Okay, back to the script. But anyways, now Kai had become the new target of the community. The Creepshow art tit had dried up and people began making Kai exposed videos, though these were on a smaller scale, and this included Harley TBS, who had been in the drama as Team Peaches. A few days after this, Kai began tweeting about how sad he was, writing,
"Why am I alive? It's a mental flight every day, bro. And I'm so tired and just want to be left alone. I feel like I can't do anything. I feel like this hasn't ended since my first drama. It has only gotten worse.
Really?
Just leave me alone. Can't wait to copy strike anyone who ever used a clip of my videos. You thought Akumu was it? Lamopho. Good luck if you ever used a Kai Weiss clip, peasants."
Then Spivey, one of Peach's friends, tweeted out, "Kai Weiss Shut the F Up Challenge 2021, making a joke about how Kai couldn't just stop tweeting. The irony, Kai talked about Peaches nonstop for months and would lash out anytime she dared to even vaguely respond, and now he wouldn't shut up when he was the spotlight. Even worse, Kai quote tweeted Spivey, writing,
"She won't show the real tweet though."
And underneath was a Photoshop picture of Spivey's tweet, where he had it edited to have her calling him the N-word, implying the only reason Spivey disliked Kai was because she was racist, which she isn't. For months, Kai said he wasn't using the race card, to later reach so far to use the race card he's editing mild criticisms of him to make the commenter look like a member of the KKK. Spockter even made a video criticizing Kai. And not only that, remember Toby? On November 18th, she tweeted out,
"When somebody gets karma and you can't say anything, but still low-key happy."
Kai kept going off on Twitter nonstop, tweeting as well, and eventually he deleted his whole channel and kept tweeting. It was all very bizarre. I think within a week of John Swan's stream, Kai had deleted his whole social media presence. And then something absolutely insane happened on December 8th. It seemed like Omnia deleted their YouTube channel. Kai and them had been quiet for a while, and then one day, while I was working on this video in the beginning stages, Omnia's whole channel went poof. Omnia's channel was gone, and Kai kept tweeting out against John Swan on Twitter. Then, something shocking happened on December 10th. Omnia, from a new Twitter, since their Raging By Twitter was now gone, tweeted out,
"I'm gonna put this out now because I have no idea what else to do other than to make a public threat so that people know at least a little bit about what is going on with me right now, because I am not okay, nor will I be okay for a very long time. Kai West and I broke up because he assaulted me in my own home, and since then, I've sought out a protective order against him so that he could leave my apartment and I could feel more safe. Since then, he has locked me out of my old Twitter account, which is why I'm here."
Maybe they brought it back? This is like a video from a while ago. Let me check. Probably want to open up. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, I just see like music channels. Unless they have like a different Oh, what's their handle? Cause YouTube search algo is AS. Okay, so you have a new channel, but not okay. Yeah, I watch too much Finzar because I'm playing Oblivion. I'm like, oh, this music. Oh, Finzar plays it a lot in his videos when he's doing his like funny memes. Oh. EX Mini. Oh, thank you, Nintendo Mail. I appreciate it. There we go. Okay. I do have one of their videos in my playlist. Yes, about the Rose Ray Ramsey call. Oh, I can't save it to my playlist right now. I only have part 1 that call saved in a playlist. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. The last post she did was about her re-uploading the Kaiwai stuff. Alright.
I trusted him with all of my passwords because I loved him. And never in a million years did I think he would do what he is doing now.
Girl, don't give anyone your passwords. Like, unless it's like your lawyer to get your medical records, don't give people your passwords. Jesus Christ.
He has locked me out of my Gmail account that is associated with my YouTube channel, and I'm pretty sure he deleted my channel as well. When I search up my name, videos I've made, or try to access the link that is associated with my channel, nothing comes up. That is my livelihood. By the way, I rely on that to pay rent, provide for myself, and provide for my cat. Without YouTube, I cannot pay for shelter and food. He also stole multiple items of mine since he left, such as the iPad and Apple Pencil that I used to draw, my speaker, cat food, clothing, etc. This all has happened in a matter of a week. He assaulted me on Friday, December 3rd. I filed for an emergency protective order on the 8th. He left my apartment on the 8th, taking whatever he wanted that belonged to me in the process. And I just came to the realization that he has locked me out of my Gmail and Twitter, deleted my YouTube channel, and I'm just sitting here wondering what I did to deserve any of this. I don't know who's going to read this, if anyone's going to read this, if it matters. If Kai is going to try to find out the password to this account and silence me, I don't know. I genuinely don't know anymore. I don't know what I can do, but I figured I'd ought to try. If you're a viewer or creator who has talked to me, knows of me, has heard of me, or in any way wishes to help me get the word out and help me figure out what to do next, I would be endlessly appreciative. I have never been in a worse situation in my life, and I really need support. If you have the means to donate monetarily, my cash tag is Omnia. That is the only way I can accept money as of right now. If you can help spreading the word or retweeting this, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm just utterly debilitated. All I want to do is be okay again.
They soon explained that Kai stole many of their belongings and had deleted their old social media, including their channel that was so close to 100,000 subscribers. A major milestone. Kai responded to these allegations the same day, tweeting out,
"Yeah, nah. So what you're not finna do is this. Omnia and I did break up, 100%. But the damage done to her was damage done in self-defense. Falsely accusing your ex, who did everything for you, of assault is ridiculous."
He continued a barrage of tweets showing what he paid for in the relationship, as if it was proof he was not abusive. He also posted conversations showing the two talking at the same time, as when Omnia was allegedly getting a protective order. In the conversation, it showed Omnia asking Kai to buy them things. He spilled all the tea. He said in one tweet,
Thuman is just as two-faced as Omnia is, and I never would have gotten an apology from either of them if I didn't find this out myself. Omnia was also cheating on her ex-girlfriend with me, and swindling us both at the exact same time.
Kai eventually deleted his Twitter, and Augie RFC, another YouTuber, gave a take on the situation I completely agree with. Augie tweets, Kai Weiss, who has a history of acting like a completely unhinged maniac, expect us to believe he handled his breakup calmly, collected, and peacefully. Kai then tweeted out on December 11th, 2021.
I got arrested, but I was let out. Our court date is soon.
Oh my
I'll
God.
be present then. Also, telling the internet I have access to the account you're literally logged into to view my channel being on it is really not helping. If there's any indication of attempt to silence, it's this. This really isn't some Twitter drama, and I wish my position wasn't fished for clout like some big "we got him" moment. I'm still here.
To which Omnia responded,
And he posted bail. Doesn't disprove that he didn't violate the protective order. He just happens to have money. Hope he enjoyed financially supporting 12. The exact thing he says he hates so much as a young black man.
Omnia continued days later, tweeting,
girl.
He was arrested again over several charges: domestic assault, felony theft, etc. Good morning.
They continued,
Apparently, I can't block his IRL friends who actively defend an abuser and never found any problem with him reducing me to my f***ing pussy without it being used as some sort of sign. God forbid I block you and people who defend you after what you did to me. I guess. I hope no one ever has to feel the complete and utter humiliation of posting their beat up face to the internet after having their stuff stolen from them and their main source of income absolutely decimated by their ex, who they were very public with. So it's embarrassing, besties. Not only that, but for them to then blast the fact that you were so depressed and overwhelmed by that relationship that you went weeks without being able to clean your apartment, you had suicidal ideation and couldn't make videos. This is literally mortifying and degrading.
A day after these tweets, Omnia tweeted out that Kai had trashed their apartment and stole many of their things. Soon Omnia would put out a fundraiser and a wish list so people could buy them more stuff. After this, Kai then began just dishing out everything on Omnia via Twitter. He claimed that they had been stalking Peaches this whole time. He even showed something that was supposed to be proof that Omnia photoshopped the account I mentioned earlier, like way earlier, the Pinky Chew account. Remember I told you to put a pin in that. The one that Omnia was claiming was Peaches' alt account that Peaches used to harass Omnia. According to Kai, Omnia faked all of that to make Peaches look worse. Now Kai is an unreliable narrator, shown to lie many times, so none of this hurt Omnia. The only conclusion I got from all of this was that nobody in the story, from the beginning, was telling an unbiased, true retelling of what happened. Oh, did I mention, during this whole thing, Kai revoked Omnia's black card. Omnia is black.
I'm currently at home, surrounded by family, attempting to heal while Omnia still tries to have me jailed for bogus offenses. And that black allyship is out of the window when you take advantage of your privilege. I loved her too, and I never thought she would ever do this to me.
Kai would eventually post a 2-hour video telling what happened, and apparently it was awful. He didn't script it, and it was run off of emotion.
I was traumatized by the physical assault the week prior. I think I wasn't. But yours. And I found it very physical, very difficult to heal. I've noticed with a lot of dramas that the first video one makes about an emotional event usually is awful and gets them canceled more. Then they come out with a better thought out sequel that is well received. If you get canceled, try the 1-2 reverse.
As fun as you can have with ACC drama. I read a bunch of like the locale forums that involved Shannon, and like learning that Shannon's husband peed on her leg in the shower was interesting.
First cancel method. Kai quickly deleted his first video. He then posted his side in another shorter scripted video on a random channel, and it wasn't horribly received, but me thinks he might be deleting comments. In the new 45-minute video, Kai showed aspects where Omnia lied to her audience, calling her reliability and trustworthiness into question. And Kai accused Omnia of being emotionally abusive and unstable.
What people don't understand is how toxic this relationship can be and how that toxicity affects me, being the only person who lived there alongside them. This entire argument started due to a recurring problem I would always have with Lahana. Accountability, lying, changing their story over and over, disrespecting me, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, physical abuse, as of recent, setting standards for situations they don't follow themselves, avoiding saying sorry until the very last minute and not understanding how that's an issue, not letting me walk away, dismissing my feelings, ignoring me, starting fights over inconsequential matters, and the list goes on.
Though Kai admitted to hitting them. Kai's story was that he slapped Omnia when they were having an emotional breakdown in order to calm them.
Never in our physical altercation on December 3rd did I ever strangle Hana. I never choked them, wrapped my hands around their neck, or anything. All I did was subdue them to keep them from having another physical outburst after a heated argument by holding them down on the bed, to which Hana proceeded to scream at me to hit them, kill them, and cause them physical harm. I refused and proceeded to tell them to relax, given I did not want to hurt them. Within that time, Hana began to push my thumbs back, attempting to break them. That is when I responded by holding their arms down as well. I can imagine that this is where the injuries on their inner arm come from. Every time Hana attempted to do this, I applied more force to keep them from doing so and hurting me. Later, the fight transitioned to the front of our bed on our beanbag chair. Hana was also hurt by me having to grab and push them away from me to the chair. And despite us fighting, I tried to make sure that Hana was at a location that they would not take any unnecessary physical damage, which is why I chose the beanbag chair. Within that time, Hana began to insult.
The story is fucking bullshit, because unnecessary physical damage is not something you say about your partner that you care about, that you would never hit. Holy fucking shit. He's just fucking lying. I'm sorry. Because this doesn't... It's like, you just fucking leave. You leave. You don't stay there and get into a fist fight with your girlfriend.
Calling me things like bitch, pussy, coward, abuser, and dismissing my feelings. All the while I'm telling them to stop, cut it out, and calm down. I let it clearly be known I only wanted them to relax and only defended myself when necessary. This was not the only time that Hana has told me to cause them physical harm. I've chalked up all these situations as bipolar outbursts, and I've dealt with each of those situations the same way. I'm not trying to abuse Hana. I'm trying to keep Hana from hurting themselves and hurting me.
Choice.
And allow me to elaborate on that.
No,
I try to keep Hana from...
Sir, I'm pretty sure there's a Lowe's nearby. You can buy some rope and tie yourself to a train track. We can all be done with this.
Hurting me by defending myself whenever they swing, kick, push, punch, or grab me. All of these things happened within that day. Not swinging once is a complete lie. I try to keep Hana from hurting themselves for this very important reason. In Hana's thread on me on Twitter, they posted this photo. As you can see, Hana cut a gigantic gash into the base of their hand. This was not inflicted by me. This was self-inflicted. In the past, Hana cut that gash into their hand after we had an argument, and they locked themselves in the bathroom. I was fine with them going because I assumed they needed their space, but eventually...
Really, dude? Really? Proof. You can't just say this shit. You can't say, oh, she hit herself. Oh, she cut herself. And she locked herself in the bathroom. I'm pretty sure you would record that shit if it was true. Because you were a fucking psycho.
I got scared because even before they cut this gash into their hand, they cut their own wrists after a previous argument while I was at home away from them. Having seen your partner self-harm 2 entire times, the trauma starts to make you worry for their well-being and treat every situation in the future as an urgent one. So I did the same here. As for Hana's injuries on their face, they ended up hurting the back of their head on the heater area beside our bed, as well as the side and back of their face. These were all self-inflicted during our fight. The only time I ever hurt Hana was when the fight transitioned again to the left of our bed, in front of Hana's desk. Hana continued their verbal and physical assault towards me, and in response, I slapped them 3 times. I'm not running from this, avoiding this fact, or anything. They wouldn't stop the first time I slapped them, they wouldn't stop the second time, and they finally stopped the third and calmed down.
Kai also showed many screenshots that alluded to Omnia scamming their fans with the monetary support they set up after claiming he stole from them.
And whatever I owned that they wanted, or simply things they wanted, they just claimed I stole from them. The title of this wish list before it was changed is as follows. Omnia, help me replace my damaged stolen item.
We saw a bit of that Kyra's earlier in this video. They showed Kai and John Swan arguing. Fucking Kai looks like a big doofus.
After my abusive ex-partner was forced out of my apartment due to the enforcement of an emergency protective order, he trashed my entire apartment and stole multiple items of mine. If you're financially able to, please help me replace my damaged stolen items. Every ounce of generosity is hugely appreciated. Thank you so much. Lysol wipes. 3 containers of Lysol wipes were left at the apartment before I left. So to whoever bought these, Nia has 5 now. Mic cover for Blue Yeti. Hana never owned a
What
Blue
the f-
Yeti.
this is
I did
psychotic.
when I used to stream. Here's the receipt for my Blue Yeti.
Omnia has made a new channel and is uploading new content to it if you want to check them out. Regardless of your thoughts on them, it truly does suck that they got so close to 100k before losing their channel. Kai denies deleting the channel, but who knows? I don't feel comfortable in weighing into a domestic violence situation where it's a he said, she said situation where both are claiming they abused each other. It's not my place to deny either of them as victims of abuse, but I will say Kai is hard to trust, but Omnia has shown toxic behaviors themselves. But who knows? Again, it's not my place. Oh, and creepshowart made a rebuttal to Emily Artful at the end of 2021. Nobody liked it. And to be honest, Emily responded to Creepshow's response, and it made me more convinced Creepshow stalked her. Emily points out in her latest video how old all the evidence Shannon used and proved that Creepshow had to have been archiving her for years to have some of this evidence.
I feel like all that Shannon's video proves is that this woman has stalked me incessantly for years. It was a desperate smear campaign to get anyone on her side that she could, even if that meant including embarrassing and wholly irrelevant information, a lot of which I've spoken about
Kyra's.
publicly before.
Sadly, they haven't uploaded anything new since their posting of the Rose call. I don't even know if I want to watch that.
Half of the, quote, evidence she supplied was from long past deleted or defunct accounts and videos, things she would have had to archive when they were first available. She took posts I made as a child, a mentally ill child that was going through constant and drastic psych medication changes, evaluations, as well as multiple misdiagnoses, and she used this information to attempt to smear me now as an adult. Because, as we all know, the things we do as children directly relate to the kind of adult we will become. So if you were dramatic on the internet when you were 12, then that must make you a liar as an adult.
And it made her look like more of a stalker. It was great. Oh, and then I leaked the draft of creepshowart's Emily video to a YouTuber named Nicholas Diorio, so we all could continue to laugh at Shannon, because f it and f her. Where we are now is prison mate Luke, creepshowart, and Kai's reputation being in the absolute gutter. Tobi is mostly gone off the internet as well. Omnia is working on the new channel, Peaches pops in from time to time to make something, but the ACC, as it was before all of this went down, is gone. Anyways, don't trust anyone, folks. Anyone on the internet can ramble over doodles and pretend to be a decent human for 20 minutes a week. Creepshowart did it for years, and allegedly made $20,000 a month.
When she said doodles, I'm like, you hear say ramble over doodle tones. I'm just like, oh god.
Duping all of you. Now that's where I've got to end it. Everyone has self-destructed at this point, and the art commentary community seems kind of dead and gone. Spockter even made its own video commenting on how the community disappeared.
Funniest thing about all of that is that it's all connected to the Tobi and the hopeless Peachy sh**.
And as I'm sure you're all well aware, he leaked the script that me, Manga Comment, and Future Butters all worked on.
That is still going on. It is a legitimate continuation, and it's just ridiculous. This community is a dumpster fire, and it's so funny to me. It's full of people who are vindictive and spiteful just for the sake of it. They will say anything to win, even if they don't realize what they're saying is ridiculous. They can't recognize a good argument over their own blasphemous emotions of rage because someone they dislike manages to do something that upsets them. It's repeat after repeat. It's the shit Kai did before he decided to become an advocate for domestic violence. It's the Junkie supposedly does. It's the all the people in Jars Past did. It's the that Pentagon did. It's the that Stories did.
Man, this last section did not age well with, you know, everything happened with Spockter. I'm like, dude.
You want to blame someone for this mess? Look at the people within the community. People turn on each other constantly, and I'm tired of my scandal being an argumentative point for some of the horse that people do in these communities. Yes, I was falsely accused. Yes, I'm genuinely innocent of that the people accused me of. But if the that came out about me back in 2018 was more along the lines of what Junkie is being outed for right now, I would not have any ground to stand on. The people in that community put that pedo label on me. The people that love to manipulate, yell, and deceive.
As did YouTuber Tom Dark. The community cannibalized itself and it's easy to see why. There are two main takeaways from this story. The first is, keep some stuff offline. There was no reason any of us needed to know about these disagreements behind the scenes. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but every time I had a disagreement, it didn't need to be publicly broadcasted to my audience for monetary gain. Friends fall out, people fight, and YouTube content creators aren't any better than anyone else. They are just random people with a microphone. They aren't special, and them going through friendship fallouts is no different from you and your pal Michelle fighting over something meaningless after—
Okay. So wait, okay, let's just move on to the next video. So I heard this one is actually a pretty good overview of the Creepshow art stuff. I kind of want to like look at it because like if there's so much fucking more here. Real Army, Shan returns, Moon responds. Okay, so there is some things we can skip over. But I kind of want to like to look at this because like it's nice to see like the ACC stuff kind of like looked at from like a third party, because like a lot of the people in the SCC and like the ACC are like have personal grudges, and it's just like nice to get like a third party sort of view, you know what I mean? Like someone who isn't like directly involved and isn't like using it as like a personal grudge, like reason to like bring their personal grudge into this. Let's see.
This video is sponsored by Surfshark.
Okay, I forgot it talks so slow.
VPN.
The game and the intro of this video work pretty well together. The bright fucking orange colors. Okay.
Potentially saving your personal data from falling into the hands of major corporations.
Let's just cool no, but I kind of want to.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time and covering drama. Isn't it just the most fun pastime to talk about? Well, not always, but as people online have grown more invested in the escapades of creators, coverage is inevitable. At the same time, reporting can take many different forms, and over the years, each audience niche has gradually been filled by their corresponding correspondents. Whether that's to do with breaking the news as it happens with an emphatic tone, or analysing the intricacies of a situation through a more retrospective perspective. What matters to people is that they have a voice relaying to them what's going on in the world, and that voice is at least somewhat reliable. From there, they can construct their own hot takes to share to social media accounts that permeate their relative platforms. A lot of content is typically very organised, with attention to production value and a clear structure, even if it may not be the most highbrow. However, this sort of content, my sort of content even, can also have its disadvantages. It can feel quite distant to some viewers, and if that audience can't connect to a creator, then they may not feel an interest in the topic that they're talking about. Sometimes organisation is unattractive, as much as it pains me to admit. In those cases, viewers may find a solace in a creator with a more casual approach to talking about drama, one that reacts to it in an unedited and unrestrained way, that reflects our innate human reaction to the discovery of revelations about certain shenanigans. And that's the genre where the person at the centre of today's video thrived. A person by the name of creepshowart.
Oh.
If there's anyone who's ever confused at what I did, I will explain it to them. Because if I fuck up and I say something that is shown to be false, I don't want to hide from that. I want to state it outright. And I want you guys to know, because I wouldn't be able to learn otherwise. You can't hold me accountable otherwise.
creepshowart, or Shannon, is or was a creator who specialized in this sort of what was described as a one-person podcast. Basically, she'd sit down, she'd have a topic in her mind, she'd pull out the iPad.
Perez, I think I have this on that in my list as well. But I couldn't remember how close Harley was to the whole drama. I just kind of want to see like his opinion, and then we'll go with Harley's, or not Harley's opinion, but like video. Just like yeah. I want to see like kind of like I feel like a lot of stuff got like skipped over. Like it's a big drama, but I feel like a lot of it just kind of like isn't explained as well as it really should be, and as deeply as it should be, since it like impacted their like a community so like deeply.
Pro the pencil on the program and get to work, or promote another artist's work, all while speaking her mind on the freshest drama available. Sometimes this would be trending topics, but it could also lean into storytime aspects, where she would talk about her past experiences or even her own participation in ongoing conflicts.
I had people trying to expose me from it. I had people say they were going to extort money from me. I was getting brands who had worked with and been harassed by Lily Jean in my DMs and in my emails, telling me their stories, telling me private shit, telling me things that I should know, telling me that her mother had harassed them for months, was getting people who had simply talked to her in the DMs. Shit was going off. Shit was going bonkers.
I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone that someone like me didn't really connect with this content, but at the same time, a lot of people did. This idea of a creator just going off with no filters. It provides this impression that she's, quote, real, and that you're hearing how someone genuinely feels rather than a video catered to the viewer's sensibilities. There's also just a lot of appeal to the gossip side of Shannon's videos. Plenty of us have had our run-ins with other creators and have feelings that we will likely never talk about, because we consider that sort of thing unprofessional to our brand. However, Shannon seldom showed restraint when telling you the tea about remarks made by other YouTubers or her own unsavory experiences with the worst of what this platform has to offer. It was a much more personal project than the typical drama reporters, and with that came a devoted, albeit opinionated fan base who often had something to say. For many, it was incredibly digestible. It was very easy to put it on the background while you did art, took a shower, or went to sleep. Sometimes you just need a creator where you don't have to care about everything they say, even if they're a bit problematic here and there. Although she launched the channel in 2016, you'd be hard-pressed to find any record of her content before late 2018, when her videos began to garner traction with a wider patronage. As her channel grew, it became apparent that the most successful topics were the ones that typically covered controversial individuals and their antics, ranging from petty art thieves to, well, Onision. Her standing was bolstered by a fairly robust relationship with other creators in the commentary and art community, alongside her seemingly professional conduct towards those around her, which is normally half the job when it comes to personal image. She'd regularly speak about her own story as a person who started their channel when they were homeless and had grafted their way to a position of self-sufficiency. It was a very noble rise to the top, and one that many found inspiring. Nevertheless, when you seemingly present such a personal image of yourself online, there is a trust invested that charges you with the responsibility to at least have some morals that are consistent with the values you expound. When Shannon presented herself, people wanted to believe that they were receiving a person who, whether perfect or not, believed in doing the right thing and valued bringing the subjects of her videos to justice that was proportional to their misdeeds.
Thomas, you are not cancelled. Your career isn't over, but you are choosing to act in a way that is morally reprehensible. And unless you acknowledge that this entire thing was a bad move and that you are responsible for this happening, this is going to stick to you. I know you blocked me on Twitter, but I really hope from the bottom of my heart that you do grow from this.
In many ways, she had tied that personal side of her to the philosophy that she advocated for, which made her work online even more sacred to her viewers. That was also entrenched by the slightly slapdash presentation. It wasn't a hard-hitting expose, but it felt like it came from the heart. Shannon was a person who wore that heart on her sleeve, and people felt they could trust her for it. However, throughout the year 2020, a few points of pressure began to be applied, some that she emerged fairly unscathed from, and others that left a bit of a stain, and manifested some skepticism within viewers. However, even with this said, few would have been able to predict the sudden escalation of events in 2021, with a series of very bizarre situations which focused on incognito behavior that seemed to deconstruct everything she stood for, supported by a testimony from a creator that has accumulated over 4 million views. What did this behavior entail exactly? Well, some of you probably already know, some of you are likely in the dark. However, I'm sure you're all equally curious to know exactly where this started and where this ends, if it does. So join me and a couple friends today as we take a journey through this drama in a video that hopefully won't exceed 2 hours, though I make myself no promises. How much of someone can truly be real? How much can be fabricated? And how much can we expect from a creator's persona? Well, let's find out. I think it's difficult when you grow as a creator to maintain everything good about your channel, while evolving other aspects that could require improvement. When your content progresses, you'll inevitably have people who pick up on the changes that it undergoes. A lot of the time it's pretty subjective. Some people may not like a creative decision or new direction, but a lot of people may prefer it, and it comes down to a point of personal taste. In other cases, there may not even be a problem, and people just think that you've changed when in reality you haven't. On the other hand, there may be some valid criticisms, whether they've emerged as a product of your own channel's changes, or they're just continuous flaws that have become more apparent as more people tune in. So let's go to 2020, when Shannon was encountering some pretty impressive growth, covering a variety of unsavory characters who had found themselves embroiled in drama for various reasons. Overall, I think that many people were happy that she was talking about these subjects. However, the focus of uploads had definitely pivoted more towards degeneracy, and that can often alter the perspective of your content when you deal with fresh allegations, especially if you've just covered something extremely serious, or anything to do with Jeffree Star. She did have some problems relating to her own impulsive behavior that seemed to fall short of some people's standards for reliable content.
I am literally sitting here telling you to your face that the man who provided the semen to make one of the most prophetic and profitable liars on YouTube has a LinkedIn page where he says his current job is that he is God. His job is that he's God. He's just God, which is a completely fine and normal thing to put on a resume, on LinkedIn, anywhere.
As I've noticed, creepshowart style was pretty informal, and that style clearly resonated with a lot of viewers. However, the problem with reacting to drama on a cursory basis is that you're working with information as you perceive it, rather than a well-researched, laid-out set of events that you can document with clarity. Some may argue that it's part of the spontaneous charm that sort of content has, but as awareness for your channel rises, idiosyncrasy can only really justify the aspects that one views as subjective, and informational vigor did not always seem to be one of them, especially given how she'd often just parrot information that she had found. For example,
so this video is probably going to be a little bit controversial. I mean, I am talking about something that has yet to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and people are already stating things like, to even question someone about this is in fact ableist. So me making this video is probably going to get me into a little bit of hot water.
In this fabulous deleted video, after reading an obviously very compelling Instagram post, she promoted proposed the rather contentious idea that actress Jameela Jamil has been dishonest about the disabilities she has discussed in her past. What was the evidence for this? Well, supposedly contradictory statements about her health that didn't add up.
From that very weird scenario, she got a load of weird food allergies with that poisoning, and after she healed completely from that, those allergies cleared up. So if you're following her stating here,
I have loads of food allergies. I was born allergic to shellfish and peanuts.
That she's been allergic to peanuts since she was born was her lying. She was just lying right there because she just wanted to lie, I guess. And the truth is actually more convoluted because it involves mercury poisoning, and now she can eat peanuts again. It's a lot to take in, but for me, the main point of this is to note that despite her stating that these claims that she has lied about anything, she's ever said, and her saying that everyone who has ever said something negative about her is some kind of bullshit artist, kind of, sort of, unravels when you realize that, hey, hi, hello, this explanation only works if you also admit to lying in various interviews a consistent amount of time for no clear reason.
I'm going to be clear about this video. It's not necessarily an endorsement of the allegations. In fact, she outwardly states she does not endorse them. However, it conducts some rather poor deductive...
So far, I kind of like how this video is going because it's more focused on like her content specifically, which I'm like I don't know much about because like it's gone, like all of her content's gone. So it's nice to get like a little peek into like how she like presented herself to the public. And I'm like, okay, if she's very much like a tea / kind of drama-ish channel, no judge, but like it could kind of like explains a bit about her.
Reasoning that could lead people to a biased conclusion. Lacks research on fine details like the one in the clip shown above are what highlights this. The tweet that Jameela is responding to here is not with regards to her specific peanut allergy, which she claims to have possessed at birth. They were in reference to a wide range of food allergies she claimed to have experienced at some point in her life. Therefore, although I could understand some uncertainty, they're not directly contradictory. Even the video that Shannon uses as a reference seems to support Jameela in the fact that she had other post-birth allergies. Peanuts just wasn't one of them. I'm not a big Jameela Jamil fan. I don't think there's anything wrong with clearing up confusion surrounding interviews and inconsistencies. I don't think her response was sublime. But it's hard to really be mad at someone for that sort of response when it was provoked by such a slanted post. I believe she has EDS, a disease that has a lot of complications and one that too many people are accused of falsifying. Suggesting she had Munchausen's is pretty damn distasteful, and to tie that to the EDS like some did was not just attacking her but perpetuating a harmful stereotype. Anyone who finds inconsistencies and immediately rushes to imply that a person is faking it is pushing their luck and assuming too much. And those who propounded this theory were rather quickly forced on the retreat, creepshowart included, with the video being promptly unlisted because she can be a little too gung-ho. But a lot of the time, given Shannon's style, it was hard to place blame for any misinformation at her doorstep. Her reaction to evidence was just like anyone else's, even if this means that some of her videos haven't aged that well. Hell, that's a characteristic universal to many creators. However, she had also called out creators for deceiving their audiences, such as Blair White, so it was important that she held herself to the same standard. As the year proceeded, however, the red flags only appeared to increase in number, not just in her research, but in her demeanor.
Now, I want you guys to look at this image. Look at it really hard. Squint your fucking eyes till they bleed looking at this image. And I want you, in your mind brain, to focus on what you think the issue here is. If you stated that you literally cannot tell if this image was made with racist motivations towards Leslie Jones, then you are absolutely right. So the fact that she is drawn in this way and is the only character in this image shown to have fucking lip, it feels purposeful and in a not so great way. It feels like it was done in malice.
First of all, Shannon appeared to be quite flippant. We know she'd occasionally construct her videos off sentiments that may not be substantiated with the proper research you'd expect of a creator. But her attitude seemed to carry much more confidence than the foundations the content was rooted in. Whether it was an artist that drew characters she had deemed racist, even if they'd apologized, or a creator family member's antics.
Jim Bulls over here is a bona fide cult leader. No, I am not saying that to be cute. I'm not saying that to meme or prank you guys. I am literally sitting here telling you to your face that the man who provided the semen to make one of the most pathetic and profitable liars on YouTube has a LinkedIn page where he says his current job is that he is God. His job is that he's God.
In this video posted in March 2020, she calls the missionary evangelist father of beauty creator Jacqueline Hill a cult leader. Now, I'm not fond of evangelists, and in many ways there is a case that the narratives they do purport could be seen as quite demagogic. However, when we think of cults, we tend to have a very vivid image, and to frame someone as being a cult leader is risky wording.
Also, this man is the man who put his hoo-ha into someone else to make Jacqueline. So I guess we know where she learned how to boldface lie online. So much so that she made an entire brand off it. And like him, like, they both made brands off of this.
Jacqueline herself wasn't very amused by this, especially given how Shannon ties it to Jacqueline, even though she hadn't spoken to him in over a decade. Now the video was removed, and that's fair enough, but given the more genetic connection, what's even the point of making a video dishing dirt on a person's father? What is the point?
I always wanted to play fucking Oblivion on Xbox 360. Or was it Xbox or Xbox 360? But I never got the chance to, so now I get to play controller Oblivion. Also, what's Tainted Grail? Let me look that up. Tainted Grail. Oh no, I mean, I'm attacked. Oh no. Where am I? Ah! There we go. Okay, let's pause for a second. Tainted Grail. Oh. Never heard this one. I'll add to my wish list queue just for you. Also, I'm you know, if I had Expedition 33, I'd be playing that. But you know, I have to wait until May 4th for it to come in the mail. And please, I beg you, do not spoil Expedition 33. I'm so hyped for it. I hope I do no cake you. I saw you guys were up late playing D&D, and I'm just like, oh man. You guys gonna be eepy the sleepy tomorrow.
I want to make it clear throughout this video that I was not the first one to make things public. I did not make things public, and they did this.
That's a question that some may begin to ask after watching a video on a person by the name of Karuna Satori. Now, Karuna Satori is an ASMR YouTuber and former anti-vaxxer. She engaged in a rather heated exchange with Shannon after she took issue with Creepshowart's mocking of people who espouse anti-vax narratives.
We are going to be talking about all of the reasons why she thinks I'm scum, a bully, why I should learn where my place is, and how very soon I'm going to lose everything I made on YouTube. Her words. Oh, and also, she apparently thought I was a teenager, despite me constantly bringing up how I'm married and used to be homeless. Classic teen themes.
Now, I'm going to come back to this situation in a bit, but all I'll say is that one comment left on a video over the next couple weeks manifested into a 35-minute video documenting the situation and labeling Karuna the anti-vax defender. Although I don't think the points she makes in the video are entirely unfounded, it's once again a question of why it exists. A question that we'll answer very soon. Karuna was certainly oddly outspoken on certain matters that one would deem trivial. She is a dramatic person. However, Shannon is as well, and whereas many YouTubers would probably dodge the bullet and move on with exposing whoever's next on their problematic list, these minor situations seem to end up with a Creepshowart video. Because she just often couldn't resist, de-escalation was not her forte. I think one of the perks with casual content like Shannon's is that it didn't have to be high-stakes stuff all the time. If I uploaded a video about my latest Twitter spat with some ASMR channel, you'd probably be all quite confused, even if I was right, like I always am, of course. Nonetheless, even if you do make videos about the most trivial matters, you're still expected to operate by a set of tenets that most commentators follow quite closely. However, when content...
I was gonna be like, you know my drama with the... I was gonna come up with a funny joke, and then I'm like, my brain was like, yeah, no. You're not funny. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. I should just shut up.
Has less consequences, people pay less attention to when you fuck up. So the examples we've listed today didn't really provoke ire from most viewers, and why would they? A few mistakes here and there, it's not a big deal. But if you keep rolling the dice, you're gonna score a 7, and then you'll be in the crap.
Yeah, it killed me. We're gonna do the map debate. No, actually, no, we're not doing the map debate night. Oh, thank God. I believe so.
There are a lot of minor problems with Shannon's content that, when combined, amounted to a more significant problem. The fact that she would regularly be quite incendiary in her commentary, the fact that she wasn't always most scrupulous with her narrative, and the fact that she...
I have no fucking clue where I need to go in this. I basically ignored the main story when I played Oblivion. And I think... Okay, am I going to the right spot, or am I going in circles? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh jeez, oh boy.
Often take it to other social media platforms, which rub salt on the wounds of what may be erroneous reporting already. However, these characteristics are not really noticeable on an individual basis. You need a situation that combines all of these traits into one concerning conglomerate. So let's move to May 2020, when a situation appeared to hit a lot closer to Shannon's home.
Days like these, I wake up and I'm excited to spill the tea.
Jake Yonsei is a creator who covers a lot of showbiz-style topics, including RuPaul's Drag Race and the drama that surrounds it. However, in 2020, a movement began known as #CancelJakeYonsei, on the basis that he had repeatedly used his platform to disseminate defamatory content against competitors of the popular TV show in question. It all transpired when one drag queen by the name of the Vixen implied that a product had racist undertones, and Jake posted it onto his Instagram and asked about other people's thoughts. Is this what causes drama now? Okay. Jesus. Anyhow, this provoked the Vixen to go off on Twitter calling for Jake to be reported, subsequently inspiring other people to share their unfavorable experiences with the YouTuber. Another tweet coming from a person who claimed he had been extremely Janus-faced towards him when covering a situation. This was quote tweeted by another former contestant, Shay Kool-Aid, who championed the tweet, adding a further "cancel Jake Yonsei" hashtag onto the original post. This was not the only tweet Shay quote tweeted with this comment, and not the only tweet on this matter. It seems they were just not happy with Jake and his videos. Another contestant, Ariel Versace, also commented on the matter, having a rather heated exchange with a Jake Yonsei fan, asserting that his content is a one-sided breeding ground for mob mentality. A lot of content followed within this movement. Some of it has been lost to time, others not so much. And this deepened the divisions between the two parties and became rather nasty for everyone involved. Creepshowart, appearing to be a friend of Jake, saw her comrade in a bit of a pickle, and being the good friend that she was, decided to upload a video coming to his aid.
There is one thing that I know about me personally, is that I am a ride or die friend. I am very loyal. I will stick up for my friends through thick and thin, and there is literally nothing you can do or anyone can do to stop me from doing that. I have gotten into actual fistfights with people over my friends. Someone at one point tried to stab me because I was defending a friend, and I just have lived a very long life where the only constant within myself is that if I love you, I will fight for you. And I don't care if the person is famous, I don't care if they have a bigger platform than me, I will fight for you.
How honorable. I think a loyal friend is what we need sometimes, though sometimes being a good friend is acknowledging when they're wrong and not just blindly defending them, though I'm sure Shannon knew that, so she must have had some conviction in her defense of Jake, right? Well, she certainly did.
He also goes out of his way to ask for multiple people's sides of the story. So say there's a situation with two drag queens fighting. He would ask both drag queens their opinion and then put it in a video. Take, for example, his video about Trinity the Tuck Taylor and James Charles. He reached out to both of them for comment, both of them gave it, and he sat back and said, what do you guys think about that? Did he make that situation toxic? No, he simply talked about it.
Now, most of the video is her arguing in favor of her embattled buddy, talking about all the times he has supported the drag race community and explaining why the hatred against him was unjustified in convincing enough terms. However, the tone of the video took a turn when the conduct of the queens who had called out Jake were put under the microscope by Shannon. After debunking some rather suspect screenshots, she moves on to the more sensitive subjects.
These messages were sex from when Jake was between the ages of 15 to 17, and these were leaked as part of a paste bin where images of him when he was less than legal and not clothes were leaked as well. Basically, what I am telling you right now is what was posted was revenge porn. His sex, his nudes, revenge porn was posted by and then retweeted by Shea Coulee and Ariel Versace, two people with massive platforms. And these were posted in direct response to them calling out Jake and trying to spread hashtag cancel Jake Yonsei.
Now, this is a very serious allegation. I understand that people can be petty, but publicizing someone's explicit content when they're a minor is rather dangerous, and certainly not anything that a public figure like Ariel should be indulging in. And after Shannon's response, many in her YouTube comments pointed out that what they did was not just inappropriate, but borderline criminal. And it was questionable whether they even deserved their platforms if this is how they were going to use them. Shannon also becomes very personal, claiming that the person who had promoted these allegations had attempted to trigger them with self-harm content. This clearly affects Shannon, and she becomes rather emotional as well.
And by the way, just fun fact, the account that is sending out his nudes is the same account that has sent me graphic images of gore and people cutting themselves in order to trigger me to cut myself, because at one point I mentioned that the person doing this is someone online who really enjoys spreading falsehoods about YouTubers and triggering them to do stuff like this, to hurt themselves. And they're spreading this kid's revenge porn. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you people.
It's a powerful moment of one friend sticking up for another, demonstrating how much she truly cares. But did she care enough to get the facts right?
I get if you don't like Jake. I can understand not liking a person. If you think he's too flamboyant, too much, that's fine. You don't jive with his personality and his energy and his videos, and that is okay. You don't like that he reports on stuff that you guys do because you are famous now and you're public entities and people can do that. But what you're not going to do here is lie in order to make him look worse, especially when you have this large platforms.
Podcasts have become notorious for being this source of misinformation, mainly because when you go on a podcast, you don't have a concrete plan or a concrete script backed up with concrete research. A lot of the time, it is just you reacting to the cues that you may be given, and although that obviously has its quirks, I don't think spontaneity can always excuse lazy research. And the truth is that there was still a level of organization to Shannon's content. Just because it felt somewhat impromptu doesn't mean she doesn't go into it with a clear plan of what she's actually talking about. And in addressing the Jake Yonsei situation, she clearly shows an awareness of the points she's making, particularly against the drag queens in promoting, quote, revenge porn. So how, in relaying that information, did she botch it up so miserably?
You don't think that's triggering? You don't think the act of having your naked body sent to you that was you when you were a minor, you don't think that would hurt someone? You think that's fine? You think that's funny? They were leaked as revenge porn by someone who was hurting him, and that is sickening that you would do it. It's sick. It is gross. God damn it. And Ariel's a YouTuber. Ariel Versace on YouTube.
This is the quote tweet in question. At this time, the original tweet had been removed. However, its allegations were still accessible, and you were still able to recover the original tweet through inputting the link in archives. Now, I'd rather not show the content in question because I don't think it's central to the points that I'll be making. But needless to say, although there are plenty of words I would use to describe it, revenge porn is a bit misleading if you do not have the full context, and saying images is really just false. Especially when you pair this with the idea that the language led some to believe the original tweeter was sexually exploiting Jake for something that they did as a minor. There may have been vulnerable images that were part of a paste bin, but this post was not related to that, and given she reposted the original messages, I assume she saw the tweet in question. Jake's own tweet on the paste bin matter was published before the drama, and it's unclear how related these situations even were. So let's clear this up.
Alright. Go hands.
The person contending these allegations in the specific comment was using the screenshots as evidence to support their experience that Jake, as a person judging a context and in an elevated position, supposedly took advantage of them during a drag competition that they were competing in. They were both 17 at the time, and the evidence that is shown refers to a sexual conversation that they had. Now, I don't think it was necessary at all to post sex between two underage individuals. In fact, I think it was foolish as all hell. But they were clearly trying to use the evidence to prove that Jake was a bad person and the rest. If a 17-year-old did something terrible to another person, especially another minor, they wouldn't suddenly become a victim because they were a minor. And a traumatized person may be irrational in handling that sort of content. With that said, I think the allegations lack the context that is needed to even begin to assess the situation. The person advocating them is not the original person alleging them. I think the problem with the evidence is that it does not support the idea that he's taking advantage of anyone, just that there was an interaction between the two, which is definitely assuaged by the fact that the two were the same age. There's no other context or evidence, and it's very hard to do anything with the other tweets in the thread as well. I think the drag queens were exceptionally irresponsible to promote the content given their expansive audience. I understand the gay community is a bit catty, but you can't just look at something uncritically because it's about someone you don't like, especially something so strong. That's reprehensible. However, when the crime is misinformation, you should not fight fire with fire.
When in the screenshots I have of it, over 500 people saw it. Over 500 people liked it. And you're not going to clarify that that was fake? And you're not going to spread the sex and nudes of a minor in order to make yourself better? I looked up to you people. How the fuck is this okay?
There was a conflation of what was going on, and although it seems that someone may have leaked nudes, that was not to do with the tweet or the situation in question, and the tweets that the drag queens promoted did not either. And as some people in Creepshow's YouTube comments noted, if they had, this could be seen as disseminating underage nudes, which in many cases is considered illegal.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you people.
Additionally, with the context of this account isn't the actual person who's claiming the situation happened to them, this emotional moment in Shannon's video doesn't really feel completely warranted. This Twitter user could be an awful person. That doesn't have a bearing on the verity of allegations.
I am surprised that there wasn't a lot of... Okay, so Kyrie said that they were friendly with the CC community. I'm surprised like there wasn't more mention of like how they like frame shit in videos. It's pretty interesting. I'm sorry. I'm trying to like absorb what like is going on with this.
If the person is not associated with the allegations otherwise. All they've done is repost it with the attempt to draw publicity to it. These points were made by critics, and once the drag queens mentioned caught wind of it, it all kicked off. Ariel Versace in particular was quite vocal that they had retained a lawyer, promising legal action. This, of course, provoked the nuclear response from Shannon, who basically said, bring it on. After all, if showing tweets of a public figure promoting a minor's sex is all she did, then she did nothing wrong at all. The problem is that this just wasn't the case, and the fact that she wasn't prepared to concede on this only heightened the drama. Both parties were in the wrong. Let's make no mistake here. Because one of them is a commentator, the attention swung towards her. And it was a real shame in that sense, because you could still call the drag queens out, in my opinion, as public figures. But it had been overshadowed by this other allegation and further drama that, to be honest, was not justified. Many people took Shannon's word as gospel and echoed it over the following weeks, which often caused more harm than good. And instead of working towards any sort of resolution, we were left with this mess of a situation which would have been avoided if someone had merely taken the high road. However, unlike previous situations, this one didn't die. Yes, given that these people can't keep their Twitter fingers still, it proceeded to bounce back and forth on social media, and discussion quickly became this very partisan war of words. It wasn't long until other commentators with a bit more proximity to the situation picked it up, appearing to garner this very gradual ripple effect over the following month as people seemed to observe the problems with Creepshow art.
Yes, the thread does include screenshots of a private Snapchat conversation. I don't think that was necessary. I don't think that that was necessarily a good thing to include. I don't think it was needed, but there was absolutely no nudes in there. There were none. There was no child porn or revenge porn in that thread that she uses.
A few smaller creators covered the topic, some of which focused on the specific drag queen situation. However, eventually it wasn't long before her videos were viewed through a greater lens, and the instances earlier on in the year that perhaps were viewed as inconsequential at the time were now seen as part of a bigger picture with regards to her antics. Just over a month after the initial situation, this ultimately culminated in a marginally more popular video from a YouTuber by the name of Tobi, a person who I would describe as a rant YouTuber, but also a former viewer and subscriber of Shannon, who hypothesized that she had become more negative in the months preceding, and that this had manifested in the content that she produced.
So with this slightly lengthy video, we'll be looking at the very talented Creepshowart and dive into why this creator with humble beginnings and a very charitable heart has, of the past 3 months, has turned into somebody who makes a 35-minute video over petty comments, who makes false accusations about somebody distributing child pornography, as well as crossing a line and going too far, not knowing when to stop, and reacts before thinking.
This is where the situations of the last few months come to a head. This narrative that her expanding influence had altered her approach to creating content, and that this ultimately escalated in the drag queen shenanigans.
And so now we're brought to this tweet right here, where Lewis goes on to explain the fact that Creepshow has completely and utterly falsely accused two drag queens, two very known celebrity drag queens, of spreading around child pornography falsely. And then Shannon ends up responding, saying, I literally said they spread sex that he sent as a minor, because they did, as those tweets are still up. Literally fact check me right now.
Is what was posted was revenge porn. His sex, his nudes, revenge porn was posted by and then retweeted by Shea Coulee and Ariel Versace, two people with massive platforms. And these were posted in direct response to them calling out Jake and trying to spread hashtag cancel Jake Yonsei. Shea Coulee and Ariel Versace, two people who are successful in their fields and are massively talented, like they're very talented, very gifted performers who have large audience who don't like Jake for whatever reason that they are allowed to not like Jake, decided that they were going to repost to their large audience these images, this revenge porn, to embarrass and hurt this fucking 19-year-old.
However, the video covered a variety of situations, some of which we've already discussed, and others that she felt had struck a bit more of a personal chord, merging them together to outline what many labeled the pattern of behavior. Now, this term is typically used to strike fear into a viewer, but in this case, Shannon just had a few problems that continued to surface in her content. Unless she sorted herself out, these problems weren't going to magically evaporate. Given that Tobi could definitely convey a rather irate tone through their content, it allowed them to inject emotionality into situations that perhaps didn't carry the greatest consequence initially, and thus make people take more notice. The video itself was a follow-up to another video where Tobi had expressed qualms with Shannon's content, whereas the previous upload hadn't reached too many people, hundreds of thousands tuned in to see all of Creepshow's blunders under inspection, with many chiming in to say how they felt she had become a more negative force of recent. Now, I don't think that prognosis was completely fair. A lot of commentary creators typically talk about other people, especially those who may have committed misconduct, which often makes the perspective of their videos more negative. However, I think it was the fact that sometimes that negativity didn't seem validated. It was edge without purpose, and if she was going to continue to make the same mistakes, with possibly legal ramifications, then what reason was there for her existence as a creator? Well, let's dive into Tobi's video and find out.
Remember that girl who was living out of her car with like little to no resources to make videos? Remember what you did, what you had to do in order to get by with like a $2 pen and a fucking sketchbook from Walmart? I don't know where the hell she went, because all I see now is somebody who does no research.
Are we going to continue to insult them, or are we going to try to educate and make them understand that not vaccinating your kids is wrong? It's a wrong thing to do.
Gets extremely defensive to people who don't agree with her and makes really petty tweets from a petty situation as her Twitter banner, like a 12-year-old would do.
Tobi's now removed video in particular prompted more publicity than previous uploads on the predicament. And when a video like that begins to garner traction, many creators would feel naturally compelled to address it, especially if they have a case to make for themselves, and in this instance, Shannon certainly did. Additionally, as a creator who makes videos on a highly regular basis calling people out, it felt like she couldn't really afford to ignore a video like this. If she's going to make videos on what YouTubers' fathers are doing, then she could at least dedicate a quarter of an hour to a video that isn't the hardest to respond to.
Hey guys, it's Shannon, and today I'm going to be responding to a video that was made about me by the creator named Tobi, that's T-O-B-I.
I'll make it clear, Tobi's video was not completely accurate in its portrayal of events and how they reflected on Shannon's behavior. Now, I'll go into the particularities of this in a moment, but when someone espouses misinformation themselves and it becomes a dominant narrative in discourse, then it's fairly natural to feel inclined to correct it. At the same time, it's also important that you're not just seen as completely ignoring possible flaws that may be present in your content. So a few days after Tobi's video began to hit people's recommended page, Shannon published a 17-minute
Did Shannon lie about like the drag queen 19-year-old revenge porn thing? Because Tobi says she's lying about it, and I don't feel like her opinion like delved into like whether it was true or not, but like he just posted that Tobi said Shannon lied about it. Okay, but right opinion, is Tobi correct in that Shannon lied about it, or did it happen? I know it has a 1.25 speed, but I'm like, I can't be missing anything like that. Like, what the fuck? Like, fucking kill me. Oh no, we do have the map debate today. No, I thought we were gonna do something cool today. No, kill me.
Response to the original post. How would she handle it?
There's a lot of criticism given in this video, and there's a lot of things that I do in fact agree with, as well as a lot of things that I feel like were accidentally misrepresented, and I want to touch on all of it without being defensive or trying to make excuses for anything that I have done or said that isn't productive, because I want to be productive in this video. I want to take accountability where I need to take accountability, and I want to give context where context is needed. So with that being said, let's get into everything.
I mean, tonally, it hits all the right notes. She presents herself as forthright without being overly defensive, and she does take accountability for some of her errors, such as that in the drag queen drama, which although I wish she hadn't gone out of her way to explain why she was technically still right, is appreciated nonetheless.
I know personally it was not intentional, but that doesn't change.
Have the quartering video done tomorrow. It's a very long video, so it's just taking me a bit to get through. It shouldn't take me that much longer.
Anything. The queens shared the sex between Jake and another minor, which is not okay and still qualifies. However, I should have been more careful with my wording and been better about what I had said in that situation. That is completely on me.
However, she makes a decision to stand her ground on a fair few issues, which, although I may disagree with, I can also respect. We all possess different principles for what we believe is the correct approach towards content, and as long as we don't feel that attitude causes excess harm towards others, then there can generally be a degree of mutual understanding. All the same though, when standing up for oneself, it's rather important that you don't mislead your viewers, because it could be seen as you misrepresenting information to make your actions seem more reasonable. These could be on minor details.
It's technically it's shorter than the other video I have to edit for the ops, which is just the Dark Id 2-parter, which that one's also take me a bit just because it's like 2 streams put together. So like I just have like 2 long projects I need to get done. It's just like I just need to be better at managing my time. I don't know what's been up with me for like the past, I guess like just my work week. I just like have like headaches. I think it may just be like eye strain, maybe. So it's just like, oh man, at work I have like headache and then I need to take a nap after work.
Such as that relating to the Jaclyn Hill situation, where she claims that she thought that her coverage was kosher.
I think I just need to take more like my state sanctioned breaks, because I usually don't take those. I should need to take those more and just like go outside and stare at something that isn't the screen for like 15 minutes.
On the basis that other people were reporting on it, and the fact that Jaclyn had spoken about it previously.
The reason I felt comfortable making that video is because both Jaclyn and her father are public figures who work in the public arena. Had Jaclyn's father just been an average guy who keeps a low profile and doesn't have a website dedicated to how he can heal the sick and impoverished, but because both people are in fact public entities who have already been talked about by other YouTubers, I felt comfortable in talking about it. Even Jaclyn herself had previously talked about the trip she would take to South Africa with her family as a part of his job. So for me, personally, I didn't feel like it crossed any lines, and that's why the video is still up today.
I can't speak with absolute conviction to the verity of this claim. However, all records of comments relating back to Jaclyn Hill's father being a cult leader, and most comments about Jaclyn Hill's father at all, stop at around March the 4th, when Shannon released her video. And I struggle to find any other popular videos on the matter.
I say like, oh, go to this crash, but I don't leave my house that often. Well, fuck, I do need to leave the house at least tomorrow. Then I need to go to Walmart and do some shopping. And last week, my car battery died, so I have to make sure that I'm driving the car so that doesn't happen again. Which that was upsetting when I'm like, oh hey, my fiance's like, hey, you should come over for have dinner with us, and I'm like, okay, and then I start the car and then the battery's dead. I'm like, well, that sucked. My fiance fixed it. Like I know nothing about cars, so it's good to have like. My mom says it's good to have a man beast who can take care of things you have no idea about.
Larger T-channels agree with Jaclyn that the video was in poor taste, as well as feeling this served to distract from the valid criticism the beauty YouTuber was receiving at the time. On top of this, the fact that Jaclyn had mentioned her estranged father is no validation for making an entire video, unless she dedicated enough attention towards him to really justify it. He's not a prominent figure in his child's life or content, as opposed to someone like Greg Paul. Shannon also addresses the comments that she made in the video.
I talked about how he would go to impoverished parts of countries and heal the sick, and I made jokes about how wild it is that he is related to Jaclyn. I made a specific joke saying that this man's sperm was used to make Jaclyn, and that's where she gets her lying from. To me, I thought the joke was fine and an obvious joke because obviously lying is not an inherited trait and it's not transferable through semen. It doesn't go like that. It's just a random joke that I didn't think about because I say things like that all of the time.
And yeah, when you put it like that, it does seem kind of obvious, but it wasn't really just a one-time joke. It was a bit of a recurring theme. And to counter your point, these things aren't that preposterous when you consider the effects of nature and nurture and how someone's family environment may affect them. Anyhow, I have greater gripes elsewhere relating to our old friend Karuna Sartori.
In Satori's video that she made about the situation, she explained how she got very heated and felt a little guilty about getting that far into it, so she ended up doing something very reasonable when you pop off like that and DMing Shannon, giving her a very nice apology. However, no, that wasn't enough. I'm not exactly sure what the hell happened, but Shannon ended up just ignoring the DM altogether and then used it in her video. Now, a lot of people, including me, found this to be so unbelievably petty of Shannon to do, as well as immature and so goddamn childish.
Now, in her video, Toby didn't really portray the incident accurately. In essence, stating that after a rather heated exchange, Karuna reached out to Shannon with an apology, which Shannon proceeded to ignore, yet used in her video. Although all of these individual events did occur, they omit information that makes the situation seem more one-sided than it actually was. And Shannon is fast to point this out and defend her video on Karuna as being instigated by the ASMR creator herself, who attacked her endlessly.
About a day or so later, she messaged me saying that she was sorry and I didn't respond because once again, I didn't know her at that point. She also misrepresented what the situation was about. Instead of saying it was her defending anti-vaxxers, it was her defending something else. I forget what it was, but she didn't say it was anti-vax. Only then, after she said that, and after she misrepresented the situation, did I respond publicly.
In this case, she is completely within her right to correct the falsities contained within Tobi's upload. However, she also doesn't have the facts completely straight herself, which is somewhat surprising given it was her own public drama. In fact, there were a few faults with her own recounting. Now, with the majority of the tweets removed, it is somewhat difficult to create a completely perfect timeline, but this is the closest it's going to be. So let's go through these faults.
I did, however, get semi-annoyed when she started talking to the Rewired Soul, aka the man who straight up said I had no value to society, and talked about how terrible I was with him. But I still didn't respond or talk about it because I thought, you know what, it's fine. She doesn't like me. She doesn't need to like me. It's cool.
In her testimony, Shannon implies that Karuna engaged with the Rewired Soul to spite her. She doesn't explicitly say this, but it's the only way that such information would ever be remotely relevant. This is not the case. The Rewired Soul responded to Karuna's tweet about creepshow art, and they discussed the topic briefly after that. Chris is one of the few people who has not deleted his tweets from around that time, so it's quite easy to follow the interactions, and it's clear that Karuna and Chris have spoken previously and have an established connection. However, there is no record of them speaking after she had apologized.
Because even after she apologized when she said that message, she was still publicly responding to the Rewired Soul, saying the same things and agreeing with him.
Shan states that Karuna had continued to give her grief after she had apologized, essentially saying that her apology didn't mean anything. This is partly true, but also lacking context. Karuna made her initial tweets on February the 19th, in response to Shan's anti-vax video, before sending a message to Shannon. She did not tweet immediately after she sent the apology, and her apology came after her conversation with the Rewired Soul. The next time she mentions Shannon is the 5th and 6th of March, when she expresses her anger at Shannon's Jacqueline video, first in response to Jacqueline, calling her scum, but then responding to Dustin Daly and Ready to Glare as well. Shannon then subtweets Karuna in reference to her reply to Jacqueline, prompting a reply from Karuna, who basically says, "Say it to my face," and Creepshow accordingly does this, and the anti-vax content is brought back up. There was no real contradictory behavior from Karuna. Even if what she said was completely out of order, changing your opinion on someone as new information arises is not conflicting. The lie here that Shannon can't remember is that basically Karuna said that Shannon was insulting someone's looks, when in actuality she was more insulting the anti-vaxxers through their appearance. And also you can't draw that from what Karuna says. And once again, I don't think it's too much work to clarify that, but it seems that Shannon had a different route of addressing it in mind. Which brings me to my next point.
I didn't watch her content. It didn't matter to me. When I finally did talk about it, it was after days of Karuna talking about it. And it was after she responded to a subtweet asking me to call her out. I only talked about this after she misrepresented the situation and tried to make it seem like I was bullying just random people, when all I had said was anti-vaxxers look like Karens.
This is the strangest claim she makes in the video. I don't think Karuna responding to a subtweet basically telling her to say it to her face was her encouraging a video. In fact, Creepshow made an entire thread on Karuna in response to that tweet, so she clearly understood what Karuna meant. The video was just a bonus.
Only then, after she said that, and after she misrepresented the situation, did I respond publicly. Only after she had commented on my video, publicly stated I was terrible on multiple platforms, publicly talked to the man who said I was abused and made light of it, privately took back her statements while still talking to that same man publicly about how awful I was, and then went on to publicly talk about me again, this time going so far as to lie about what happened and say that I made fun of someone for something else other than being anti-vax. That was when I responded, because she had already made what was happening public. She had already
right now
brought
we're
up
watching The Right Opinion. He going over like the Creepshow art drama, but his specific at least take so far is in relation to her content, not specifically her drama as of yet, or just issues with her content.
Apology she made privately. She had already said everything publicly, so I thought me responding was fine.
I'm not particularly fond of what Karuna said, and it shouldn't be hard to see why. I think she did instigate part of this situation, she made it public first, and her framing could definitely be viewed as questionable. But Shannon's framing isn't completely fair either. This wasn't Creepshow art doing her absolute best to avoid talking about a situation under all circumstances. This was her dunking on someone who was giving her grief. And you know what? She's in her right to do that, but you need to have the facts right, because otherwise it just sounds like you're looking for more justification than you actually have. She'd already won this war on Twitter multiple times. Using narratives surrounding someone like the Rewired Soul seems cheap and designed to frame it like Karuna was purposely trying to trigger her through abuser narratives. That's not fair on either party. If you're gonna make a video, own it. But in a way, she did. Just not the one that we're talking about.
I am not trying to say that Tobi is wrong to dislike me or dislike who I have, quote, turned into or grown into. I have changed. I absolutely have changed. And I'm going to continue to change because that's what happens with life.
There's one more narrative that Shannon seeks to address in her upload, and that's one raised by multiple disillusioned audience members, the one that feels she has changed. This narrative was also spawned from Tobi's video, which once again focuses a little too much on the personal side, although I do understand what they're trying to say.
When I started YouTube, as you guys all know, I was homeless, and I was living out of my car with my husband in Portland, Oregon. During the time I was homeless, I was working between 2 to 3 jobs, depending on what year it was, and I was stressed out of my mind. I started making YouTube videos as a way to unwind and de-stress, and something that I would do kind of as a hobby. I never expected it to become what it is now, and I never expected it it to go anywhere.
Shan takes an approach to this point that may surprise some, admitting she has changed, but also saying that this is who she is now, and that she wouldn't go back to who she was.
I wanted to say that Tobi is not wrong in saying that I have changed, because I have. However, when I started making my videos, I was not happy. I wasn't. There's this idea that when I made my videos beforehand, I was super happy and I was going through all of this and all this stuff. I was not in a good place, physically or mentally. And just because I used to do something that made you guys happy, it wasn't something that fueled me the same way it fueled you. And I hope you guys can understand that. If you like my older videos, thank you. I mean it.
Guilting her audience, like, excuse me, I've always been a terrible person. It's just, I just didn't tell you I was a terrible person.
Thank you. It means the world to me that the art I made in that time frame means a lot to you, because it means a lot to me. However, I do not want to go back to the person I was when I made those videos, because I was having panic attacks every night in my car, hurting myself, and there is so much more that I can't go back to that person.
She talks about her background, the fact that not so long ago she had very little. She was making videos out of the back of a car, and she's really worked hard to be where she is today. And you know what? I have a lot of respect for that. I'll speak about this more later, but I think anyone who's had YouTube transform their life has a justified connection to their channel, which they don't want to yield.
Man.
I think it's completely valid if a person wants to distance themselves from more personal topics they felt more comfortable speaking about as a smaller creator. Nonetheless, as defined as you can be, you need to be sure what side of yourself you're actually sticking up for.
Again, there's a lot of valid criticism in this video and a lot of things that I'm going to use to move forward. However, I want to make it very clear I am not going to go back to the content I was making beforehand, and I'm absolutely not going to go back to the person I was when I started this channel. I was in an extremely dark place, and even if you like me better when I was going through that and making content surrounding that, that is something I simply cannot do, if only for my own mental health and my own needs.
I don't think Tobi or others were asking Sharon to return to her homeless style. Although I think some would have liked to have seen that more personal side of her again, they're also concerned that she become too cynical and too harsh in her presentation of people's actions, that she was more preoccupied with having a video out on a daily basis than the due diligence that such content required, and that she spent far too much time in the Twitter mindset of constantly engaging in pointless views. That's not a side of yourself that you want to retain if you care about improving yourself as a person, and there was just an indication that maybe Shannon hadn't expelled that slightly less well-rounded aspect of her. I have a fair few issues with Shannon's video, mainly because it is such a level-headed response that makes a fair few concessions, and therefore it makes it difficult to explain her subsequent misrepresentations. Nothing is grossly distorted,
like,
but they're all noticeable once you're familiar.
People usually talk about like Creepshow Art's like drama stuff, or like anything with her. They don't usually talk about her videos because like, oh, they're all gone. It's just like I'm just like getting like a peek at like this is kind of very telling. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm trying to figure out the fuck I need to go in this game.
With the actual version of events. The strange thing is that I think if she had told the truth, it still wouldn't have been a big deal. At the end of the day, Karuna in particular made some extremely strongly worded comments towards her, and although I personally wouldn't make a response video to it, given the style of the Creepshow Art channel, I don't think a response is unreasonable. However, once again, her habit of slightly bending the facts seems somewhat second nature, and given the fact that her response video was in a way like any other Creepshow Art video, you could see that there were still parts of her that hadn't changed, and those with the critical eye picked it up. There was one moderately well-received 10-minute video that observed some issues with Shannon's response, but because the truth was still not particularly damning and Shannon had apologized on the points that related to her greatest shortcomings, most were inclined to accept the apology and move on. After all, there were greater enemies out there to fight, though I'm not sure everyone agreed.
Creepshow Art is her channel. The video is called H3H3 is faking drama with Trisha Paytas for views, and it's gross.
Right now, it ain't fake.
Trust me, I wish it was fake. Yeah, I wish it was fake. But you know what this shit I'm dealing with is like,
I think if you want to like react to like a retrospective on her, that would be pretty fun. Like give your opinion on it instead of just getting my opinion on it. I think it'd be fun content. There's like so like besides like this one. Was it? It's like from 2022. Kyra said Harley also has one on Creepshow Art that's also good. Yeah, I was gonna close this, but it's fine.
Channel temporarily demonetized shortly after H3's response to an older video where she had claimed Ethan and Ela were faking drama for views. At first,
oh yeah, oh man, I got like fucking sidetracked. Yeah, fucking H3 makes a fucking appearance in this. In Cecil's video, there was like a post where like a green text post where it's like all the terrible things Shannon has done, and one of them is oh hey, H3 got involved with like Shannon. I'm like, I don't even fucking remember this, and I used to watch H3 back then.
Drama with Trisha Paytas for views, and it's gross.
Right now, it ain't fake.
Trust me, I wish it was fake. Yeah, I wish it was fake. But you know what this shit I'm dealing with is like, Fuck you.
Oh, hi,
I wish
Saint.
this shit was fake.
A month later, Creepshow had her channel temporarily demonetized shortly after H3's response to an older video where she had claimed Ethan and Hila were
Yeah,
faking
we're
drama for views.
watching,
At first, some thought
the
this was
Right
related to
Opinions
Ethan and
video
Hila's
on,
video, though
Creepshow
Ariel
thing,
Versace
which is
chose to
pretty
tweet at
interesting.
Shannon, claiming responsibility for the outcome. Fortunately, in this case, H3 stated that they spoke to YouTube and managed to reverse this decision, likely in an attempt to distance themselves from any idea that they would want to have a channel critical of them demonetized. But it showed that some people were just not over it. And should they be? Versace's comments completed this saga of drama. Although Shannon's video on the #CancelJakeBeyonce matter had been unlisted for nearly a month at this point, showing that she wanted to move on from it and making me ask whether this was really Versace's doing, there was still a brooding sentiment that all was not over. Shannon's video, although being a defense of her character, which I can respect, never contained the pledge to change. Sure, she apologized for her errors, but defended what many believed yielded those exact errors. And so although it was fair to give her a second chance, it constantly felt like she was walking a tightrope that threatened to plunge her back into the abyss of conflict, with possibly worse consequences. The strange detail is that she seemed to be aware of that, and if she is conscious of that side of her, how much of that can be chalked up to impulsivity? Some believe that she was simply too blasé and dismissive of the actual consequences her words pertained. Others believe she was far too emotionally invested in the topics to think clearly. Neither of these seem particularly consistent with each other. In fact, they seem kind of contradictory. Yet they both rear their head in Shannon's video. What we know is that she wasn't going back. So, what does going forward mean? As 2020 proceeded, Creepshow went in and out of the motions of uploads and occasional arguments with any old creator who was willing to trade words with our title character. However, as the year drew to a close and Christmas seemed to approach, Shannon had some tidings to share.
Quick side note with Oblivion, I am so I need to find a fucking bed and raise my like carry capacity. I am so annoyed that I'm like just teetering on like being over encumbered, and I need to sell shit, and I want to collect everything. This sucks. This sucks so bad. I want to collect everything.
Though I won't be the one to share them today. Yes, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. Today I've brought a friend to help me shed light on a situation that seemed murkier than any other. So to talk about the Hopeless Peaches drama,
Also, how HD is this stream? A video, kitty cam, cat chat, and gameplay? hey, you got two kitties. You got a kitty on my PNG tuber, and then you have the kitty over there who's looking at you. Right, Pippi? Yeah, she agrees. Yeah, you'll have lunch in a little bit. It's okay.
present my small channel drama correspondent, Sister Zio, to talk about these charades. Take it away, girl.
Wait, do I have like a ton of food?
The right
It's the
opinion,
Daedra heart,
the pineapple
no?
pizza hater he is, wants me to talk about a little incident with you lucky group of people. Let me just look through my files here. Hopeless Peaches and Creepshow art. For those of you who do not know,
The
Hopeless
watermelon.
Peaches is a content creator within the art commentary community. I know, another subgenre of commentators crawling around like the rats they are. At least this time, they can draw. And I'm pretty sure all of you know who Creepshow is by now. I personally like to call her the Nicocado Avocado of the art community. The only difference between the two is that he is playing a character, she is not. However, before we get into the real juicy parts of all of this, I need to briefly supply a bit more context. A lot of you know already about Tobi from Tro. However, after her Creepshow art video, she had started to obtain more eyes towards her. For better or for worse, this had led to more people digging into Tobi's character and starting to find issues with her attitude and opinions towards other drama channels making videos on creators she seemingly supported.
Sick and tired of commentary channels and drama channels that severely hyper-criticize and pick apart every single little thing that somebody does online, even though they know themselves as fucking creators that there is shit that goes on behind closed fucking doors.
You're screaming about drama channels being hypocritical, which is a drastic overgeneralization. Most drama channels literally report what's going on in the internet world or what's happening with the public figure. What about those channels is so hypercritical? Of course they aren't aware of what happens behind closed doors. I completely agree. But who is to say that what's happening behind closed doors isn't problematic?
A lot of other people had also called her out for numerous amount of hypocrisies. This later turned into its own massive drama containing multiple people either defending Tobi or going against her. There was a lot of more nuance in the situation despite that, where Omnia, one of Tobi's detractors, had even leaked a personal story of Tobi's by mistake when attempting to show DMs between Tobi and themselves. Hopeless Peaches had actually taken notice of this and left a few comments disavowing these actions. This however led to YouTube commentator PrisonMate Luke to make a video explaining his frustrations with the fact that the community is still talking about Tobi. He had criticized Peaches in the end for having having public tangents within the situation, then leaving comments where she claimed to not want to be associated with the drama and wanted no part in it whatsoever.
And another person who commented was Hopeless Peaches, who also decided to put herself into the drama despite constantly saying how she doesn't want to be in it, and would just never leave it alone. And when people like Thummin called her out for her terrible and biased behavior, she made a community post about how she wasn't friends with Tobi, which I didn't actually know she wasn't friends with Tobi, because she did everything in her power to defend her.
However, this was then later followed up by Luke with claims that Peaches was suicide baiting, as Peaches had left a few vague tweets alluding to her having suicidal thoughts.
Well, you say how you're going to be taking a break from the drama and comments and all that, which is fine. If you need a break, you need one. I'm not saying you don't have mental health problems, but you would constantly come back to post more things and beg for sympathy. And when you were getting genuine criticism for all the garbage you've done, you decided to suicide bait your audience.
Now I want to make something clear here. Luke is an idiot in more ways than one, and I would apologize if I'm being too harsh, but if you have the balls to claim someone is faking suicide for attention in front of a large audience, especially without taking into consideration the repercussions that could follow, you lose all sympathy from me. When it comes to situations like these, it's better to give people the benefit of the doubt and back down for a little and wait things out. Unless you're like Luke, who likes to sniff and eat glue, doubling down on these things is never a good option. Also, Luke, the term you used wasn't even the correct one. Suicide baiter is a term that's meant for those who bait people into suicide. A month later, after the release of this video, Miss Shannon had decided to put out a tweet of her own, accusing someone of spreading lies about them, saying that Shannon was a psychotic person. Oh no, how terrible. This is what I call foreshadowing, by the way. Our best friend Luke had picked up on this, rubbed his hairy, disease-filled rat hands together, and rushed over the Creepshow's DMs. And behold, it turns out Shannon's tweet was about Peaches all along. Shocking. Luke decided to take this time to turn this into a video. Now before we get into this fantastic video of Luke's, I want to play a fun game. Do you think that Luke A treated these as allegations and rumors, or B, took everything that Shannon said at face value because he's a dirty rat who does no research before clicking upload?
Bro.
It's clearly B. I mean, he doesn't even make it hard. When he opens up about Shannon's rumors, he straight up says,
"Now before Peaches or anyone else says I'm faking these or something else stupid, I got these from the lady herself, Creepshow. So don't try and say these are fake."
Oh wow, man. Who wouldn't trust Shannon? She's such an angel who should always be taken at face value, right? Not to mention that I personally think a lot of the things that were said were petty to say the least. I mean, one of the issues Shannon had was that after her Jaclyn Hill video, a video that was seen as notoriously bad by the community, Peaches had decided to softblock her on Twitter.
And when Peaches got mad at Creepshow for her Jaclyn Hill video, instead of being a friend and not letting it ruin her friendship with her, she softblocked Creepshow and started vaguely tweeting about her out of spite.
Oh no, a person doesn't like you anymore. I get that she was seen as a friend, but the fact that you left that in there just for the sake to make everything seem so much larger than—
I missed that. He said his name? Oh, I missed that. Let me see. Maybe he says who it is in the description. Oh, it's Rooster, because he has like featuring Sister Zio and it's Rooster. Yeah, this is a guy who doesn't like prison mate Luke. Oh my god. Got cat hair in my face. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take like a couple minute break. I'm gonna go feed the cats. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do BRB and then I'm gonna give you some music. And I'll be right back. There we go. Right. Okay. I'll be a couple minutes. It won't be too long. So I'll make sure the kitties are taken care of before Phoebe tries to murder me for not feeding her. I'll be right back. Saint for clearing that up. I kind of just memory hold it when it got mentioned on the video. Just give me a second. Just get drink some water before I. I'm just like, let me flip screens real quick. Thank you. I'm back. Where's my rack scene? There we go. Close that. Okay. I forgot I don't have browser set in my BRB screen, so I need to make sure I do that later. So I try to make sure like browser and desktop are separated. Excuse me. But I was what the fuck was I gonna say? Right. That's what I was gonna say. We have done the Hopeless Peaches stuff. I don't think we need to. So this is basically a prison mate. No, I'll keep it, because I think it goes back to relates back to creepshowart. Because if it was just gonna be pure Peaches stuff, I'm like, we really need to hear about just Peaches stuff again. But like, thinking on it, if it's essentially like a third party talking about this this drama, I feel like they're gonna cover some things that probably don't get covered by other DC people or SCC people. I will say I've been watching too much like ACC drama. It's so nice not to have to read screenshots in this like in a video earlier. My voice is like fucking like killing me. I definitely will be. I think my voice will be fine for tonight because Fauci kind of does most of the talking. But like, man, I'm probably not gonna stream tomorrow just because like I can feel my voice going.
Is pretty pathetic. Now I will say, there were other portions that were important, like her claims of Peaches going around and spreading lies about her.
And not only that, Peaches decided to ruin Creepshow's reputation in the art community, telling people that Creepshow had yelled at her and was just losing it at her, poisoning Creepshow's reputation while she was still just a small channel. She was below 100,000 subscribers when this happened, and the crazy part is that while this was all going on, Creepshow was in the dark and thought everything was okay between her and Peaches.
I can see why someone would be upset with that, and if that were true, I'd agree that would probably be an important thing to address. Though later down the line, you'll see that wasn't also black and white. After Luke uploaded the video, two notable people had decided to leave a comment, one being Shannon, thanking Luke for making the video, and the other a YouTuber known as Camilla Cuevas, a content creator in the animation and Undertale community who had claimed Peaches had as well spread lies about her. Camilla had also claimed that Peaches bullied her to the point of needing to go to the hospital. Now there were also a bunch of different people who later came forward about Peaches, all with differing allegations, but all of them led to the same conclusion, that being Peaches was a bad friend to them. I won't be going over them in this segment, but it is important to know the existence of these videos and that they did happen because all of them led up to what is Shannon's weirdest videos to ever exist on her channel to this day. Shannon had uploaded her first video, where she had decided to go in more depth regarding her situation with Peaches, while also subtly bringing up others' personal disgruntles with Peaches as well. She had put out this image that Peaches was this huge manipulator who had a pattern of lying about other content creators with claims that held no weight.
Sure, did she purposely go out of her way to tell people that she knew I liked and admired in this community?
Oh, I did. Small self promo. I did do a stream, an architecture stream yesterday. If people want to check that out later, I am gonna be doing like a an edited video, but that may take a bit just because I have other stuff I'm working on. Depends on how I feel. Like sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't know what's gonna come out, and then it comes out like soon because I got like a bugbear about getting it done. But who knows?
Community that I told her I liked and admired that I was a terrible person who deserved to be taken off the platform? Absolutely yes. Did she tell them that due to a disagreement that I had flipped out on her, which did not happen, and told people that I'm a volatile mess? Yeah, sure. But in my head, that wasn't that bad. And if that was her interpretation of me, that was fine. It wasn't until I talked to other content creators who also know her, creators who had their own experiences with this same person, creators who have been lied to and about the same way, that I realized that I needed to talk about this.
It didn't end there though. Creepshow had decided to mention an old conversation she had regarding a collaboration the two of them had. Peaches had stopped interacting interacting with her on all social media after the collaboration, which confused Shannon. Creepshow decided to then finally reach out to Peaches, to which Peaches explained that she thought Shannon was upset with her because their collaboration didn't get as many views as expected. This then later transpired into Peaches making claims that another fellow commentator, Daft Pina, had gone to Peaches and told her that her collaboration with Creepshow ruined Shannon's channel.
Had somehow convinced herself that I was super mad at her.
Oh,
she was
man,
convinced that I was
fucking
furious
Daft
and I was holding this against her, even though we had never talked about it. And nothing happened that would make her think that. So I told her directly, I wasn't mad at you. And then it turned into something else. Then she went on this spiel about how Daft Pina, yes, Daft Pina, the YouTuber, had told her that the video had, quote, ruined my channel, and that I was probably mad at her for doing that.
This was then followed up with numerous other allegations of Peaches having a conversation with Shannon about her Jaclyn Hill video, to which she then claimed Peaches went around after her telling people that Shannon yelled at her during this and framed her to be some sort of lunatic. Creepshow had felt it was also necessary to reach out to
that reminds me. Okay, so I know we've watched some previous videos. I remember that Kyrez was like, oh yeah, the video did fine. And then, like, everyone else, like, related to this, like, drama is like, oh, I did terribly. And it's, like, gaslighting Peaches and saying, like, this shit. But it's good. I did not, what's the word I'm looking for? I did not, see this video specifically going, like, hey, that's crazy. There was, some people were trying to, like, pit us against, pit myself against, fucking, Peaches. That's the word I'm looking for. You know what? I don't know anything about Daft Pina except that, like, when I watched PK Russell, like, in, like, 2019, like, he said the name Daft Pina a bunch of times. I didn't like, oh, it's just another YouTuber they know. Stormy, I see you right there. Storm, my cat's behind my PS5. I don't want her to lay on it. Okay, there we go. She moved. I was very worried because she bent my PS5's power cable like a month or two ago, and I'm like, please don't do it again. I beg you. I love you. I give you food and scritches. Please.
Tobi, as in her original video, Tobi had claimed that people were too scared to confront Shannon. Creepshow wanted to make it clear with Tobi that she didn't want to give off this impression that she was this scary individual who was out for blood. She had even DM'd a few other people this as well, except Peaches, because Peaches had previously mentioned to her that she wanted some space away. However, Peaches apparently reached out to Creepshow not too long after. Peaches had abruptly gone into Shannon's DMs and told her that she wasn't happy with
I am unfamiliar with the Ellis Mark drama. I know Ellis Mark. I watched a couple of his videos in the past. Not recently. I'll have to look into that. I think I have a video in my playlist somewhere.
how she painted her as a, and I quote, bitch.
When I reached out to Tobi, I let them know, like, hey, I hope you truly aren't scared of me. I hope that really isn't the case, because out of everything in that video, that was what was most important to me, is that I don't want people to think I'm this terrifying person. And because Peaches had already stated that she wanted space, I didn't reach out to her until she sent me a DM, pretty much stating that me crying in my response video by me talking about the part where, once again, she approved, Tobi putting this in her video, where Tobi said she was scared of me and she cried because of me, that I had made her look like a bitch. She responded by telling me I made her look like a bitch, and she was going to reach out again because she saw me, quote, improving, but then decided not to, since my video was very one-sided and it was a one-sided retelling of events.
Though this video didn't incorporate much evidence towards a lot of the claims Shannon presented, however, this didn't stop people from taking things at face value, as beforehand a lot of creators did that work for Shannon. Other creators had come forward with somewhat similar claims, so Shannon had ended up feeding an already angry mob without needing to back any of her claims up. This sadly, however, was just the roadmap to what was about to be something way much worse and irrational. Shannon had decided to upload a second video a month later. This video was mainly due to a document that was made in defense of Peaches, and as well Tobi coming forward and calling out Shannon. You see, Tobi had felt that too many people were going after Peaches at this time for unjustified reasons, and felt that this entire situation was being blown out of proportion with little to no evidence to back it up. Shannon was not happy with this.
Tobi stated this: my final commentary video will be addressing stuff with Hopeless Peaches, mostly due to the fact that she's completely destroyed right now by some clout-chasing whores, and I know no commentary channel will stand up for her, even though they think the whole situation is dumb. This is another point we making a new video about how every single person in the commentary community is a giant coward, and nobody wants to stick up for anybody if they are going to get backlash of any kind, regardless of whether they think it's right or wrong. Tobi is incredibly angry here that no one stood up for her when she told a victim of sexual assault that they were a bad person and she's better than them, basically. That's what this reads to me. She's still very upset about what happened to her, so that's okay. I was the only person to stand up for Peaches, and I would do it again because I know her, which is just you saying that I am biased, but go off. Also, just so it's known, Peaches had absolutely no involvement in my Creepshow Art Creepshowart video. Pause right here. If you used her testimony, which you did, you state and you state that it was supposed to be a collab, which both you and Peaches have affirmed.
Side note, I'm getting like, Hal, was it Hal? Oh no. I have no mouth, I must scream. Just the monolith with the fire behind it. I'm like,
separately, then what you did just now in front of the world, in front of the classroom, is lie.
This was then followed up with Shannon going through a document that was made by two small creators, SpyV and Scritus. However, Shannon portrayed this document to also be made by Peaches. This just wasn't true though. SpyV had even gone on to make their own response video where they showed that all they did was interview Peaches and ask for her side.
Shannon refers to the document written by Peaches and friends and claims she doesn't believe that Peaches did not help write the document. I mean, if you really want to believe that, fine, I can't stop you, but at least be consistent and say that Peaches helped on Spoctor's video, because we did the exact same thing that he did. We asked for her side of the story, she did, and gave us any relevant screenshots, and then we, in a completely separate group chat, went over all of it and compiled it into a document. Peaches was not allowed to see the document until it was completely done, and she did not edit or comment on it at all.
Peaches had no involvement with the actual making of this document and was simply asked questions for proof to—
a side note, you can get I'm a Mouth and I'm a Scream on PS5. I thought about getting it. But I already played it like a long ass time ago.
back the answer she gave. Shannon then goes on to discuss the document's coverage of DMs between her and Peaches. This was in regards to the previous claim Shannon made, where she alleged that Peaches had told her that she thought she was upset because their video collaboration ruined her channel and didn't get as many views as expected, which during this conversation, she then claims that Peaches had made previous remarks of wanting to hurt herself. Shannon was worried about this and gave Peaches her personal phone number. These DMs were also shown in the document, though of course Shannon's phone number wasn't at all shown in the actual document. Nonetheless, she then makes the assumption that because these DMs were in the document, that Peaches had shown SpyV and Scritus her personal phone number, which, by the way, Peaches didn't do that.
If the people who had these screenshots literally scrolled up, which I cannot do because once again, Peaches blocked me after she realized I had access to this conversation and she didn't want that, you would see her literally falsely accusing another YouTuber, that being What the What again, of flagging her account and causing her to be unable to make money and be unable to support herself. I would love to see this document talk about the false accusations she leveled at him, seeing as apparently they have access to the entire conversation, but I guess not. It also makes me feel entirely weird that all of these people have seen my private phone number, so that's fun. I love that.
This video was when some people started to realize Shannon's irrationalities, as this entire video was filled with assumptions and felt very exaggerated. It didn't help either that she had also claimed that Peaches was racist because she, and I quote,
okay, the racist quote, okay. Like, what makes you think that she shared your phone number? Like, if you're good friends, like, why would she do that? This is a fucking psycho accusation. Like, I share my phone number with my friends in case, like, Discord is down or something bad happens. Like, even if we had, like, a falling out, they wouldn't fucking post my fucking phone number. Psycho shit.
pissed off an angry black woman.
But literally people telling her, hey, the thing you did is bad in regards to lying about various people and situations in order to appear like an uwu victim? Yeah, that's stupid. And high-key a bit racist when we get into what you try to pull with Kai and Omnia. I mean, you have to be the white girl victim to the angry black woman and black man, right?
I would say, if anything, Shannon, you calling Omnia an angry black woman is probably more racist than Peaches disagreeing with Omnia over Twitter drama. After this video was uploaded and Peaches caught wind of Creepshow alleging that they doxed her, Peaches decided to send Creepshow an email, very upset and rightfully so, by the way, to which Creepshow was so cocky with this that she had decided to leave a pinned comment on the video to mock Peaches about the email. Peaches made a response video a while after this. I do want to clarify that Peaches had made another response video before all of this, though I don't entirely believe that its existence is important to this overall video surrounding Creepshow, as a lot of what was said there is said in this current response video, but better. Her original video response was lacking and felt like an impulse reaction, rather than something that was meant to disprove allegations. In her new response video, though, it's much more structured and disproves a lot of stuff that people put out against her. Peaches had gone on to share that Camilla didn't give the full picture, and it was actually Camilla herself who was bullying Peaches for her mental well-being.
I find it very distressing how back in 2018 you continued to harass me, belittle me, lie about me, and actively go out of your way to try and ruin relationships I had with other creators, even though I tried again and again to apologize to you. I had no channel back then, besides a shitty dump of a channel with just AMVs and Procreate time lapses. I had no voice.
So this is from
To publicly
2022.
berate me, then blame me when you got caught in a lie because you still didn't take down the merch as late as March.
So
yeah, it was distressing.
So there's the hopeless section, there's the peaches section. So I assume it's gonna be an update to like exactly what's going on with them, but we
You
don't
had
know.
a channel of nearly
I've not seen this video.
700,000K, and you were growing very fast during this time too. And you would demand apology after apology just to say it wasn't worth shit. You would send your moderators to tell me the only way you would leave me alone would be if I delete all my social media. Social media that, I have to stress, had no following. You would compare my actions to murder. You would allow your moderators to publicly wish I would die. And then, for you to come back 3 years later to actually make the claim I was a liar and bullied you so much I pushed you into hospital after you went out of your way to mock my own mental health? What a horrible claim and weight to put on somebody.
Peaches had as well denied a large portion of Shannon's claims and had called her out for the lack of evidence, though this didn't stop Peaches from admitting that she did do wrong in this situation.
To creepshowart, I apologise for soft blocking you after the Jacqueline Hill video. We had our differences, but we were friends, and I shouldn't have made subtweets about the situation. I understand why that would have hurt you, and it was stupid of me to do that. I'm sorry.
At the end of the day, when it comes to Peaches and Shannon though, they were both part of a toxic friendship, though I don't think that excuses going in front of a massive audience and spreading things about someone who was your friend without proof. At that point, all you're doing is spreading rumors, which is practically ironic because Creepshow ended up doing the very thing she claimed Peaches did to her. The only difference is that she claimed Peaches went around telling other content creators. Shannon did this all publicly for the entire YouTube community to watch, and people believed almost every word she said. You see, Shannon's real art and talent don't lie with her drawings. Creepshow's art lies with her ability to take a situation in the direction she wants it to, but I will let our lovely host tell you more about that.
Thank you, Austin. I'll be leaving her channel in the description below. But for the moment, let's have a reflection of what people seem to observe at this point. Now, I wasn't particularly familiar with the Hopeless Peaches capers that my good colleague has just documented, but I think it clearly demonstrated those lingering issues with CreepshowArt's demeanor and how that carried over into her content.
You gotta think before making these kinds of claims out of nowhere. It's a prime example of you letting emotions get the better of you and saying something you end up regretting later.
Many people covering this at the time attributed the behavior to her emotional nature in these situations. This was often channeled through her voice, which regularly escalated in its frequency and amplitude when dealing with topics that she clearly found triggering.
Literally out here saying that Peaches didn't participate in a garbage video you and super racist Tara made, even though she edited the script, which is literally participation, but I don't.
Content that some viewed as ambient background noise, it was still designed to draw one's attention. We can all be a bit emotional and sometimes it's completely natural, but we still make the active decision whether that substance worth keeping in those uploads. Shan continuously made the active decision to upload this content with her emotional moments, and there's a point where spontaneity can only explain so much. Like any bad apology video where someone cries excessively, although it's understandable to be emotional in those situations, you still need to convey a coherent and accurate message to your audience.
You don't understand the right opinion. She was in a dark place. Oh, no, sorry, that was Kai. He was in a dark place. Okay, back to you.
If it's biased, you can't let your emotions overly miss that to the point where you're actively delivering false information about a person or a situation, especially when this drama wasn't even the biggest deal in the first place. It's hard to establish a motive for the post that caused this. There's nothing wrong with tweeting about people who have wronged you here and there. Sometimes it's good to let off a little steam, but to go out of your way to name, shame, and initiate all this backlash against a person whose worst crime was being a bit of a shitty person is questionable. People are shitty sometimes. As long as A, they aren't still a threat to others, or B, it isn't a present pattern of behavior, there has to be some perspective to their actions taken. People sit down, watch films, sympathize with anti-heroes who've done much worse than anyone online, then open Twitter and turn on whichever person's been branded a meanie.
What? Bro. Okay, right opinion. What the fuck? What kind of fucking take was that? On TV? They're fake! Dude. That's an L-ass take, I'm sorry. Why are we comparing literal real human beings to fucking fake people? Okay, shut the fuck up.
However, at the time, plenty began to believe it was a clear pattern of behavior, which caused this domino effect of people talking about negative experiences with her like they were out of the ordinary, despite the fact that we have so many interactions and conversations that some are going to be negative, especially with people who are not necessarily mentally stable. It's very easy to take a set of negative experiences and present it as the entire story when their, quote, dark side is being dissected. And make no mistake, Hopeless Peaches had her reputation absolutely tarnished from this drama. As said at the start, my experience with what happened was perfunctory, but I still know that although she may have not handled it well and behaved poorly, she did not receive a hearing and was basically overrun by people who treated her like a criminal, when it's questionable whether it was even a case of public interest in the first place. This is strictly my opinion, and people can of course do whatever they want, but super serious content shouldn't be made with the purpose to solely attack others. It should be done to inform, protect, and help, even towards the subjects of our content. Sometimes we don't always manage to do that. Sometimes we have to sacrifice one of those aspects to pursue another that we view as more imperative. But if you can't answer why you peddled a public narrative other than just to go for someone who really annoyed you, I can't get behind that. Emotional moments in a video can't validate that if you're not shown the evidence to back it up. Shannon used her tone to convey how much each matter clearly meant to her. It evoked a lot of sympathy from her viewers and even benefit of the doubt from critics. The problem is that when you utilize that sort of emotion, you're going to be instigating an emotional response from your audience. And when your audience responds emotionally to misinformation that may be designed to make a person look worse than they actually are, you can cause excessive aggravation towards another person by proxy of your own misinformation. Does that mean you're solely accountable for what others do? Not at all. But if you've influenced them because you haven't been entirely honest, then you at least bear some responsibility. The fact was that even in her sentimental state, she managed to consciously omit information that would have contextualized important details. If you consider this case important at all, the rational counter-argument to this would be, well, that is what happens in a state of emotionally invoked bias. We tend to see a very one-sided perspective, and this is not entirely untrue. Nonetheless, the evidence suggests that Shannon had seen the extent of the evidence in question, and those like Just Stop seem to illustrate how she had danced around the incidents that may have placed her in a quandary. The question then becomes, how irrational can one be to show bias while demonstrably being rather tactical in deciding what facets of a spectacle is beneficial to discuss at all? Something just didn't seem to quite add up in what people were concluding about Shannon's demeanor. Equally though, even if she did have a tendency to blow up trivial issues, because they were so trivial from the outset, she seldom faced any real ramifications for her shortcomings. Many involved forgot it as quickly as they waded into it, even if they had not been completely fair in their
Okay, so my assumption is the reason he's doing that is because it can be a bit tiring to hear the same name over and over again. I am only guessing. By saying creepshowart, then creepshowart, 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 creepshowart. But like, you know, I guess it's just because like there's people that use Shannon in the videos about creepshowart, and then Shannon and creepshowart, but I know.
Representation of the particulars, and affected parties felt the aftershock far more intensely.
I want you to know I don't think you're a bad person, but this recent video certainly is not helping you.
If anything, maybe she'd live and learn from it all.
Oh,
Maybe.
really?
Well, for the most part, the next few months were fairly blissful in terms of drama, at least by Shannon's standards, and her channel appeared to be in order. However, maybe it wasn't what she said on her channel that should have concerned her. I think you've all been sufficiently prepared for what we'll be talking about next, so let's move into June 2021 and talk about one of my favorite topics, the gossip forums. Gossip forums, my favorite cesspool. I'm not going to play ignorant and act like I don't end up looking over them a fair bit, given that they often contain discussion about topics that interest me. However, they're also really terrible and really bitchy. It's a contained discourse that I would always steer clear from contributing to, but they have a habit of documenting some of the community's most notorious deviants. Now, there are a variety of forums that could be discussed. However, the one I'm going to focus on is a forum by the name of lolcow farm. A lolcow, as we've discussed before, is someone so oblivious to the nature of the internet that they can never properly deal with the sometimes rather relentless trolling that is dished out. Lolcow farm seems to do a pretty good job at covering these individuals, with a few side hustles of just chatting shit about anyone. Many of those who frequented the website would operate under the veil of anonymity, which is expected given what they often say wouldn't be the most welcome in civil society. This is all rather unexceptional information on the surface. Everyone talks shit about everyone else. How does this tie into the story of creepshowart? Well, there was a thread on Creepshow which had been operational since October 2020. Though that is of some interest, there's something more specific, and in June 2021, one of the admins decided that the veil of anonymity would be lifted over a certain few accounts. Okay. All of those accounts had commented on drama involving Creepshow, and many of those that she knew and was associated with. But there was one more curious detail they had in common. Yes, according to the moderator in question, they were all operated by Shannon. How did they conclude this? Well, it comes down to the IP on these accounts. Short for Internet Protocol, it's often used by those online to identify the general location and possibly identity of a user. Most of the time, a person's IP is not public information because it can lead to revelations regarding the person's whereabouts, and we do not endorse that. However, in this case, given that they felt Shannon's behavior was careening out of hand, they decided to put a stop to it. An announcement post was made in the thread stating that although creepshowart's post into the forum had not been exactly subtle prior, that she crossed a line when she posted her sibling's social media to deflect criticism from her. That's pretty shady stuff for sure. But was it worth lifting the masquerade for? Well, it certainly is when you realize that her sibling was in the ICU, short for intensive care unit, for treatment when Shannon went into a lolcow forum and linked her Twitter, and that's barely the half of it. Amongst the rest of the post documented were various slighted comments directed towards people who many assumed were Shannon's friends, including D'Angelo Wallace, who is a callous call-out creator, Ready to Glare, who's sucking up to Shannon's clout, and Edward's Generation, who simps for terrible people.
Oh God,
Another time when she was uploading videos defending Corpse Husband from certain toxic fandoms, she was supposedly posting a thread that attempted to dox him, ridiculing his fans, and stirring the pot in general. Obviously, if that's what she says about her friends, you can only guess what she says about her adversaries, including people like Hopeless Peaches. And in a way, it makes sense given her publicly expressed feelings on them, but it's still rather underhanded given how much animosity was already being spread during the situation. investigation. To stoke fire under an alias while acting like you're taking the high road is nothing short of villainous, especially when such content is known to mobilize viewers from that position. She posts links to people's social medias with the implication that they should go on there and keep giving them shit. All that wholesome stuff.
A male. She was not trans. She had never experienced body dysmorphia or felt what it was like to be in the wrong body or dealt with any of the complex issues mentally and physically that trans people go through. None of that had happened with her. No, she was just a cis woman who was a moron.
However, it doesn't stop there, as many were quick to observe her rather flagrant use of slurs in posts to the forum, which once again is certainly not out of place for a website like that, but is rather contradictory to her often socially sensitive readings of situations and assumed advocacy for issues like body positivity. The person who called artists racist for drawing somewhat poorly executed depictions of characters has been firing off epithets fairly casually on her alt accounts. She also used it to mysteriously predict what Shannon would be doing next, often in what seemed like an attempt to hype up whatever drama she was embroiled in. She'd brag about her own friends from that third-person perspective, talk about how people may be hesitant to make videos, and how she may weaponize her clout in these scenarios. She also spoke quite harshly about herself, which one could typically chalk up to a concealed sense of self-loathing or the attempt to throw off any suspicion, but in this case combine it with messages about her sibling, and the hypothesis would seem to indicate that she was stirring up hate towards herself, which she'd then play off during conflicts. She'd regularly enact what I call the anti-flex, which is basically a way to attack herself while still emphasizing some aspect of privilege she possessed. If you did that in your own character, you'd probably be called out for—
You mean self-deprecation? What we call it? Anti-flex? Okay.
For being a braggart, but it's much easier to do so when you appear to be talking about someone else. Hypothetically, this is quite the scheme, because a lot of people really don't like being harassed online. However, for those who can manage it, who don't have the conscience to care, then it becomes very easy to use that harassment as ammunition for your—
I mean, don't we all hang out on the internet because we want someone to secretly harass us? Like, oh my god, it's like a dream of being on the internet, right? What the fuck kind of observation is that? I'm sorry. I'm being a bit catty. I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Dude. You just feeling dead air? It's okay. Technically, you're doing more effort than most, like, people who cover ACC shit, so I can't shit on you too hard, but that's just so fucking funny. Get the brain rot. He got the for real skibbity toilet brain. Fuck. Okay. Sometimes I hang out with Diesel and he will just say like the most brain rot like shit. And like he'll say like skibbity toilet and then like he'll like say like the bunch of the other brain rot words and I feel like I'm dying inside. It's a funny tee, but I'm like I'm just like, oh my god, please stop.
Own case, and to deflect legitimate criticism that may be targeted at you. Other behavior is a bit harder to explain, including one where she has an argument with herself about herself after posting DMs with herself. This fictional small YouTuber is mad that Shannon was rude to her in the DMs, makes generally garbage content, and is now holding a grudge against her. This equally fictional respondent contests this and argues that Shannon behaved completely properly given this small YouTuber's demeanor, and that they were clearly attention-seeking. All I'll say is that both sides may have a point. The only explanation I can provide here, though, is that it was a slow week, and the exchange does make Shannon look marginally more favorable than her manufactured hater. Marginally. It's a forum on a trash-talking site. There's not much at stake here. We could go through every individual post and break it down, but all I'll say is it definitely threw her credibility as a commentator into contention, but it also just made people question her credibility as a person and a friend. However, the question still remained, how much can you prove from an IP? Was there an alternative explanation for these escapades that didn't indict Shannon as the perpetrator of these posts? Well, let's hear what she had to say. On June the 5th, 2021, less than a week after the post of the gossip forum had emerged, and as quickly as they garnered traction elsewhere, Shannon took to the YouTube community tab to address the claims that were being leveled.
Oh, okay. So, I did look at. I read about a bunch of that community thread stuff. It's pretty. It's not like pulling up kiwi farms and getting like your like central nervous system like psychic damage blasted by like the most horrible shit, but like it was funny to see that the comment of like, oh, her husband is so dumb that he peed on her in the shower. That was a fucking wild ass thing that got typed in there. So like if you want to see me reading that shit, it's a bit early in the stream, but he's gonna be skipping past that because it's not important to the story.
Against her. Now, she had a few options in approaching these allegations, dependent on her innocence, of course. She could provide the receipts that would exonerate her, she could cast a reasonable amount of doubt on it to make people more skeptical in analysis of the evidence, or she could own up and accept accountability for her actions. In this case, she chose the second option, which is probably the most challenging choice, because you're leaving it open-ended and down to your audience's interpretation of exactly who to believe. You're not providing that closure which allows drama to conclude. At the same time, she still had the opportunity to swing momentum in her favor. So what did her explanation entail? The The post claims that she was not the one behind these foreign contributions, such as the doxing. After all, it is so antithetical to what she stands for as a creator, she couldn't have that on her conscience. As a matter of fact, another person had been committing these offenses and attempting to mirror it onto Shannon's account by, quote, spoofing my IP, doxing my family members, writing things about myself and my friends, sending me death threats from other accounts, making false accounts to spam my comment sections, spamming the comment sections of my friends saying hateful things about me in order to get them to drop me, and just all around doing what she did years ago. Whoever would perform such a heinous act? Well, for those familiar with Shannon's channel, the person responsible for this behavior wasn't a name completely foreign to them, a person who went by Amy, who Shannon had previously believed to be on good terms with, however must have recently turned on her once more. This goes back to January 2019, when Shannon published a video covering this situation under the title, I Was Stalked for 8+ years, Storytime, where Shannon explains in much more depth how her friendship with Amy had turned sour and led to a continuous wave of harassment and provocation on her former friend's part.
After I transferred over to Facebook, the emails started up again. They would talk about my friends, make digs at me, and this time they were a lot more effective. It was like, in the time in which this person wasn't fucking with me by sending me emails, they had taken a course about how to harass people and just fucking passed that course with flying colors. It was a lot, and I was fucking overwhelmed, and so again, I isolated myself. And at this point, I had really only ruled out one of my friends as being someone who wouldn't do this, and she was essentially the only person I trusted for a very, very, very long time.
It's a very long and detailed video, and I don't really seek to go into too many specifics. However, it definitely covers that more personal side of Shannon that many people in the day took to, and showed a more vulnerable side of her.
This person was saying shit that, as much as I didn't want it to be true, it was fucking true. I did self-harm. I did have suicidal thoughts. I didn't think I was worthy of my friends. I did believe that everyone around me hated me and thought terribly of me. It wasn't fucked up because it was all accurate and it was all true.
In Shannon's post, she expresses confusion at how Amy has managed to pull this off, and is equally confused as to her motives. However, she is steadfast that she wants this to be resolved as soon as possible, and promises to send a cease and desist her way to make sure that these antics are brought to an end immediately. After all, she doesn't want anyone else negatively affected by this. She felt the need to put this update out because it's not fucking true that she'd ever do something like that, and that although she understands if nobody believes her, she hopes that her record on this matter has shown itself to be consistent, and therefore, this testimony adds up. Surely with this alternative explanation with a clear timeline, she has at least provided an account that seems more congruent with how people know her, which may be cause to question the original theory posited by the forum admins, right? Alas, an appeal to a behavioral argument can only work if the version of events seems sensible, and many began to disbelieve aspects, particularly on the IP front, which was one of the key pieces of evidence proffered by the lolcow team. It receives a fleeting mention on Shannon's community post, which as aforementioned asserted that this Amy character had been imitating her IP to shift blame onto her lap. To those unfamiliar with IPs, this claim would seem quite unfalsifiable.
I just saw, sorry, I got message to send something to Falgy real quick, and I completely missed you saying, oh my god, the very stigma of you. I also have a Starkeys right behind my eyes. Oh.
Contentious. However, people who are more technologically cultured swiftly descended on the holes within the besieged creator's exposition. These emphasize the fact that besides it already being extremely difficult to mimic someone's IP, as a person's IP often changes with time and is dependent on the devices one uses, it makes the likelihood that a stalker had continuously tracked her IP even more unlikely, in fact, nearly impossible. In essence, a stalker of this degree would have needed to have used her devices to even begin mimicking her behavior, which we know hasn't happened given Shannon's own claims, so she kind of backed herself into a corner on that one. Some also found it strange that she immediately assumed this was the doing of her mystery stalker, and not the many other possibilities that could be drawn from such a bizarre situation. In a way, her specificity became her
It's being accidentally cringe. Oh, fuck. Yeah,
downfall, as she was shown up as clearly lying about certain details, and if she was lying about the explanation relating to who committed the incident in question, the natural assumption was that she was probably the guilty party. This only makes the community post more awkward to read, especially given how she uses a lot of linguistic devices to convey an upfront nature, such as that acceptance that people may not believe it, and even the expletives that would convey that sort of unfiltered emotion. Its contrivance couldn't be more crystalline. It wasn't long until many critical comments appeared in the section of her community post chastising her for her dishonesty, but also requesting some transparency. Her fans, although clearly possessing affection for their creator, were also conscious that this was not the truth, and that they clearly deserved better from someone who thought she cared about them. With the deception of these exploits on show, the question began to manifest of what other lies had been concocted on the creepshowart channel. After all, the scapegoat of this scenario, Amy, was an individual who Shannon acknowledged more than readily as a real person for over 2 years. If she wasn't this bogeyman that Creepshow made her out to be, who was she? In the week following, a tweet went out from a certain creator asking if Amy had been mentioned prior to October 2018, with the theory that this character had been inspired by a conversation that they had had with her. This creator was Emily Artful, a person mentioned multiple times in Shannon's supposed lolcow posts.
Okay.
It's clear the two knew of each other, but how deep did this rabbit hole go? Well, if you shall permit, I'd like to bring another friend, my exemplary colleague and creator, It's Rooster, to break down the details of what followed, in possibly one of the most aberrant twists yet. Take it away.
So James asked Scotland's finest to investigate the whole Amy situation. So here I am, procrastinating my uni deadlines to talk about creepshow art. Help me. So in early January of 2019, Shannon uploaded an hour-long video titled I Was Stalked for 8+ years. In this video, Shannon details her horror story of being on the receiving end of a stalker for almost a decade of her life, using her platform to share her story of an issue estimated to affect somewhere between
6 to 7.5 million people in just the US alone, with further disturbing statistics suggesting that 1 in 6 women have experienced some form of stalking in their lifetime.
Stalking and many other factors why women don't feel safe walking home at night. But what about Shannon? Well, enter stage left Emily Artful, who released a counter video against Shannon and her video that sent the internet into a meltdown. Shannon's I Was Stalked video has a runtime just shy of 60 minutes, so let's condense this video down and then compare it to Emily Artful's story. Because an hour is a long time. You could watch one of Tro's videos in that. No, you couldn't. You could not, actually.
Hi. If you read the title of this video, then you know that it's going to be about harassment and online stalking. There are a lot, and I mean a lot, of videos on the internet where the person is crying about this story and trying to retell how it sucks, and I can tell you absolutely firsthand, it does.
Okay. Shannon's opening statement claims she'd been
I was just like, I was like having a brief. I was like, is he gonna play the whole video? I'm like, oh no, not okay. Yeah, like, I know, in Cecil's video, they mentioned, Andrew, yeah, Andrew, it was Emily called him, they mentioned a bit about him, like, I feel like, he should have got, like, his own separate fucking Ash Panic. I was like, yeah, like he should have got his own fucking video, like, I don't get, like, okay, creepshow art is fucking bad, but, like, what about, like, her fucking husband? Like, he did some fucked up shit related to Emily, but he just kind of gets, like, a bit brushed over. It's like, oh, yeah, because he's attached to fucking creepshow art, whatever.
The receiving end of a stalker for the past 8+ years, but knew who did this to her and that the whole thing was over. She then goes into more details of her terror tale as follows. She met her first online friend, Amy, who had a much cooler life than her.
Her life was the shit, and mine was shit, and I was so friggin' jealous. And her parents allowing her to have a cell phone when mine wouldn't, and I just had basically nothing.
However, Amy was getting more guys than she was, which led Shannon down the path of jealousy, resulting in her starting to tell some porcupines. She began to manipulate her life in fantasy tales to try level up to this new friend she made online. These tales included love interests in Shannon's life, with some lies going as far as claims of men climbing through Shannon's window to meet up with her at the crack of dawn.
I made a dumb decision. When talking to Amy, I started full online and making up shit to fit in with her, which is exactly what Disney Channel tells you you shouldn't do because lying is wrong and don't ever do it. Yes, I know Zendaya, I've heard you a million times.
Oh my god,
but in order to fit in with Amy and seem cooler, I just started lying about everything, which was not a smart move to do because I am in fact a shitty liar. I won't remember my lies very well, and I tend to end up exposing my damn self, which is why I try to keep my shit as honest as possible in my real life.
As time went on, her lies got more complex and irrational, to the point where she started mixing her fake partners and companions with real-life friends. Amy caught on that Shannon was being dishonest, but instead of giving it up and admitting it, Shannon instead made her lies even more far-fetched. These lies got so out of control that Amy wanted to fight her real-life friends because Shannon had orchestrated real people into fake problematic scenarios.
I wove these like intricate tales into my life. I had one character who was my next door neighbor, who was essentially like a hot Archie Andrews kind of guy, who was sweet and charming, and our windows faced each other, and at the end of the night we would look out at each other and smile. And I named him George, specifically after George Weasley, who I had the fattest crush on.
She then made her MySpace account, and if you remember that, then how's your 30s treating you? On this new platform, Amy noticed Shannon's friend Sage was on her top friends list, which annoyed Amy, because Sage was a friend of Shannon's who had been bitched about. Amy was
I won't say I have crazy exes, but they've had their moments. You know, just like, so, there's just an aura. You're brought, I don't say the word attracted to is the wrong word, but like drawn to. And it's just like, that aura has fucked me up. It's just like how someone presents themselves. You're like, yeah, my body's like, yeah, my brain and body are like, yeah, this is a good idea. And then it just bites me in the ass later. I'm like, fuck. I'm just happy like my fiance doesn't have that specific aura, so I don't have to worry about that.
Confused to why Sage was on that list after Shannon had made claims of problematic behavior from them. Sage then received a threatening email from Amy, claiming that they wanted to kill them. This scenario led to a tearful phone call with Sage to Shannon, who was troubled about the email. Shannon decided that enough was enough, so wrote a long email to Amy, coming clean with everything. Amy did not take this well and was understandably angered by Shannon's explanation. After this, Shannon claimed she blocked Amy. Things went quiet for a few months until they received an email from a fake account under a phony name along the lines of John Smith or something. And it ain't David Tennant, trust me. This email was insulting her friends and providing real-life information about Shannon. Then every couple of days, she got...
Like, the vibes aren't rancid on, like, the surface. That's the thing. Okay, so, like, a shitty ex I had and my ex-client that will go unnamed, they basically had, like, the same vibes. It should have been a red flag, but I was like, it's one of those moments where you're like, you know, I'm just gonna completely forget that I had, like, a really terrible interaction with this other person, and we're just gonna, like, ignore that. You know? Just the lack of self-preservation that you completely forget that you need to have in life and online. Just leave it there.
More and more, with all the emails ending with the phrase, kill yourself. She then switched to Facebook and wasn't too clever with her privacy settings on this account. She continued to get emails for months upon months. During these pressing times, she also briefly describes her battles with homelessness.
I was told in the comments things like I wasn't really homeless, that I was lying, that I was making it sound worse than it was, and that I had it so much easier than so many other people, and therefore I shouldn't be able to talk about it at all. That because I had my car, because I had my husband, because we had chosen to be homeless because we genuinely couldn't afford an apartment with the debt we had at the time, that I was not technically really homeless, that it wasn't as valid as people who had been displaced, and I was just using it to seem cool online.
Her boyfriend, Anthony, then started getting texts from Amy, reading that they should break up with Shannon. When he brought this up with her, she returned to her old tricks and lied to Anthony. Anthony knew this was all fabricated, which led to Shannon eventually breaking down after realizing that she had been trapped, forcing to confess everything to Anthony. Amy wasn't backing down though, however. Shannon was threatened with revenge, also claiming that Amy had threatened her to get her fired from her job. You might be thinking, go to the police, make YouTube videos. Well, she admits that she was so shit scared she slept on her bathroom floor some nights. But you also may be thinking at this point, where's the evidence, as I haven't presented any of yet? Well, Shannon claims to have deleted every email she received from Amy, rendering any efforts to take this situation to the police useless. During these stressful times, she was encouraged to search her emails for any form of evidence.
I logged into every email I had, which was only 3 at the time, and I searched. I looked up keywords, I tried to scour through it, and I didn't find anything from those emails I was actually looking for. What I did find, though, were those 10 emails that Amy had sent to me.
Thank you. You just said you need to have a lack of... you need to have self-preservation. I'm sorry. My brain was just like, you know... in my head, I'm like, you need to have self-preservation, and I didn't. But instead, I said, you don't need self-preservation. My bad. Oh my god. Just, you know, it's just, you get loopy sometimes when you're streaming.
After she realized what I had done and what I had been lying about. And the only way I could describe that moment after finding those emails and reading them again was, it was like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast happened. Because finally, after fucking years, I put 2 and 2 together.
You child, it's called an epiphany? Oh my god.
And realized that, holy shit, it was
22-year-old woman
time.
She found Amy's social media accounts with one that was still active. So she decided to finally take accountability, kind of. They then video called and Amy came clean with everything, claiming she took her marriage stress and anger out on Shannon. Shannon tells Amy that she can't forgive her or be friends, but they stay in touch. She then told her audience that it wasn't really that deep and not to go out their way trying to find out who she was, also clarifying that she asked Amy permission to share the story. After this, Shannon received support from her fans in the comments, and I'm sure from friends behind the scenes too.
It was so easy for me to look her up with that limited information, and I don't want to potentially give you all the way to find her. Last time I shared emails on the internet, that's exactly what happened, and I'm not in the business of messing up people's lives. So
share emails
her
anyways
only
on the
request
internet
about me making this video was for it not to be traced back to her and her family, and I really do take that seriously.
But nothing else really came from it. Well, I mean, obviously it did. Until June 12th, 2021, when, in light of lolcow allegations and their own research, a creator by the name of Emily Artful decided to upload a video titled "Creepshowart Has Always Been This Way."
Hi everyone. I'm Emily. If you're not familiar with who I am, I have been making art content here on YouTube for the past 6 years. For the majority of those 6 years and several years prior, I had been facing stalking, harassment, and threats from one very recognizable source. For many years, I had no idea who this person was. I had speculations, but they were pretty far off. And because of that, I had to endure that abuse. I went to the police. I was turned away. I spoke to an attorney. They told me it's not going to be worth it taking it to court. This story is long, so I recommend you watch it at 1.5 speed if you can. It's long because this stalking campaign has lasted the better part of a decade. And while I didn't know who my stalker was before, now I know who my stalker is. My stalker is Shannon, better known as Creepshowart, and what I believe to be her current husband, Anthony Parker, who is also my abusive ex-partner. I have to say, for legal purposes, that everything in this video is alleged. I just encourage people to look at the evidence and form their own opinions. I also want to say I originally censored Anthony's name in this video. I called him Andrew, just kind of out of a habit, but I decided I'm not going to do that anymore. His handle online is Anthony Parker, and he raped me, and he emotionally abused me and manipulated.
Emily has a after story? Okay. Because, like, I saw, like, this part was included in Cecil's video, but, like, we weren't really given, like, any more to do with that. Well, that's, I assume that's because also it's an older video. This is
Me
like
when I was most vulnerable, and for the better part of the decade, he tried to make my life a living hell. Thank you, everyone, and here's the video.
Emily prefaces her story by admitting that when this situation started, she was a toxic person and often made crude comments towards others. In her own words, an anti-SJW pick-me girl who was often fatphobic and would slut-shame others. Emily admits that she was that person in the past and still is, but has grown up as a person since then. So this all started when Emily started making music and had a gig booked in the Nickel City venue, who let any shitty bands perform, in Emily's own words.
I was a gig musician making shit all doing that because I still lived at home and I was a student. I took a gig performing at Nickel City Arcade in San Jose because they used to allow the shittiest of bands to perform in their literal birthday room.
After performing in their birthday room, she met a man who attended the gig.
Don't shine yourself so hard. Like, it takes a lot of courage to go up on stage and play music, and if you consider yourself a shitty band, like, I'm not gonna fucking shit on you for that. That's pretty cool.
And his name was Anthony. Emily and Anthony hit it off well with each other and ended up in a relationship that Emily describes as toxic. During this time of her life, Emily had a big drug problem and struggled heavily with it. Emily claims Anthony showed signs of being abusive early on, often punching walls in anger and thinking he and a small friend group from school were the intellectuals. Things began to get progressively worse after Anthony spotted a comment that Emily posted on a gay friend's post. The comment was complimenting a friend and wasn't flirtatious in any way. However, Anthony was deeply insecure and couldn't understand this. It's also worth knowing that when this happened, at the time Anthony had been cheating on Emily secretly, as he was often flirty with other women and sent naughty photos to people too. In anger, he got one of his friends, Brandon, to send Emily horrible abusive messages, going as far to threaten to curb stomp her. After the breakup, they decided to keep a professional relationship in the arts industry, and Anthony wanted Emily to provide vocals for one of his songs, and she was keen to do so.
Andrew actually reached back out to me down the road, basically saying, hey, sorry for how things ended, we should be friends now. Then, of course, as all codependent relationships do, we entered into this kind of weird middle ground flirtationship. That became unhealthy, so I decided to kind of end it, kind of step back away from that. Then he expressed interest in having a professional relationship, having me sing on one of his tracks.
However, when watching back a music video of Anthony she was acting in, she heard the vocals of another female who she took a quick dislike to, claiming to Anthony that she could sing a lot better and that person behind the microphone wasn't good.
Stupid feeling that I know you know I know we know I can't see. Run away, close your eyes, blame yourself, can't define. Will I ever see? I never seem to wonder why I never wondered if all I needed was a hug.
However, this person happened to be Shannon. Emily reflects back on her opening statement here, admitting that the comment she made was toxic and rude, but claims this behaviour was caused due to abusive male figures being in her life at the time, alongside Anthony, but also admits that during this period of her life, she was heavily drugged up and trapped in addiction. After this comment was made, this started a long chain of events to follow.
What was interesting is when I started working professionally with him is when I started noticing some like really negative comments across all my social media. And at this point, the Emily Artful channel wasn't a thing yet. I just had like random social media accounts. I think I had a Minecraft account, an anime, I did short films, I had like a separate art account that was unrelated, a music account, and I started noticing a lot of really negative comments.
Though negative comments are common on YouTube, these ones seemed suspicious. She also began to get friend requests on Facebook from people with mutual friends, so she accepted them, not thinking much about it. Emily believes that Anthony and Shannon were working together to try and get more information about her, but notes that she isn't certain that Shannon was involved at this point. Emily's Facebook account was hacked after it was phished, locking her out completely. And phishing is a tactic to hack people by seeming trustworthy with a link shared. These are very common nowadays. You've probably had these before where a friend sends you a sussy link with a message along the lines of like, is this you in this video? Oh shit, it got a virus now. But this hack led to compromising photos being stolen from her account in private logs. But some of these photos were from when Emily was a minor. When she expressed this concern to the account that they were storing CP, they just called Emily a liar and instead baited her by putting them alongside other photos in a photo bucket to taunt her and hold them over her head.
But I believe at this point, potentially, Shannon was working with Andrew to try to get up as much information about me as possible. Now, they ended up phishing me and locking me out of that original Facebook account. Now, I had that original Facebook account since I was a minor, since Facebook came out. And hidden in the messages of that account were some compromising photographs. Now, most of them were of me as an adult, but unfortunately, there were a few of me as a minor. And I tried to express that to my stalker several times, but they just disregarded it and said that I was a liar.
The comments continued to surface, but this time they were a lot more personal and direct towards her physical appearance. At this time, she had been struggling with an ED and was underweight and overweight at points in her life, which the comments made digs at. There were also some comments suggesting that she was transgender in a transphobic delivery.
Let me just say right now, the #1 insult, this is how I know it's her across the board, because, you know, everybody has haters, but I know it's her when I'm called pre-op or TRANNY slur, or when did you get your operation and do you still have boy parts down there? Just lots of incredibly transphobic insults.
Emily at this point in life was not in control due to drug problems, but was on the mend, so decided to try and make things work by getting a job. On the road to recovery, she was sabotaged by her harassers who found out where she was working and sent them an email posing as a past client, claiming that they lost her business and attached photos of Emily in compromising positions. Emily was then fired from her job and ended up on the street for a short period of time. Continuing her path to recovery though, things looked up when she met someone new and moved in with him, and also secured a new job and began to settle down after having a child with her partner. Anthony and allegedly Shannon did everything they could think of to try to continue to fuck with her by trying to find out where her new workplace was, and at the time only knowing it was a restaurant. To try and find this information out, they stole Emily's friends' photos on Facebook and created a fake account posing as a new account due to the last one being hacked, and had added Emily's friends too to look more legit. Emily believed this, so accepted the friend request, but then she noticed her posts were oddly sus, asking people if they knew any nice restaurants in the area.
Hey, does anybody know of any really cool, this specific type of cuisine restaurants in this specific location?
This is awful.
And at that point I'm like,
Jesus.
You are not my friend. And so I blocked them. I knew right away that they were trying to find out where I worked. They wanted to try to bait me to be like, yeah, I work here, so that they could call and get me fired from another job.
And after a report, the account was removed. Things were looking up though. She was healing, moving forward in life, and soon started her Emily Artful channel. Unfortunately for Emily, things were only going to get worse though. And this started when she noticed an increase of negative comments on her channel. And for the first time, Emily realized that she had a stalker. After this happened, she began to notice comments which were specifically detailed about creepshowart, who at the time Emily didn't know was Shannon. She decided to approach Shannon about it, politely. Emily claims that at the time she couldn't find anyone else apart from Shannon using the series title, but admits that she was still green on the platform and perhaps didn't look hard enough.
Hi Shannon, my name is Emily and I have a channel on YouTube called Emily Artful. It's been brought to my attention that you have a series with the exact same name as a series I created 3 years ago called Sketchbook Storytime. I'm going to guess this was most likely 100% by accident or by coincidence, but I put my heart and soul into my series and I'd really appreciate if you were able to change the name of your Storytime videos. You are completely within your right not to, as it's your channel and you can do with it as you please.
I just saw that saying. That's fucking awful. Jesus Christ. Can people be fucking, like, not shitty on the internet when it comes to people's, like, bodies? Oh my god.
But from one artist to another, I hope you'll understand how it can hurt my business.
Dude, this is why I don't post, like, anything about myself. Like, well, I do have, like, 2 videos with my face on my other channel, but, like, I don't post, like, public photos of myself online. I just...
You understand my request, and I hope you don't think I'm angry. Things like this happen all the time. I figure it's just a coincidence. Thank you, Emily. And Shannon responded, sorry man, I watched Lehman Raptor on YouTube and she has a series titled the same name and she gave me a go-ahead. I'll just label them as Storytime since that's all it is, but I appreciate you letting me know your concern. Looking into it, there are quite a few accounts using the same name for similar series, kind of like Get Ready For Me for beauty YouTubers almost. I think at the very least you might have started a trend, which is commendable. Sorry I made you uncomfortable in any way, my dude.
After this, Emily followed Creepshow on Instagram and was stunned to see a drawing on the account that scarily resembled Anthony a lot, but confirmed this when the post had Anthony tagged in it. At this point, Emily was worried about Shannon because she knew Anthony well and how abusive he had been towards her. She decided to unfollow Creepshow. Emily claims here that she doesn't have much receipts because at the time she just wanted to block the pair and push them away as far as possible, until she had a conversation with a lawyer in 2017 who told her to do the exact opposite and collect evidence against them. Emily had started a new series, Sketchbook Storytime, where she talked about past experiences of her life, and one of her videos went semi-viral, as she called it, so she posted the achievement onto Twitter, and as a thank you to her fans. After she tweeted this, she was followed by Anthony, who proceeded to reply to the achievement, accusing her of buying views, and also calling her out for blocking him too. Emily noticed just short moments after this was tweeted towards her, a new account DM'd her under the handle NotViralEmily, saying the same sort of thing and sending pictures of a Social Blade page. Now, for the non-nerds out there, a Social Blade page is a place where a YouTuber can take tabs of their past analytics and growth. Essentially, it's a platform for YouTubers to jerk themselves off to. Emily tried to level with Anthony and reach his softer side because she was terrified of him, because he'd mentioned dark things such as shooting up schools before, going as far to plot out who he would have killed. She genuinely was scared he was going to come and kill her. Emily was haunted to the point which led her to write up a statement that if anything mysterious happened to her, it was most likely Anthony who did it.
He says back, harassing? No, I've only posted in what my accounts are, like what has my face on it. And I'm not angry, I was just curious. I figured maybe if I get more ridiculous, I'd get a response. I wanted to see where your stuff went, which is why I was bummed you blocked me. But no, I'm not angry at all. Thank you for the reason though, much appreciated. Good luck out there.
After this situation happened, she began to suspect Anthony was the one who had been stalking her for the past few years, but couldn't prove it at this point. So she decided to plan out a trap to lay out for Anthony to gather evidence. She set this trap by posing as a hater of her own channel, messaging Anthony with a trackable link, baiting him to click on it. He was baited. Because Emily had two mutual friends with Anthony, she knew where he was living at the time, and the link brought her to the location of where Anthony lived in San Jose, California. As I mentioned previously, things got progressively worse, but things took a new level when she received anxiety-drilling Snapchats from a sock puppet account, as the stalker was now in her town.
One day I just received a completely random Snapchat photograph of what looked like a specific square in the city that I lived in, with some nonsensical text overlaid on top. I don't have the initial.
I think it's the, was it the, forbidden fruit is the wrong word. It's like, it's because it's it's transgressive. It's harmful, that's why they post it, rather than it being consensual. Like, if someone's consensually putting their body on the internet, that's less interesting than someone who's like, I don't want you to post my body on the internet. It's really shitty.
Snapchat because I just kind of froze in panic, but I do have the response to that Snapchat. I wrote, "Are you in my city?" And Kilgore Trout is the name that they chose this time. And they said,
"Somewhere, I suppose, in its labyrinth."
And then you can see I started typing back, "You are fucking insane." Now, I'm sorry for the ableist language I was using here. I was so freaked out. You guys have no idea the level of fear that I had in this moment.
Girl,
I was 100% convinced that this person, Andrew or Shannon or whoever, was in my city and they were going to hurt me. You can see I said, "Answer me. You drove all the way here?" And they said,
"I don't have a driver's license yet. My parents drove me here."
Emily notes here that they started scattering breadcrumbs of the stalker being a potential minor by claiming their parents drove them to the town, almost in an attempt to draw Emily's suspicions away of it being Anthony. Emily also claims that post-high school, the pair had conversations discussing kidnapping people who bullied him in school and torturing them. At the same time, Emily was trying to be kind to Anthony and find his soft spot once more, as she was genuinely concerned for her own well-being. Telling Anthony not to come to her house, trying to scare him off by claiming she had a security dog and a loaded weapon ready to use for protection. Emily then asked him if he was near the loft, a venue, as she recognised the architecture of her own town.
"There is, alas, only one loft, infinite copies of voids upon voids, reflected as it were into the greater void of perception, that which is named but not known, in which loft is one of any possible combination of voids, infinite yet also distinct."
He followed with more snaps, criticising her channel by essentially saying, "You're adding shit content to the internet," in this nonsensical text he wrote towards her.
"All art reflects the greater void of human limitations. Alas, Mother's Day cards and subscriber drawings are no exception. Only the mind-bending, thumb-bending video can transcend this void through its sheer bendery and avant-gardeness.
It's important to note here that he mentioned subscriber drawings, and something key to mention, how did he get this Snapchat account? How was he able to send it to them? Emily answers this on another content creator's video, claiming that she was public with her Snapchat, and she did this as she used it as an outlet for fans to send their own fan art to her. So this explains how Anthony was able to contact Emily without being a friend. Emily explains that she knows who is behind the Snapchat account, and that it was Anthony because he clicked on the link she sent, to which again, he responds in more gibberish and takes no accountability or even defends himself. Further down the path, the Rewired Soul drama happened. YouTubers such as Permink have covered this in much more depth, but the main issue with him was that he started out as a mental health channel and Emily befriended him, but then he started making videos about YouTubers' breakdowns and diagnosing them. This in itself is very distasteful, but he made this worse by making multiple videos on them.
Just a few examples. He has over 500 videos just like these about every YouTuber you can think of, and these videos aren't like a one-off and done. He has 65 videos on Shane Dawson, 45 videos on Jake Paul, 16 videos on Tana Mojo, 15 videos on Trisha Paytas. It goes on and on. At some point, it becomes kind of obsessive. Just imagine, some random guy on the internet.
This guy, his face looks familiar. Should I know who he is? Or is it like, oh no, run away, don't touch the poo sort of person?
Making 65 videos on how you need to get help in therapy or about how your relationships are failing.
But this didn't stop another sock puppet account from DMing her a lot of abuse and threats because Emily had previous associations with him.
Since I had publicly, I think I just tweeted at him a few...
I do not know. I do not know. Is it something juicy? Is it something to be worth looking into?
times, so people were aware that him and I had talked. During that whole debacle, I got a DM on Twitter from someone named Datboy, and they say, "Uh-oh, dear, looks like you're friends with a fraud. Do you want to be hurt in the worst possible way? Somebody is a bad mommy. Maybe we let everyone know how bad of a mommy you are. Keep telling people you're sober, girl. Maybe if you say it enough, people will believe it. Have fun endorsing your fraud, druggie."
You came at a wonderful time, Pimenta. Just getting towards the end of the creepshowart drama. We're covering Emily's specific video, who was a person who was stalked and harassed by creepshowart and creepshowart's husband, who's apparently a giant piece of shit, who people really should have delved more into, because holy fucking shit, he's a dog shit human being.
Bitch. Have fun faking your sobriety for your mindless followers. They believe you, but no one else does, my dear. You bad mommy. I've got receipts, druggy bitch, with a winky face.
Emily also mentions comments made towards her children that seem like threats against them or threats to get her kids taken away from her. And she backs this up with another incident with Shannon. Emily did a Halloween shoot with a short 3-series videos, claiming it to be fun and off-brand compared to her usual content. After she posted these, she noticed the same comment being spammed, claiming to be grossed out that Emily would monetize her kids, trying to compare this fleeting moment to people who very much monetize their children.
But for some reason, I just kept getting the same comment over and over and over. Oh my God, aren't you guys so, like, grossed out that she's trying to monetize her kids? Like, oh my gosh, she's just shoving her kids down our throat. And I'm sorry, to have that, like, accusation lobbed at me was frustrating.
Emily then made a Redbubble shirt with her son on it to keep one for herself and send one to her dad. She claims to have never advertised this and it was a private project. This was a point that Shannon made on a lolcow post, trying to further slander Emily that she was a disgusting human for making merch out of her children, and essentially tried to call her out for exploiting them.
Okay. Fucking internet people, this is fucking normal. Okay, look, I have family friends who literally just do printed blankets of their kids on for t-shirts and shit. Like, holy shit, this is like the most normal thing ever if you're like a soccer mom or like any parent to put like your kids on clothes or blankets or anything like that. Oh my God.
I never made that public, like I never advertised it as merch. I put that in my Redbubble shop and ordered 2 of those shirts, one to send to my dad and one to send to my best friend, because obviously they love my son.
So somewhere between the Rewired Soul incident and the lolcow Halloween situation, Emily received a DM from an account under Britta Filter. The account claimed that Emily did not know her, but that Britta knew her. In short, the DM details that her brother was a fan of hers and has archives on his computer of Emily's media, claiming that he has an obsession, pages of screen names and information on Emily and info that someone wouldn't want to know. The account said that he had harassed her with accounts under Ava, which sounds like an autocorrection for Aja, the person behind the Not Viral Emily account. The message continues claiming that he had many sock puppet accounts and even reached out to her followers. She claims she found all this while using her computer for schoolwork, and that's when she found everything, and that she has taken the laptop to his parents and has decided to encourage her brother to take a mental health facility and to be cut off from this. She apologizes on behalf and claims that he was just a kid at 15.
I am sorry for doing this anonymously, but because my brother is a child, my parents have told me not to speak out about this with anyone else outside of family. I know that must be inherently frustrating for you, but it's important to me that you at least know that this problem was seen and will be taken care of.
In response to the long-winded DM, Emily asked to solidify the statement by asking the girl to come into a video call, as she found the information being presented very suspicious, claiming it to be very strange that he wrote every little specific detail, such as him getting Emily fired from her job.
Would you be able to do me a favor, so I know this is all real? I need to see/talk to you on video chat, Snapchat, Instagram, Skype, it doesn't matter, because all this information seems suspicious to me.
Hey,
it's exactly what's happened to me to a
bully.
T. Obviously with a huge handful of things missing and some things that I didn't even know that they had on me.
At the time, this had been happening for 5 years, making the boy in question 10 years old. Would a 10-year-old even be capable of doing any of this? Emily claims to be certain it's Anthony and doubts that they were able to fulfill her video chat request. And sure enough, the account responded bluntly, stating that
small person. I have personal images. Not personal image issues. Like I don't care about my face that much. I'm told like people like, oh, you're very attractive, we love you, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't like how I look.
if she doesn't believe her, then that's fine. And also Swifty declined, claiming that her parents aren't comfortable with that.
As for how we know he got you fired and information of the like, he has a video of you crying where you state someone got you fired and text documents of him taking credit for it. Though I doubt I will be able to convince you that this is legitimate, I do hope that you find peace with this, and I understand the trust is not here.
After this happened, Emily uploaded a video where she discussed a YouTuber who had caused her a lot of problems. That wasn't about Shannon, but she later had to private it due to it causing a lot of issues with her friends, but she noticed a sprinkle of sock puppet accounts claiming it to be about creepshowart. Crapshowart, in fact.
Shannon's post reads, "The people linking me to Emily Artful's video, I've seen it, and no, it wasn't me," plays Shaggy in background. Also, less exciting, and something I might open up more about, but for about 12 years now, I've been harassed online by the girl who catfishes me. I know it's her because she ended up admitting to it last year when I called her out on it, saying it was because she was stressed and didn't have another outlet for it. Also, she felt betrayed because I stopped responding to her emails after a while. Because of her harassing me, my boyfriend, my friends, and sometimes going as far as to try to get me fired, I don't trust people very easily online. Isn't that a coinky-dink? That right there is the most passive-aggressive shit I have ever read, and is also one of the many breadcrumbs that she started leaving behind that she had a quote-unquote stalker named Amy.
Shannon came across as super manipulative in trying to get herself out of this messy situation in her response, apologizing for going off, but Emily wasn't having any of it. She snapped and confronted her. Emily opens bluntly asking if it was her or Anthony stalking her, and compiles the proof we have gathered already in this text. She also mentioned that she baited the Lily Singh account with another IP link, which led her to the new location which they had moved to, and that one of the IPs she had previously tracked her back to a library, which does line up with Anthony's homeless lifestyle.
Now, interestingly enough, one of the IPs that I had tracked to where they had lived before was from a library. Come to find out that when Shannon and Andrew were living in their car, they had used a library for their internet access, which I now know from watching some of Shannon's older videos.
Because when you live in a car, you don't have very basic things. For a living room, you have a Starbucks or a library because you can sit there essentially the entire day and no one cares.
So what our schedule basically was on a day-to-day basis was basically to get food at about 9 a.m. or so and make our way over to the library and
Is this a video of Creepshowart's husband talking? Like 99 views. Well, that's interesting. No one brought this up.
set up so we could essentially work till about 2 or 3 and then get food again and then come back and work till about, I don't remember if it was 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. when it closed.
Shannon responds bluntly with, literally neither of us do. Emily responds by asking why her boyfriend went off at her and accused her of buying views and subs. Shannon is apologetic that those things happened, but bitter that Emily would accuse them of stalking, claiming that it isn't cool. In an effort to try and cover up the sub-buying comments, Shannon claims that she herself had received DMs saying similar, and that other accounts had too, and claimed that the account had actually messaged her with dirt on Emily from before Emily Artful. But then Emily pleads with Shannon for the pair to leave her alone. Finding it strange how she had zero contact with Anthony, then all of a sudden he's blowing her up on Twitter. Shannon continues by insisting it's not Anthony and offers a Skype or FaceTime call with Emily. Shannon again denies the allegations, claiming she'd received DMs from an account something like Filter. Now if we go back to this sus account that DM'd Emily under Brita Filter, this does seem oddly convenient, and how the fuck would she remember that? Shannon then tries to level with Emily, exclaiming that she gets where she's coming from, detailing her story of how she was harassed by a girl called Amy, who catfished her for 12 years. Emily replies here, dismissing her attempts to cover up by claiming she's in the works filling out a restraining order. She says she's taken this to the police with the evidence, but will not press charges as she doesn't want to hurt or ruin anyone's life. Emily then details the progress of the private investigation that would IP block them from contact and makes a point that if it's not her, then she has nothing to worry about. Emily, possibly in fear, starts to backtrack and dismiss herself by saying that if she's wrong about this, then she does apologize. At this point, Emily is talking to a brick wall. Shannon tells Emily to go ahead with the restraining order, but once again mentions the music video, which confused Anthony. She uses this in an effort to continue to try and clean their names. Emily finds it strange that she was able to recall the music video so easily, considering it was a long time ago. Emily softens for Shannon furthermore by expressing worries she had been associated with Anthony.
I didn't address it for the new people here. Yeah. Lynn made this Paint YouTuber, yay! I got a couple different like expressions available for it. And Lynn also made this cute kitty. I just took the images that Lynn made and put it in DaVinci and cycled it, and I just shrink myself down. There you go. I'll just put myself here. I'm not playing anything right now. So you got Kitty here, and then you got Kitty in the corner sleeping. Yeah, he blinks. Kitty blinks. And Kitty also breathes, technically. Yeah, it's a new avatar. I like had my old one. So I'm like, he looked a big kitty. Looking at you. I was like, oh, it's perfect for my knee. Right there. Put her right there. There we go.
Due to the abuse she suffered, Shannon once more tries to persuade Emily that Anthony would never do that due to the sheer amount of respect she has for him. Emily claims she suspected it to be Anthony and Brandon for a while, causing Creepshow to pounce on that statement and tried to put all of the blame on her friend Brandon. Going on further, stating that last year Brandon tried to get Emily fired because Anthony chose her over him, and that he had been trying to dip into the art YouTube world, but it hadn't been going well for him. Emily asks where Brandon lives now, to which Shannon claims she didn't know. There's some back and forth conversation.
Olivia, we are going over the tail end of the Creepshow art drama, covering the stalking shit Creepshow art did towards Emily Artful, along with like the fucked up shit her husband did. I'm just giving a small like brief catch up.
Figuring out where Brandon lived, and Emily stated that she would be taking that information to the PI, but really hopes it's not her or Anthony. Shannon tells Emily to be safe, and that if it was Brandon, they had nothing to do with it. Emily tries to end the conversation, wishing them both nothing but happiness from the bottom of her heart. Shannon responds by claiming, back at you. She tells Emily,
side note, I'm sorry, I'm pausing. I've changed my mixer settings. I'm using a virtual mixer right now, so it's still, there's a bit of growing pains with it, because I know I need to be careful. Because the noise cancellation isn't as good as isn't as strong as OBS's built-in one, but I feel like I get less clipped, at least when I like check the audio. I was checking when I was doing some editing, and I noticed like I get very compressed. So I'm trying to like work around that and see like what settings work best for my voice. I really need to just find a person who's like good with audio engineering. But like that's like a unicorn in the wild.
That if she ever needs any more information about the three of them, bad or to clear their names, then to let her know. Emily then asks for an address to serve them with papers, but backs down and is worried that she has the wrong people, to which Shannon offers to send them a PO box. Emily explains that she feels very emotional about this and is thankful for the help, but still has high suspicion.
I 100% was still convinced it was them at this point, and this is something I've had to work on in therapy. I am a weak-willed person. If you are nice to me, I will fold like a house of cards. And I was also still considerably afraid of both of them at this point, so whenever they would show me like a sliver of humanity, I would just cling to it because I just wanted everything to be over. I just wanted to be left alone.
Emily claims at this point she was left unsure what to do. Spend loads of money on legal action which she would struggle to afford, or spend it on something fun with her kids. But she decided it wasn't worth it, so laid low and started to post again. And then she began to notice all the comments, specifically Anthony's trolling, suddenly disappeared, to which Emily claims this solidifies that her stalker was Anthony and Shannon. The silence was brief, however, as she received a DM from an account claiming that a lolcow post from Shannon was posting old videos of Emily to an archive YouTube channel. Emily heavily notes here that this might not be Shannon at all, but finds the humour in the account dating back to 2017 and that was still active, similar to Anthony and Shannon's. These videos had gameplay or stills with the audio over them, with Emily expressing takes that could be seen as controversial now. Emily thinks that this could have been an effort to try and scare her into thinking she would get cancelled, but Emily says that she will always admit when she's wrong about something. In closing this segment up, it's important to talk about her follow-up video very briefly, in which she provided a lot more evidence to her pre-existing receipts, as well as additional ones to help fight her case. She then addresses the Twitter DMs by recording her phone to prove their legitimacy, and adds a very good point to the case by recalling a time where Shannon showed herself receiving a DM from the Sock Puppet account.
So this account was the one that was featured in one of Shannon's videos.
At least one person in this galaxy thinks I bought my views and I bought my subscribers, which means someone in this galaxy thinks I'm made of such wealth and such opulence that I bought myself subscribers.
The same account that DM'd Emily, claiming that creepshowart was copying her. Emily also stresses that she wasn't nitpicking every hate comment she received and labeling it from Anthony or Shannon. It's common for a channel to receive hate, but Emily describes normal hate comments being more against her content, while comments she suspected to be the pair were more tailored around Emily's physical appearance. She shows video evidence of the Instagram DMs with Shannon and then goes onto Messenger to show evidence of the message she received on Messenger. That's mainly what this video's purpose was. However, it does add additional strong points against the mysterious account that DM'd Emily about the whole brother obsession situation.
Now, this is a super important piece of evidence that I stumbled upon. When Brita Filter messaged me and went through the laundry list of harassment that I had endured, they mentioned having a grainy video of me singing and playing piano. That video is an unlisted video, and the only person I've ever sent the link to was Anthony. That video is still on my YouTube channel to this very day. I never deleted it.
Emily ends the video here, expressing that she's been left traumatized from this entire stalking burden that's been hanging over her life for the past 12 years, and that it's caused her new physical mental health symptoms. It's crazy to me that YouTube, a platform that once started out with content such as Funny Bowl Haircut Man, can turn so dark in such a short span of time. And it really is an eye-opener just to show how terrifying the world we live in can get. It's important to look at things from both sides, but in my opinion, Emily has a much stronger case against Shannon. But anyway, that's my babbling time up now. If you don't mind me, I'm gonna go rot my brain with that essay that I've been procrastinating while editing this video. Oh no.
For the remainder of last year, all seemed quiet on the Western Front, with many assuming that Creepshow's extended hiatus was for good reason. And in a way, it certainly does. I doubt anyone was planning on welcoming them back too readily. However, many did wonder if she even intended to have a say in her own fate, or at least explain the reasoning behind her actions. If she had the opportunity, what would she say to the viewers? Well,
this video is being made for posterity, to show I didn't do what I was accused of, and to show that what Emily has accused me and my husband of not only never happened to her, but could not have happened. This video is being made to simply defend my and my husband's name and prove we did not do the things we were accused of.
On the 31st of December 2021, Creepshow posted a modest little return video spanning 2.5 hours with the charming title, The Lies of Emily Artful, parentheses, with evidence, just so you know that there will be bombshells dropped. However, rather than a shot at redemption, this Creepshow video was much more a kamikaze mission. Allow me to explain why.
I have learned that the only people I can count on in my life are the people who actually know me, and if a random person comes online and states I stalk them with quite sincerely no evidence and literally posts on their active accounts that disprove that, people I genuinely admired and loved would just go with it.
The main creators a response video is at least about some sort of way back, even if they know that it'll never make things the way they used to be. They want to show that they are a better person in spite of the wrongdoings they have committed. I think everyone at least deserves one chance to make a case for themselves. But from the first impression of this video, it's clear we're not going to receive that. The thumbnail and title is already shifting focus towards this one event, which although not an insignificant detail, was still only a part of a much greater story. What about the forum incident, for example, and the subsequent community post explanation that still doesn't hold up under any form of scrutiny? These are questions that are not answered in creepshowart's video. If you're
I would say he does struggle to do like debates outside of like his like scripted videos. I know he was like in like a stream with somebody, and it was like he's like, it's always like he's a person that like very like me needs like kind of like a script to go off of, or you just like kind of lose your point, which I sympathize with very greatly.
Looking for any form of closure, then this is not going to happen.
I do have a 1.25 speed just because like this is almost a 3-hour long video,
focuses on and attacks Emily Artful's testimony and reputation from every angle, providing receipts which, on the surface, could appear to contradict her story on certain fronts. The problem? Well, it's a Creepshow art video.
One thing that Emily states in her video is that online harassment was never leveled at her until after she started working with Anthony professionally.
I had like a separate art account that was unrelated, a music account, and I started noticing a lot of really negative comments. I didn't think much of it because that's just kind of, you know, the business on social media is you get negative comments. I figured it was normal. I was just seeing an increased volume in them.
Now, to fully bring this video into context, it's really important to remember what Emily actually accused Shannon of, because at the end of the day, that's what an audience is interested in. Emily said a lot in her video, but the general gist was that Shannon had stalked and harassed Emily and then made a video to wash her own hands of the misdeeds she had committed and to take control of the narrative that was never hers to make in the first place. How does Creepshow deal with this? Well, terribly, to be frank. The whole premise of the video is an immediate misfire because a lot of what Shannon says is based on the fact that her word and the word of those around her is reliable, when she still hasn't absolved herself from lying to her audience about previous incidents that seem intertwined with this one, including the Amy situation, which is integral to the case she makes in this video as well. Shannon does discuss this, but once again, only...
Like you guys know, I listen to ASMR, like a nice voice, like, is very soothing. So like if someone has a nice voice, I definitely want to like hang out with them and like listen to their voice or just listen to their videos
as a vehicle to discredit Emily, when in reality she should have been focusing on building up her own credibility first, because it wasn't long until the cracks in these character assassinations started to show.
If I wanted to cancel Emily, as they say I did, I would have just made a video of the screenshots of her taking photos of other women in public, making fun of their bodies, and posting them saying, that'll do, pig, that'll do. Or, that girl's
You know what? Oh, that photo. I've actually seen people fucking do that in real life. I was in community college, and I was like reading a book for class. And there was like a person sitting across from me, and then there was like a somewhat overweight woman of color at the counter. And I basically see this like girl pull out her phone, turn, and take a picture of this woman's like backside. And I'm like, oh my god, you're such a piece of shit. Like, why the fuck would you do that to somebody?
Ugh. Or, funny women are Jews, the rest are all our slur, and we laugh out of sheer disappointment. Or even her saying on a post of an anorexic teenage girl that she is skinnier than her. I didn't make a video on that because I didn't know those things until now.
Now, normally when dealing with a video of this sort of length and designed impact, I dedicate a good amount of time to deconstructing it. But this video is deceptively lightweight, and Creepshow's incensed tone can't disguise that. There are a lot of details designed to solely attack Emily's credibility, much of which is just not worth addressing, and the stuff that is still executed poorly.
This part is going to be brief, but Amy is not a reference to Emily. Amy is a girl who used to harass me online, who I originally met on stardoll.com when I was in middle school. As I say in the video,
but you showed screenshots that Emily had that you sent to her. Funny that.
Amy did not grow up in San Jose with me. We never knew each other personally, and she was someone I strictly knew online who lived states away from me.
Take, for example, Amy, a person who, after 10 parts, is addressed in a section where Shannon claims that Emily had misattributed her experience with this individual, who is very real as shown by emails. Now, we know that the harassment that Shannon claims to have suffered at the hands of this individual is undocumented because of Shannon's tendency to delete harassing emails. Nonetheless, she does provide evidence of communication with a person called Amy. With everything in mind, the most this could do is prove that Amy is a different person to Shannon, but at least it presents an alternative explanation, right? Well, there is one key detail to keep in mind here.
In order to prove my case, here are the cringy emails that Amy and I sent to each other in middle school.
In some of these emails, this individual signs off as Amy, a name that Shannon claimed to have concocted after the incident to protect this individual's privacy. So either Shannon was lying there or she was lying here. Either way, once again, she lied. And for a person who is trying to use their credibility to fortify their case, this is a rather abject failure. So let's turn our attention to the other accusation made against Shannon, that being of the actual stalking she was alleged to have perpetuated before hijacking the story as her own. As always, the principle of innocent until proven guilty should prevail. But by God, does Shannon not make it easy for any of her
Shannon's credibility and career. Gun shoots. Why would Amy do this?
Supporters, going through details whose relevance ranges from questionable to completely unnecessary, making arguments that even a person with the most elementary understanding of human nature could retort.
Emily was well aware of this at the time and was not using drugs while dating Anthony. According to various social media accounts Emily ran between the ages of 13 and 20, Emily didn't do drugs and was in fact very against drug use. All of her posts from 2012 to before her video on My Husband and I state that she became sober from heroin in 2012. However, in her video against My Husband and Myself, Emily states that she only really got sober in 2015. If she was really using up until the year before making all of these posts, joining YouTube and writing this song, why would she not be honest and state that? Why parade around an untrue sobriety date for the past 5 years, especially when nobody was asking?
It should go without saying, the drug addicts often went publicly.
Dude, go fuck yourself. Like, were you her sobriety pocket watcher? Go fuck yourself.
admit that they're addicted and may even deride other users for self-medicating, perhaps in an attempt to make themselves feel better. It should go without saying that sometimes sobriety may be a work in progress, and sobriety from one drug won't necessarily mean sobriety from every drug. Many will relapse and struggle with withdrawal. These are basic points that should have at least been considered for the final draft because they add nothing to the story at hand. But even on a standalone basis, what Shannon says is cynical and cruel.
On the Sugar Fruit channel, Emily ended up doing a couple of controversial things, like posting an anime review naked in a bathtub. Emily states now in 2021 that she was high on heroin when she did this, but as established, that cannot be true.
That was just one example, but there are so many others which just seem like unnecessary jibes at someone's past, unearthing all these accounts. Whatever.
Look, she may have lied about some shit, but she had proof that you and your shitty husband were stalking her and harassing her. So, literally jump in front of a train. I do not care.
A valid point that may be made is inundated with petty comments and ill-tempered asides that reflect Shannon's own nature. Even points that may be valid were tainted with a misinterpretation of comments that Emily was making. I found myself returning to Emily's video to make sure I hadn't missed anything. Like this, for example. Shannon states that there would be no need to create a fake account to find out Emily's location of employment because Emily was already Facebook friends with Anthony.
Emily said she started getting Facebook friend requests from people she didn't know in 2014 when she started working with Anthony professionally, and said it was all Anthony and me.
And again, you know.
No, I didn't catch Shannon's proof. It was just like, oh, some fucking emails that she could have sent from a spoofed account. Like, okay.
Andrew and potentially maybe Shannon did everything they could to try to find out where I was working.
However, if you watch Emily's video, she clearly states that the intent of this fake account was to bait her to reveal information that was clearly not already public, not even to people who had her added as friends.
But I accepted the friend request.
I'm just very upset with this Shannon
of course,
person. She's fucking
they
awful.
post, hey, does anybody know of any really cool, this specific type of cuisine restaurants in this specific location? They wanted to try to bait me to be like, yeah, I work here, so that they could call and get me fired from another job.
So it would be ineffectual as to whether someone had her added prior. The only significant detail is the DM that Emily Artful posted herself, where she reveals to Anthony where she was working. Once again, because we don't have much of a timeline, it's hard to tell if this was before or after the fake account was created. The creation of a fake account clearly implies that whoever was committing this did not want to be found out. You could even say that Emily telling Anthony could have actually deterred him from acting because it could then be linked back to him. Now that's just one theory, and Shannon has a completely valid alternative one here, but her interpretation of Emily's argument leaves you wondering if she didn't care enough to look at what Emily was exactly saying, or she didn't expect the audience to. And that was one of her stronger points. There are too many examples of this. I'm not going to go through them point by point. Plenty of other people have. But even if Shannon did want to destroy Emily's credibility, she still should have started with rebuilding her own. And you know what? I get it. Shannon doesn't want forgiveness. Fair enough. She wants to drop the nuclear warhead, and there's little regard if she ends up in the blast radius.
No. Of course, the nukes are always cringe. Cringe and lame.
Yes. Because one of the core arguments made against her was that she breached a person's privacy and dignity, the scorched earth tactic ultimately backfired because it proves that exact.
You're not truly cringe until you drop a nuke, and then it's really fucking lame. That's when you're truly cringe. You're like, I'm gonna drop a nuke that's gonna destroy this person, and it does fucking nothing. Just like, damn. That's true cringe right there, IMO.
Point.
I'm gonna spend weeks working on this thing. It's gonna be the biggest like wet fart of a video. That's gonna be my opus to my existence. Cringe.
There's so much here we didn't need to know. Even if it was shameful behavior, Emily already addressed this narrative in her original video. Speaking of Emily, she had a bit more to say.
Okay. It depends on if the doc is good. Okay. If it's like lame and it's kind of like your personal grudge shit, and it's not really much of anything, it's cringe. If it is something, then it's good. The lamest fucking wet water take right there. If it entertains me, it's good.
As well.
Oh fucking yeah. Yeah, Demon Mama destroyed herself with that one.
On the 9th of February, Emily uploaded her rebuttal to Creepshow's response and counter-allegations. Now, unlike Shannon's video, there is a lot of content here, but it does form a pretty streamlined narrative that isn't too difficult to unpack.
The runtime was intimidating, and the tone was off-putting. To watch it was to jump into a pool of angry, chaotic information overload. It focused on the wrong things, it put words in Emily's mouth, it did not explain the things that needed explaining, and it only added fuel to the fire of confusion and disappointment.
Even before Emily's response video, many were already picking apart the flaws of Shannon's upload, and with a high proportion still did.
Oh, Swoop did a video on creepshowart? Oh damn, okay. I didn't know Swoop did a video. You know, Kyrez, that is a question I wonder myself. It's almost as if she had been planning for a very long time to like take down Emily in any way possible. I was just waiting for the opportunity. Funny that.
Announcing Shannon's behavior, Emily was not obliged to make a response at all, but she did, and it was another lengthy one, clocking in at approximately 1.5 hours. This time using physical and circumstantial evidence to not just refute Shannon's arguments, but to prove that Shannon basically went.
I wish she would like. I get it. I get it's the shit post, but like I wish her Petty Academy little animation was like bomb ass like animated instead of just kind of like a stick figure. Like I think that would like add to it. That's my only thing. Otherwise, I love Swoop. I love her hair.
Off as the stalker in her own video, and she didn't even have to advertise the evidence in the title.
And my Ranting and Raven 9gag account isn't attached to any of my other social media. I very briefly used Ranting and Raven as my screen name on YouTube before I ever uploaded any content onto it, so Shannon would have had to have knowledge of that username in order to search for it elsewhere. This is not the first time that Shannon showed a username of mine where I had no idea where she found it. In her document, she includes a list of my aliases, as she calls them, and one of them is Emma Dilemma, and Dilemma is spelled incorrectly, which is a DeviantArt page I vaguely remember making, but has since been deleted or removed and cannot be found by searching for it on DeviantArt or on Google. For Christ's sake, I even resorted to using Bing and DuckDuckGo, and I could not, for the life of me, find this DeviantArt account. So that begs the question that if Shannon really only researched all this information after my video came out, how did she get those usernames? And it even begs the question, how did Anthony get those usernames? Because when I search within our messages for either Emma Dilemma or Ranting and Raven, nothing comes up. I just find it weird because having a list of every single alias and username I've ever went by online is something that the BritaFilter account mentioned.
This includes observations regarding lost accounts that Shannon somehow knew the existence of, private contents that Shannon shared, and these details own corroboration with the content used by some of these anonymous accounts that had harassed her.
Another action I find unusual is how in Shannon's unedited Google Doc, she goes into great detail about a very small, specific account that was re-uploading the audio of my old videos. She talks about how she knew this account existed before, and because she's such a good person, she tried reporting this account several times. Oddly enough, this exact same account is actually linked in one of her suspected lolcow posts, and this was the account that multiple sock puppets were trying to get me to notice. This is almost as strange as the fact that every detail Shannon chose to fixate on in her video is almost exactly all the same stuff that the BritaFilter account claimed that their 15-year-old brother was fixated on, like the bathtub video and accusing me of buying subscribers, and that they were actually the ones that got me fired from the optical shop. And let's not forget that BritaFilter even mentioned a video that I had only ever sent to Anthony, and they have a list of pretty much every screen name I've ever had. You know, the gang's all here, really.
Emily then continues to pick off the narrative surrounding Shannon's attempts to cast doubt on her substance issues and story regarding her violation at the hands of Shannon's husband, Anthony. She presents counter-evidence and content that appears to contradict and in some cases outright disprove the charges brought before her, leading to more questions about Shannon's intentions.
She claims that my real sobriety date was in November 2012 and uses the lyrics from a song I wrote, sang, and posted in September 2016, specifically about my relationship with heroin as confirmation of that date. The lyrics are 3 years in November, and she says that's further proof that my sobriety date was in November of 2012, except November 2016 minus 3 would be November 2013. She also did this using a clip from my I Dated a Sociopath video, which I uploaded in May of 2016.
This wasn't aided by the fact that an early draft of Shannon's video was leaked where she appears to disclose even more unnecessary information and goes off on further unhinged diatribes towards people she had felt betrayed her, including former friends who spoke out about her, and even an artist who she claims scammed her despite all evidence suggesting otherwise. The tone in this script was even more self-superior, even including a paragraph where she rejects an apology that hasn't even been made yet, implying that Shannon almost had an expectation that this would truly flip the narrative on its head and expose everyone for the frauds they were. Alas, it didn't. I think it just showed that Shannon only really knew one thing, and that was how to expose. But sometimes in doing that, you expose more about yourself than you do about others. One key observation that seems to reveal Shannon's intention with the video comes right at the start, where Shannon claimed that her video's publication would be the result of some in or out of court settlement, which Emily disputes and seemingly debunks nearly immediately.
In the letter that was sent to me by her lawyer, and don't worry, I'll get to the lawyer in a minute, her lawyer states, "If you publicly comment on this letter or the matter discussed herein, we will take that as a rejection of our offer to engage in settlement negotiations and will proceed to litigation." And earlier in that clip, Shannon specifically said that if you, the audience, were viewing the video, it means we either settled in or out of court, most likely meaning I would have had to abide by her original request to remove all mention of Shanthony and stop speaking about everything. So that leads me to believe Shannon wanted to get me to a place where I had to not only mysteriously delete all of my allegations, but also to zip the lip about the situation entirely, all while she eventually released that fail of a video, and I would be allowed to do shit all about it.
On Shannon's behalf, though, it shows a more calculated aspect to this plan, an assumption that under the threat of legal repercussions, Emily would roll over and open up an avenue for Creepshow to make her unchallenged return. Emily didn't do that, so this route remained firmly shut, while also allowing her to make this further response challenging Shannon's initial assertions.
Psychotic fucking Pimento, like why the fuck? would you track that?
Squandered this opportunity, arguably making an even better and more concise video than the one that started all of this.
She even tried to set up a paper tiger argument in the unedited version of her Google Doc, where she says that if I try to say that her having all this information about me is stalking, then I'm just playing the victim. That she was just trying to clear her name, and she did extensive research in order to do so. Because look, this is all still publicly available. Well, except for this, and except for this. Well, okay, except for this. But she had a DeviantArt when she was 13 that she posted hypersexual cringe.
There's a very minor point that, in my opinion, speaks a lot to the differences between the two creators. Shannon brings up a video in passing where Emily discusses a relationship she seemingly had with a 13-year-old when she was 17. It's another rather tangential jab, but people may have moral issues with that behavior, even when it's from that long ago.
Penny was a beautiful, charming young girl. We got along incredibly well. She was exactly my type, both physically and mentally, or so I thought. And the only possible foreseeable downfall to our relationship at that time was that she was a little bit immature, and she was a little bit immature because she was 4 years my junior.
In our response video, though, Emily explains that she was actually the 13-year-old and that the video in reference was a situation where she reversed the roles as a coping mechanism. There appears to be evidence to back this up, and it seems like a consistent story with what we know. But while clarifying that the situation was obviously inappropriate, she states she has no ill feelings towards the other party involved, as they clearly understand what they did was wrong, and they've remained on good terms since.
This person was not, and is still not, a terrible person, and we still get along to this day. I just really wanted to clarify that this person and I are much closer in age than originally portrayed in my video. It was a running joke among our mutuals at the time because the age gap at first glance seemed a lot larger than it actually was. This person obviously realizes that the relationship was inappropriate in nature and has since owned up to it. We've discussed it, and I don't hold any ill will against this person. If anything, I still feel embarrassed about how that interaction went down. I still really don't know how to feel about all of it. I know this person is anonymous, but still something
I think she would put
within me
it,
felt that needed clarifying because I do still care about this person.
It's a moment of humanity, and it demonstrates an ability to rise above the portrait that Shan was trying to paint, that she wasn't going to conform to that image of the person who was only interested in victimizing themselves. She showed sympathy, clemency, and humanity.
Before this, creepshowart, if Emily wasn't involved in this, creepshowart would have bounced back, because that drama was kind of negligible in comparison to this. It would have been it would have harmed her a little bit, but this is just delete yourself sort of shit that you got involved in, and
gave leeway to many, even those who may have harmed her in the past. At one point, she even sent as one of those people who provided testimony against her, as she believes they had been misled and wants to protect their privacy. It's not just compassionate, but it conveys a sense of peace with oneself and their own experiences. In many ways, Emily's video is a damning response. The evidence presented certainly doesn't help Shan's case, but there's always going to be ambiguity on that front, especially when evidence or parts of it have been lost. People are going to have to use their own judgment to fill in the blanks. Emily's decision, however, to take the high road in presenting her story and contrasting that with Shannon's conduct was more conclusive than anything else, because ultimately it proved that Emily had moved on from her checkered past, and Shannon hadn't. Shannon's plan seemed to be based on building a pattern of behavior to back up their allegations that Emily was an unreliable narrator. But the problem is that even if there was any pattern, it stopped long before she decided to come forward with the present-day claims. If anything, Emily's video seemingly displayed Shan's response for what it was, a callous attempt to elicit revenge against a person who they felt had played a role in their downfall. The truth is, though, as Emily pointed out herself, Shannon probably made a greater contribution to her own downfall than anyone else. Emily relayed her experience, and the experience spoke for itself. And if you weren't entirely convinced at the time, Shannon's own response video also seemed to speak for itself. A video that seemed so quintessentially Shannon when she least needed it. However, with Shannon proclaiming it as her final video, perhaps it was the only way she could ever go out. She did not go gentle into that good night. But how did Shannon fool so many people for so long, friends included? Well, let's talk about it. A day before Emily Artful's bombshell upload, our friend Hopeless Peaches also posted a video detailing Shannon's tone when she approached Creepshow in private, with some striking similarities to say the least.
Okay, and now this bit was just another part that really began to panic me. If I'm completely honest, reading it still kind of makes me feel anxious. It felt like a threat. I think I would go so far as to say, without a doubt, it is one. This all started because I simply asked, out of concern, to just take out one accusation from her video, and I was being threatened with more. Not only if I, but if anyone else made a video in my favour or shared proof of her lying about me.
Not too long after, a former friend of Shannon's, and even someone purporting to be the sibling that Shannon doxed, came forward corroborating Emily's testimony with their own experiences.
Yeah, the most confusing and almost laughable part of this is that a couple of days before all this information came out, Shannon had sent me roses to my own house. You know, so I think that was also part of it. It sounds stupid, but it's how do you reconcile, oh yeah, someone sent me roses, but they also don't think much of me and are shit-talking me on a website. is so contradictory that you almost feel a little bit crazy because you're like, okay, what happened in between? Like,
they weren't the only people to testify on this behavior. In fact, in the weeks following, there were plenty more people who wanted to weigh in. However, broadly speaking, the reaction across social media as a whole was one of shock. You've got mail. And that's a testament to the facade that she had successfully crafted. With that in mind, though, none of her previous antics seemed particularly incongruent with the revelations uncovered by the various corners of the internet. It just exposed the sheer lengths she would go to create them. The word breadcrumbs is used a lot, and it's not hard to see why. The stories that she supposedly manufactured would often span years, and would regularly crop up ages after they'd first been told, often as a means to defend herself from criticism. In many ways, it made her online persona almost impenetrable, because whenever people would raise the issues with her content, she would default to that backstory that she had so vividly depicted in older videos. In many ways, those story times spawned the foundation for that sympathetic portrayal that many assume when watching her content.
The fact is that because of YouTube, I was able to make a life for myself. A life where I am no longer sleeping in public with my car, I'm no longer worried about getting kicked out of parking lots by cops and men following me to my car and jacking off on the window, which yes, did happen, and yes, still stresses me the fuck out.
Through countless situations, observers interpreted Shannon's shortcomings as carelessness or emotionality, and although they were viable explanations at the time, were they really believable with the context to so many of her other actions?
Out of everything I've done my entire life, deciding to move into a car with my boyfriend was actually a choice that I in no way regret.
Simply put, no. She constructed so much of her in-video personality from these lies that she had espoused. Everything that had been demonstrated in the space of 2 weeks unraveled that persona because it was so antithetical to what she represented, yet it all made sense. A person so sensitive to others, so socially conscious, using slurs more than comfortably, attacking friends who thought she would fight to the death for them, someone who had channeled intensity and passion in videos when discussing subjects that they proclaimed were meaningful to them, applying many tactics to harm those that they had distaste for while decrying those same actions publicly. It all pointed to one thing, that Shannon had something she valued more than those around her and the principles that they possessed. And in my opinion, that was drama. Here are the two facts that I think most can agree on. Emotions heighten drama, and misinformation heightens drama. However, most of us don't seek to be emotional, nor do we seek to mislead our audience. Nonetheless, Creepshow's content was primed for that sort of toxic combination, absolving itself under the guise of humanity or style. Nevertheless, it would still provoke people, and when the drama was at a lull, she'd find ways to generate it, whether this was her behavior on the lolcow forums, or just spontaneously deciding to take aim at someone who she felt had wronged her like Hopeless Peaches. In many ways, the tabloid exaggerations that Creepshowart fell foul to never seemed like a cut-and-dry case of overinvestment in content, but more just the desire to fulfill a daily quota of drama, while trying to maintain the masquerade that she was the person who instigated it. She wanted to be at the center of drama without bearing the responsibility that it occurred in the first place. Her language would regularly tread the line between being incendiary and observational, riling people up before one that illustrates a much more disturbing pattern. Whatever motive was behind her involvement, the behavior that was credited to her was accented by provocation of a person with the intent to spurn a response down further. Even when she regularly miscathed, capitalized on it and managed to end the expected, but in a no less calculated fashion.
She told me how over the years
I appreciate him, but I kind of want to get back to like the topic at hand.
Fucking with me and sending me those rage-filled emails became a way for her to cope with the stress of her life. After we had blown up the way we did, she went through an insanely hard time in high school, and it was a way for her to get her anger out, her messing with me. So all that anger, all that
Hopeless
rage
Peaches, the original drama is she didn't... It was her drama with Shannon, and then her not paying a artist, I believe. I don't know the second half of the drama. I know like there was like her being involved in FCK and just burning everyone, or getting everyone together to burn Lyle so she didn't take shit. For her involvement in that is like the other part, but like fucking. My brain is like not processing this. I'm gonna do like Peach's stuff next fucking Saturday, so like I'll have a refresh there because I have some videos for that, but I'm like right now I'm just trying to like handle the Shannon shit in my head, and
but the people around her who were hurting her. She then went on to get married after high school, have a kid right away, and was an army wife, and anytime she was stressed or upset, she would turn to me, and she would turn to fucking with me.
In many ways, the original video where she talks about her stalker Amy is on the surface a classic fake story designed to elicit sympathy from viewers. However, beneath it there were a couple more details that seemed to take advantage of the situation it was based on, all dependent on Emily's own feelings. First, a way to try and cement its truth so those appeals in the months prior to Mrs. Artful would seem more justified. Second, to hopefully gag Emily in a way that speaking out would incriminate her. But third, to also promote this idea of forgiveness and moving on.
Having realized that I had done something to her, something that made her feel justified in doing this to me, made me realize as fucked up as what she did was, I was probably not as innocent as I thought I was in this. I'm not trying to imply that I deserved this shit, or that anyone deserves the shit to be done with them, but like my actions led to that reaction that I got, you know?
In a way, if Emily did watch this video and felt emotionally susceptible to the parallels of this Amy mystery, she might also hear about how Shannon resolved it and moved on, and felt inclined to do the same. But she couldn't, as long as Shannon hadn't moved on from those antics herself. But with that in mind, let's do just that.
When I went into recovery for the final time, I did the work, I worked hard, and I had to take a long, hard look at myself in the mirror. And it wasn't pretty. It was ugly and it was broken, but I had to do it in order to change. Shannon, you need help. And this is me and everyone else asking you to go get help. Not just for yourself, but for the people that you have hurt. You need to take that long, hard look in the mirror like I did and see the ugly, broken pieces. There's no magic glue to put every single piece back together perfectly, but once it's all put back together, there is a clear reflection.
There's a lot of Emily's story that resonates with me. Fortunately, not the bit where she was stalked for how many years. However, coming from a bad place and having YouTube take you to a better place, at least is something personal for a lot of people, myself included. Those who appreciate what YouTube has given to them, the responsibility.
Okay, we're gonna stop there. Because he's doing the video SAS thing where he's like wrapping everything up. Okay. All right. So what did we learn today? Bitches be crazy. That's all I can say. Bitches be crazy. Never meet your heroes. Kill yourself, Shannon. In Minecraft, but not really. But Minecraft, but not really. He didn't cover the really fucking awful part where he was like, yeah, she was sexually assaulted by fucking her ex / Shannon's boyfriend. But like, okay, I am annoyed that he's opining about some Keemstar. Okay, I feel like the really important thing he didn't include that Cecil did in their video is that they were sexually assaulted. I would have preferred of him to bring that up, because that's pretty fucking important to how fucking horrible Shannon is. 4 hours stream. I'm bleh, tired. I'm gonna head out for today. Oh, we just got cut off. I'll see you guys later tonight. During the op block stream. That's gonna be in like 5-ish hours. 5-ish hours. I hope you guys have a good day. Thank you for joining me in this hellhole that is the existence of the ACC. I'll be back on the 1st. We're gonna be watching, not watching, but I'm gonna go over Kowloon, and then what was it? The 3rd, we're gonna go into Hopeless Peaches, and then actually, I'm not gonna do a stream this Sunday or next Sunday, but like the following, the 8th. I'm making more confused. The 8th, I'm gonna be doing a stream with Killjoy, and that's gonna be fun. So bye everybody. I hope you have a good day. I'm gonna go eat some pizza that's still in the oven.